And we are now going to go over local user enumeration. For domain user enumeration, we are going to go over another section, and it's going to be used in Power View. But for this local user enumeration, we are just going to be using none. We're not going to use any script for PowerShell or anything like that, like Power View. It's just going to be commands that you can run in a PowerShell or even in the command prompt. So let's go ahead and start. The first command that I like to do is basically the KU username, like who are you, right? So we are going to do echo, and we are going to get the username variable, and then we are going to say who am I. And when you do that, it's going to tell you that you are the username student1. You can also run a command in PowerShell. So this is, I want to do either command prompt or PowerShell, because even with PowerShell, right, if you get a PowerShell, if you're able to open PowerShell from a reverse shell, you can do all of the commands that I'm going to run in from the command prompt. You can also do it. You can also do it from the PowerShell. But some of these PowerShell commands you won't be able to do it from the command prompt. So that's why I want to have these two windows open. As you can see, you can get the environment variable for the username, and you can see that the current username is student1. And then if you want to look more into it, you can just say who am I priv, and who am I priv. You can also run this from, because like I said before, I believe all the commands that you can run from the command line, you can run it from the PowerShell. There we go. So who am I priv, or the privilege? This one will give you all the privilege that you have access to. As you can see, we only have access to the SE assigned primary token privilege. We have SE change notify privilege and SE increase working set privilege. On the section when we talk about the local privilege escalation, we are going to go over a privilege escalation that we can do whenever we have the SE impersonate, which is really easy to do. So we can get admin access, local admin access to it. So that's why you always want to do a who am I priv to see if we have that SE impersonate on your privilege. As you can see, we do not have it over here. Another one is to take a look at the groups that your current user, in this case student1, have access to. And what you can do for that one is who am I groups, and this one is a command prompt command, and you can just you can just run it from the command prompt as well. And if you can run it in the command prompt, you are going to be able to run it from the PowerShell. And as you can see, the current user student1 over here, we did a who am I groups. Who do we belong to? We belong to the everyone, the users, the remote desktop users. This is the built-in, it's local. So all these groups are going to be local. Okay. In the section where I go over domain enumeration, we are going to be looking at enumerating the domain groups and the domain username as well. This is just local to this computer only. Okay. And then if you want to list all the users, let's go ahead and clear this out. You can just do a net user. And as you can see right now, we have the administrator, default account, and the guest account. Let's see what we have from over here. Net user. You can see that we have the same, the administrator, the default account, and a guest account on this local machine. And another command that you can run is the who. You can do the who am I all, and this one will list all the users. So the who am I all will list all the users, even the domain users are or that have authenticated to these computers, and it will also list the the NT authority users in here, or services in here. You can see that the Pentesting RDP group, which is basically a group. You can see right here, which if you look into the type, you can see that this one is a well-known group. This one is a group. You can take a look at it. It is a domain group. and all the good stuff in here. You can also run that from the PowerShell command, who am I, if I know how to spell who am I, oh, and that will show you everything in there. And it also gives you the SID, because sometimes it is good to know what the SID of the current user. And then we have a couple commands that we can run, that we can only run it from PowerShell, which is the get local user. And this one, you don't need to import any script like PowerView. This just runs, it is built in into PowerShell, and you cannot run this. Let's see, you cannot do this from the command prompt, because this is only PowerShell. There we go. You can see that the get local user is not recognized by the command prompt. So this is only for PowerShell only. So if you get a PowerShell reverse shell, you can always look the get local user, and you can pull the name, the enable, and the last log on. So you can see in here we pull out the name, administrator default account guess, see if it is enabled, true, meaning that the administrator it is enabled. The default account is false, which is disabled, and the guest account is false. And the last time this administrator logged into this server was on 39/20/21 at 11 a.m. right? And also you can do a get child, not that, you can do a get child user force and select the user. And what this would do is it would go into the C drive into the users, and we will select the name of each folder in there. And you can see that we have a administrator, we have an administrator Pentesting, which means that we also have a domain administrator that had logged in into this computer. We have Rabbit Cuckoo student, student 1, student 2, student 5, desktop.ini, public, default user, and default, and also all users. And this command also will only run with PowerShell. It will not run in the command prompt. I just want to show you both commands that you can use either on PowerShell or the command prompt. Like I said before, just in case you only got a PowerShell, just in case you only got a command prompt reverse shell. Another one that you could do to list all the logon requirements, and this one is usable to for brute forcing, which is net account. And net accounts, as you can see it in here, it will give you the minimum password age in days. It is 1. It is set to 1. The maximum password age in days, which is 42. So the minimum password length, which is 7. So you need to have at least 7 digits whenever you create a password. The length of password history maintained is 24. So it's going to say 24 of your passwords. So you need to come up with 24 different passwords before you can use you have to use 24 different passwords before you can use that first password that you ever set up. The lockout threshold, there is never, so you can do brute force, meaning that it doesn't lock your account. So therefore you can easily do brute forcing on any of the accounts. The lockout duration times 30 minutes, lockout observation window 30 minutes. But since we don't have any lockout threshold, we can just do brute forcing. The computer role, it is a server, and you can also, like I said, you can do this from the you can do this from PowerShell. So if any let's tell you that any command that you can do from the command prompt, you can do it from PowerShell. Okay, I just want to keep saying that so you guys can remember that. If you want to get more details like the about a specific user, like the like the administrator, what you could do is net user administrator, and you can get more information about the administrator. And in here, you will see that the username is administrator, doesn't have any full name. The comment is it is the built-in account for the administering the computer domain. You can see it is active. It never expires. The last time the password was set, the last time the password changeable. When the password expires, never expires. user may change password. Yes, he's allowed to change the password. So if we somehow have access to change the password for another user, we are going to be able to change the password for the administrator. And logon script, there's no logon script. Username profile, nothing. Username profile, nothing in the home directory. The last time the user logged on onto the server, you can see it over here. Logon hours, all hours. So we are able to log in into this computer at all hours. There is no restriction. And like I said before, any command that you can do from the command prompt, you can also do it from PowerShell, and it will give you the same results. And that's how it is. And also, if you just want to get the more information about the current user that you are logged in as, you can just do a net user. I guess it doesn't work on. I guess that variable didn't pull up. That's fine. Let's go ahead and move on then. So if you want to list, let's say, let's go ahead and list of the local group. You can do it by doing a net local group, and you can see all the groups that are in this local computer. You can also do it from the command prompt. Nope, it is net local group. There we go, the same information. And if you want to, if you only have a PowerShell, if you want to run this PowerShell, you can just do a get local group, and you just want to get the name, you can do that. And if you just want to get everything, you can just delete everything, and this one will give you the get local group will give you the name and also the description. But if you don't want to get the description, you can just do a get dash local group, and you just want to get the column of the name, which is this column, and we remove the description. All right. Another one, if you want to look at the groups for a specific user, you can just run the get local group administrator. So we are looking at the administrators, and this one will tell you who belongs into this group. So you can see right now that the administrator username belongs to the administrators group. The domain admins belong to the administrator group in this computer or in this server. Also, the student number 5 belongs to the administrator group, and good stuff. And also, if you can also run this from the PowerShell. Oops. Net local group administrators, and this one will pull the same information that we gather from the command prompt. But you know, if you want to gather a better look, right? If you just want to gather the local group member for each group, you can just run the get local group member, and we are going to pull the group members for the group administrators, and we just want to pull the name and the principal source. Press enter, and you can see that this will tell you where it is coming from. As you can see that in the administrator groups, we have domain admins, which is coming from Active Directory. We also have student 5, which also comes from Active Directory, and then we have the administrator, which comes from the local server, right? And if you just want to get the get local group member, and we're just going to put administrator in here, this one will tell you the object class, the name, and the principal source. The object class sometimes is good to know, because you want to know if it is a group or if it is a user. As you can see over here for the domain admins, you can see that this one is a group, and then the other ones are users. But this one is an Active Directory user, and this one is a local user. Okay, and I believe this is set for the user enumeration. So this is really good to do. Like I have said before, I always start by doing local enumeration, then I move into sometimes I like to, the first step that I always do is local enumeration. Then I either do the domain enumeration, so like domain, username, groups, group policy, and all that good stuff, and then I move into um, the trying to get the privilege escalation from the local, or I like to do either local enumeration, domain enumeration, privilege escalation for local, or I like to do local enumeration, privilege escalation local, and then domain enumeration. So it depends on how my mood is going, right? If it is taking me, if I don't find a lot of good stuff with the local enumeration, I just move into the domain enumeration, and then I do the privilege escalation for the local user. Sometimes I even do privilege escalation just right away, and then I do local enumeration and domain enumeration. So it depends how I feel, right? But it is always good to do enumeration. So I often just do local enumeration, domain enumeration, and then I just do local privilege escalation, and then I move into domain privilege escalation. So that's how I like to do it. It depends on basically my mood, but that's how I like to do it. Hey, we are going to do some network enumeration. So we are going to be using just PowerShell. We don't need to import any module or anything like that. We're just going to be doing straight from PowerShell. So nothing fancy that we have to do. We don't have to bypass any execution policy, or we don't have to bypass any AMSI. So the first command that I like to do whenever I get into a server or a computer that has been compromised, I like to do the IP configure to see what is the the IP address of the server, what's the subname as, the default gateway. That will tell you a lot, because this will tell you what is either the router, the switch, or the firewall that is configured to. Also, you want to know the DNS server. DNS server, like what is this? This could be even Active Directory or any other server that it is connected to the to this computer. You can also get the domain name, as you can see over here. Here's the domain name, and here's the host name as well. So ipconfig all is a really good start whenever you're going to do some network enumeration. Another one that you could do, and I'm going to leave this in the, I believe it is called the resources. So for every video, I'm going to have a resource, and a resource is going to contain all the commands that I'm going to be doing. So I'm going to be doing a lot of copy and pasting, because otherwise, if I try to type all of this, it's going to take me a while. So for this one, we are going to do some enumeration for the IPA. We are going to look for the interface alias, the interface description, and also the IPv4 address. For we are going to do a net IP config, and you can see right here which one is the one that is active. You can see that we only have one active, and from here it is taking the interface alias, which is Ethernet. Then it's taking the interface description. Here's the description, and then it's taking the IPv4 address, which is this one right here. And you can add and remove and do whatever you want with this. To see that, if you're looking for any other information, you can just add it to the FT in here. Another one that you want to take a look at is the DNS client server address. And let's see, what did I do? Okay, so I didn't interface alias, so we want to do get DNS client server address. And for this one, you're just taking a look at which one is the DNS client. The DNS client address is the 192.168.1.50, and you can see here for any of them, it is going to 192.168.1.50. In a lot of environments, they most of the times, if it's not like a huge environment, they use the Active Directory for the DNS. So if we can do an NS lookup from here and see what is the host name. Let's see, it didn't give me a host name for that. Okay, but you can do any more stuff to enumerate what this is. If it's just doing DNS, or if it is something else like AD or ADC or domain controller. Another one that I like to do for listing the current routing table, you can do a route print to print all the routing table. And as you can see right now, for any destination, I am telling it to send it to 192.168.1.1, and that will tell you that this is probably either a switch, a router, or a firewall if it is a default gateway, or it could be something else. But most of the time, it's going to be a switch, a router, or a firewall. So right now, you know that this is either, like I said before, a router, a switch, or a firewall. It could also be a server. You can see more of other network destination. So if you want to go to any location, you're just going to send it that way. And then this, the rest over here, this is just on link. And like I said, for any route that you want to go. So if you want to go to google.com, it is going to send that here. If you want to send it to any IP address, it is first going to send that to 192.168.1.1, which is a default gateway. Okay. And another one that you could do is this PowerShell command, which is the get route. And the get route and the address family that we want to do is IPv4. We're not doing any IPv6, and we want to extract the destination prefix, the next hop, the route metrics, and the IF index. You can see over here, it gives you basically the same information that we got over here, but it is a little bit better organized than the one on top. So that's why we run that one. Something else that is really important to get is the ARP table. So if you do the ARP A, it will list all the ARP tables. So this will tell you all the, basically the servers or any device that has a MAC address to IP address. It will tell you that, it will give you the information of those devices that we have contacted. So as you can see, we can contact 1.1, which is default gateway. This one over here, I'm not going to tell you what it is. There's another server. This one, 192.168.1.96. This is the IP address of my current computer. 192.168.1.110. I don't know what that is. And this one and this one. So we do have contact, and then we see the MAC address to IP address, which is what ARP does. And what you could do from this information, you could, if you want to, basically, you could change the IP address of your computer to 192.168.1.1, and you could basically copy the same MAC address, and all the routes are going to be forwarded through your computer, and you can inspect all the traffic that way, since we know the default gateway and also the MAC address, right? Because if we have it the same, we basically copy the same, we could have all the data or the network route through our computer, so we can inspect everything. And if there is any FTP in there, we can possibly see in a clear text password. All right. And if you want to have a better not the MAC address. So if you want to have it something better organized, you can do the get neighborhood address family IPv4. If you want to get IPv6, you can just put IPv6 in here. We want to do the IF index, IP address, link layer address, and the state of it. And this one will give you a better information, because it is going to add the state of it. And the state of it, you can see that we have permanent, stale, and also reachable in here. One other thing, which is really good information that you can get, is that is to list all the current connections. So who is currently connected to our network, and you can do that by doing a net stat right now. And this one will list all the current connection in your server. And if there is any computer connected to your server or to this computer, it will list it in here. And you can see that we have a couple of local connections in here. You can see that we have a connections to 192.168.1.55, which is our local machine. and this is also a local connection. This is also a local connection. It's probably services that are running here. Is there anything else so you don't see anything else in here, which means that we don't have any other connections to any other computer, because the IP address that we have in here is the IP address of the computer or localhost or 127.0.0.1, which is also localhost. Okay, and one last thing is that you can see the state of the current firewall configuration. And for that, so let's go ahead and throw this bad boy out. And for that, you can do a net sh ADV firewall dump, and that's just going to provide you with a dump if we want to do that. We don't want to do that. What I want to do is I want to see the state of the firewall, and the state right now you can see that the operational mode is enabled, the profile is sustained, though this exception mode is enabled. So the firewall right now is enabled. The one that has been disabled is a remote admin mode. As you can see right here, it is disabled. Group policy version, it is the Windows firewall in here. So you can see that the firewall is up and running. So if you download any sketchy configuration or any sketchy program, it is going to be blocked. And another command that you want to do now, the Windows firewall, is the net sh firewall show not state. We want to show the config, and this one you can take a look at the configuration of the firewall, and this one will provide you with a lot of information. Some of it is almost the same as the one on top for the state. You can see that it will show you the state of the firewall in here, the same as the one on top. You can see the standard profile, what is basically doing. You can see the service configuration for standard profile. You can see that everything is enabled here. The allow program configuration for standard profile. You can see that the mode right now, it is traffic direction. You can see the port configuration for standard profile. You can see a lot of good information here. But as you can see right now, everything is basically the firewall is enabled. So like I said before, if there is any sketchy any sketchy traffic, it is going to be blocking that traffic. And you can also get a list of the firewall's blocked ports in here, which basically this could help you, because you what you want to do is whenever you want to do a connection, you don't want to do a connection to any of these block ports. And as you can see, whenever you run this, it will give you a list of the blocked ports. And as you can see right now, we don't have any blocked ports, so we can basically make a connection to any of the ports, because all the ports are basically open right now. And if you want to disable the firewall, what you could do is you can run not that command, you can run another command, which is let's go ahead and copy and paste over here. It's the net sh firewall set app mode disable, and it is deprecated right now. And it also we will not be able to do it because we are not an admin right now. If we were an admin and we have admin credentials, or we were able to basically disable the firewall, we were going to be able to disable it in here. And also another command that you could do is to disable all the profiles to off, which is not that one. It is net sh ADV firewall set all profiles state to off. This one here, and also this one needs an administrator to run this command. And whenever we do the we're going to go over the how to get local admin credentials. And whenever we get local admin credentials, I'm going to be running those commands so we can disable the firewall. We are going to also disable all the profiles, and we are also going to disable the we are also going to be disabling the antivirus and all that stuff that it could give you issues whenever we try to run like Mimikatz or anything like that. So that's why whenever, as soon as I get local admin, what I like to do is to disable the firewall, the profiles, and the antivirus, because after that we are going to be able to run Mimikatz. Right, the first step that I like to do is doing domain local enumeration, domain enumeration, and then I like to do privilege escalation, get local domain admin, and then after that I'm able to run any program that I want. Hello, we are now going to enumerate the antivirus and detection. So we're going to take a look at the antivirus, also the firewall status, and app blocker enumeration as well. So let's go ahead and start. The first thing that I like to do whenever I get like a reverse shell on a Windows device, I like to do the get computer status, and you can do that from a PowerShell. So if you get like a command line, you can always move into PowerShell by just typing PowerShell or to any of the locations of the PowerShells, and you can open it. And I like to do the get computer status, and the get computer status will give you a lot of good information. It will give you the AM engine version, the AM production version, the service enable, the spyware that you have in here. It will even give you the version of the spyware that we have. If the antivirus is, if it is enabled or disabled, you can see that it is enabled. True. It will give you the last time it was updated, so you can see that it has the latest update in here. Computer ID, computer state, full scan age. If the IOAV protection is enabled, right now it is not, it is disabled. So you can take a look, you can take advantage of that because it is disabled. When it was the last time, or how many, the last full scan, you can see that they haven't really done anything. You can see that we have 2 for the quick scans, and a lot of really good information. You can see that the engine version, the signature age, and other good stuff. That's a lot of good information. That's one of the best commands, and that's one of the first commands that I do. And then after that, I like to check on the firewall status and see what's up with the firewall. And the way that you do that is by doing a net sh ADV firewall shell domain. I like to see what's going on if the domain is enabled. You can see right now that it's on. You can see if there are any local rules. Here you can see that it is only stored by the group policy, the file or path to the firewall logs, all that good stuff. I don't think we do have access to this. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, for that you will need admin access, and since we don't have admin access, that won't work right now. But if you have admin access already, you can take a look at the firewall log so you can see what's going on in there. You can also take a look at the private one. See if the firewall for private connection is enabled, and it is on. And the last one that I take a look is the public. There we go, and that one is also on, and it will give you basically the same information as the other one. You can see that for all three profiles, you can get the logs basically in the same location. It's the same log file for all 3 of them. Okay, so if you have, let's say, if you have admin access to this computer, one of the first things that I do is that I like to disable the firewall, or disable the real-time monitoring and all that. And you can do that by doing a set MP preference, disable real-time monitoring, because you want to disable the defender and you want to disable the firewall and all that good stuff. And that's one of the commands that I run. If I run it right now, it is not going to work, as you can see right now, because we don't have admin access to this server as of right now. But we will get admin access later on. And another one that I like to disable is the IOAV protection, which we already have it disabled when we saw over here. You can see that it's not enabled. It is set to false. Okay. So, and if we run it right now, since we don't have local admin access to this machine, we won't be able to do that. Let's go ahead and clear this out. Then I like to move on to the app locker. And app locker is, an application whitelisting technology, which it first came, I think it was introduced first with Windows 7 OS, and it basically it allows restricting which programs user can execute based on the program's path, publisher, or hash. So you can do whitelisting of application, blacklisting application. You can set where you can basically you can also exclude folders if you don't want it to be scanned by the app locker. So let's say that if we have a folder, and let's say like in AD, basically this is where you put all your your garage stuff, and you want to run stuff from here. You can add an excluder path for that AD, so it doesn't get blocked by app locker. So that's one of the things that I like to enumerate app locker. And the way that I do it is by going into the reg key. So let's go ahead and do a run. Reg edit. And let's see if student 1 has access to it. Yep, we do. Okay, so we can go into the way that you get there to see if app locker has been enabled. I like to take a look at the register key first, and you can go to local machine. Then you are going to go into software. Then we are going to go into policies, and then Windows, of course, and then you want to go to the SRPV2, and you can see that it is in here. You can see that we have the APPX, DLL, the execution. You can see all the policies in here that have been applied. So you can see that there is some sort of app locker policy in here. And a better way to basically get the policy list and what it does is by running the command, this one right here, the rule collections. If you press enter, that didn't give me anything. Let's try another one, which is this one here. This one didn't give me anything either. Let's see. Okay, if we do, there we go. Okay, so the way that you do that is that you first want to run this command, and after you run that command, you want to run this command over here, which displays all of it. And you can see that we have a couple of basically rules in here. Here's the first one, and the first one says program files signed by Microsoft Corporation, Redmond, in Washington, US. So this means that whenever you download the Internet Explorer, it needs to be signed by Microsoft, and it will be allowed. And you can see another one in here. You can see VMware in here. You can see there's a path, and you can also see that what it actually does. You can see that this one is a publisher condition rule, publisher condition rule, publisher conditions rule, and then we have one that is path conditions. So you have different let's say rules that you can create in app locker, and this one is a path conditions, and this one is for the program files, and you can see the name of it, the default rule. So all files located in the program files folder And what is it going to do? It's going to allow members of the everyone group to run applications that are located in the program files folder. So anybody is going to be able to run applications that are located in the program files folder. Okay, you can see that the action is to allow. And then there's another path condition. And this is to allow members of the everybody groups. Everybody is going to be able to run applications that are located in that Windows folder as well. The rule is allow. And here's other path conditions in here. We have hash conditions as well in here too, and hash conditions and another hash condition. And as you can see right here, here's a good way to enumerate basically the app locker. Sometimes they could put like exclude this folder from like skins and stuff like that. You can add stuff like that for this app locker, which is really good to have. And how do you create an app locker? Well, you can either create a local group policy. Local meaning that it's only going to be locally significant to a server, specific server, or you can create a group policy and you can publish that policy to like many servers, so how many servers as you want, or to different OUs. And we can go ahead and take a look at that so I can show you. If you go to Active Directory with admin access, you need to have admin access for that. You want to go to the group policy management. So in here, we can see that we have app locker, which is the name of the policy. You can name it whatever you want. I name it app locker, so I know which one I wanted to show you guys. And the way that you get there is by going into Windows security settings, and we want to go into application control policies. And here we go, app locker. You can expand that bad boy, and you can see that we have different rules. We have an executable rules. We don't have any Windows installer rules, and you can also have script rules and package app rules. So as right now, we only have executable rules right now. So here's the group policy that was applied, and here's all the rules that we apply. They are all executable rules. As you can remember, there were 3 file hash, 3 path, and 3 publisher ones in here. If you remember, we can go back and take a look at it. We have 1, 2, 3 hash conditions, 1, 2, 3 path conditions, and 1, 2, 3 publisher conditions. And you can see it in AD as well. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. Okay. And then after I created the app locker, what I did was I went into the forest, and I apply that, and I link that this app locker to the entire domain. So all the OUs are going to be getting that. Or you can also apply it to the groups. You can also apply it to only the domain controllers if you want, but I'm applying it to the entire to all the OUs under the pentesting.local domain. Hello, we are now going to start looking for passwords. So what we want to do is we want to see if we are able to copy and paste, to copy and move to another location the SAM and also system files. And the SAM, or SAM, is the security account manager, and this basically hosts the user passwords, and they are stored in a hashed format. Either has a LM hash or has a NTLM hash. You're going to run into a lot of servers that have NTLM, and not many of them are going to have the LM hash. And they can be found in the system root, system32 config folder, and SAM and the system are going to be in there. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and go into the C. you want to go into Windows, you want to go into System 32, then you want to go into the config folder, and here it is. This same file contains basically the, like I said, it's a security account manager, and it stores all the user passwords in a hashed format, either LM format, hash format, or NTLM hash format. And if we have access to it, if you are an admin access, and if we have access to the same, you want to go ahead and move it to like a Kali Linux or a Parrot OS system. You want to move the same, and also you want to move the system. And then what you're going to do is you want to use the same dump and you want to combine the two files into one. And then after that, you're going to be able to crack. See if you're able to crack it with a rack.u passwords, and you can try that. That's something that you could try. If it contains a lot of passwords, you might be able to find some good usable passwords in there. So that is something to be on the lookout for. Also, you can check if you have if we have access to copy this. You can see that only the admin have access to this one. Let's take a look at this. There's a backup in here as well. See if we have access to this. You see that student one has access to it, so I have access to copy this, and this one is a backup of the same file over here, but there's nothing for the system, so that will not really work, because you want to copy both the system as well as the same, and you then are going to combine it, like I said before, with the same dump2 system and same, and you want to combine both of them, and then you are going to be able to crack it with John the Ripper, using a Parrot OS or any Linux that is running John the Ripper. Okay, and then after that, if you don't find any usable information, what you want to do is, this is I'm running this one as the admin. Let's take a look at this one. Okay, this one in here is now the admin account. This one is student one account over here. So that's where we want to do this video. So the first one that you want to do is, if you don't have access to the same or the system file, what you want to do is you want to search for file contents. And one of the ones that I really like to do is to just search for in what we're going to do, this is going to do is it's going to go in the C, right, and it's going to look for password, something that says password inside that XML files, that init file, or that text files. And you are going to get probably a lot of results. You can see in here that it found WinPeas and JOS.enum, and that's because those are scripts that we use to find passwords too. But since these two files contain the word password in it, and it is a .text file, that's why we were able to find that. Let's see if we find anything else. And I like this one better because it doesn't provide you with the content of it. Because it provides you with the content of all of this, it is going to give you a lot of stuff in this command prompt, right? And it could be you could be overwhelmed easily. What this one does, it just gives you the name of the file that contains the letter or the word password in it. That's what the command does. It just goes in there and gives you basically the file name that contains the word password in it. Okay, and if you want to go ahead and take a look, you can see the Python.news, probably nothing in here, but I mean, you can check for all of this. One that caught my eye was this one in here, user.txt. You can see that this user.txt, we can go ahead and take a look at it, and it is in the C drive, users, and it is in the user.txt, this one in here. So you can see right here, it looks like somebody's saving the admin password, and it looks like it's encrypted somehow. And this one looks like it is a base 64. So let's go ahead and copy this. Let's go ahead and open Google Chrome, and we can do base decode base 64, an online decoder, and if you paste it in here, decode, that's going to give you the clear text right now, and the password for that is password 123. We can go ahead and try that real quick. If you go into the command prompt, or actually, let's go ahead and just open the command prompt, run as a different user, and let's just go ahead and run this as administrator and see if password 123 works. And there we go. I have admin access because I was able to find a file that contained a password, even though it was encrypted, right, or hashed in base 64, which is really easy to decrypt. We were able to figure out that the actual password for it is password 123, and that way we got admin access. You can see who am I, Priv. I got everything. Who am I, groups, and you can see that we are part of the built-in administrator. So we are a admin. So we were able to decrypt that password, and we were able to gain access to it. Okay. What other commands? Let's go ahead and just use PowerShell, because PowerShell, like I said before, it can run either a PowerShell script, and it can also run the command prompt as well. So for the next one is that it's going to basically look for the word password in any files that contain XML, that init, that text, and that config. And the issue with this one, as you can see, is that it actually opens the file and the content of it, and it is really it could be really overwhelmed. That's why I like to do the one that I did previously. Let's go ahead and clear these out. That I did previously, which is this one right here, which is just a CD, a change directory. And what that does is that it gives you the actual file, and it doesn't open the file and look at the content. It just looks for the file, and then you can open it on your own, because it's more, it looks better on your eyes, believe me. And if you want to search for a file with a certain file name, you can certainly use this command over here, and this one will work really nice. Another one that I like to use is the where command. So this one, it doesn't accept. Okay, so this one, let's see if this one runs from CMD. There we go. So this one, it worked for some reason. It didn't work for PowerShell, but it is working for the command prompt. And as you can see, it found that user.txt, which is this one in here. And if we do type, you can see that the admin password is this one over here, and that's the one that we found previously before. And we were able, because this one was a base 64, we were able to decrypt that. And you know, if you want to you can even do a search for, actually search for just user and see what it finds. You can see that we have a user.exe, and it's going to find anything that contains user and not just user.txt. So it will find user.exe, user.init, anything that contains user, it is going to find, and it's going to display for you. And other things that you can look for is, like, you can search for key names and passwords in the register key. Let's see if this one works in PowerShell. Not that one. So like I said, this one is going to search for the registry for key names and passwords. And as you can see right here, let's see if we find anything interesting in here. It's probably going to give you a lot of stuff, as you can see. So I mean, if you find something interesting, you can go ahead and take a look at it, because sometimes you can find just clear text password in those register keys. So that's something that you could do, and I'm going to provide you guys with a it's going to be a file for almost for every video. I'm going to have a file that contains all the commands that I'm running, and also more commands that you could run on your own as well. So this is it for this video. Just go ahead and take a look at the file that it is attached to this video, and you can take a look at all the commands that you can look for, because you can look for like IIS web config that could potentially have password in there, username, and a lot of good stuff in there. You can also search for like Wi-Fi password. You can look in the sticky notes and see if there's a password in there. You can also look for information in PuTTY, if PuTTY is installed in this server, or WinCP or FileZilla. Sometimes those you can use the session buffer in there, which I'm also adding that into that text file that you can use, and you can try it on your own. Because if I keep going, you can search for passwords almost everywhere. Hello guys, welcome to a new video, and in this video we are going to go over the tools that I like to use whenever I'm going to start with the privilege escalation. And privilege escalation is this is basically local privilege escalation, not domain privilege escalation. Domain privilege escalation we are going to talk about later, but we first need to establish a local privilege escalation before we can do domain privilege escalation. In my opinion, I always like to get local privilege escalation, right? So local privilege escalation, I use 3 tools, which is JAWS, WinPeace, and PowerUp. JAWS it stands for just another enumeration script. And JAWS is basically it's a PowerShell script designed to help the penetration tester to basically quickly identify potential privilege escalation vectors on any Windows system. And it looks at a lot of settings for you, or features. One is the network information, firewall information, the processes that are running, the mapped drives that you could have, potentially interesting files that defines unquoted service paths, recent documents that were created. It checks for the register key of the always install elevated, which is a quick win. Store credentials, install applications that the system has, schedule task, and some other potential vulnerable services as well. And then there's another one which is called WinPeace. WinPeace basically takes a look at the same thing that JAWS does, but JAWS is PowerShell based, and WinPeace is just a bat file, or you can even download the executable. If you go to this GitHub repository, you can go ahead and either download the executable or the bat file. The bat file, as I find it that it works 100% of the time. The executable does not work 100% of the time for some reason. I always get some weird error. Right, it's like a 50-50 chance. And then I have PowerUp, and PowerUp does not take a look at all those features as JAWS and WinPeace. And PowerUp basically just takes a look at the misconfigurations that the system has, right? Like register checks, unquoted path, always install elevated, and some DLL hijacking opportunities as well. So I always like to run PowerUp first, to just take a look at what's going on in the system, what I can do real quick to get a quick win. And if I don't find anything with PowerUp, then I run JAWS. If I don't find anything with JAWS, then I run WinPeace. If I don't find anything with WinPeace, then I just run PowerUp again, then JAWS, and then WinPeace until I get a admin, right? Until I get local admin or something better than what I currently have. And with like I said, I always start with PowerUp, then JAWS, and then WinPeace. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to show you how to run these tools. So let's go ahead and move this over here. So I have my Windows device over here. I'm going to open PowerShell. You can see it is nice and big font. And I am going to go into my C drive. So we are going to change directory. We are going to go to AD, and in here, if I do a dir, you can see that I have PowerUp, and I'm going to provide you guys with a zip files where you can download all the scripts that I'm going to be using in these videos, right? So we have PowerUp. So the first thing that I like to do whenever I start, or I'm going to start, is that I want to bypass the PowerShell execution policy. And the way that you could do that is by doing a PowerShell EP, no, not AP, EP bypass. And I forgot an L. Here we go. My first error. There we go. PowerShell EP bypass. Okay. And then after that, what I want to do is I want to also bypass the AMSI, which stands for anti-malware scan interface. And this anti-malware scan interface protects against the usage of some modern tools like PowerUp, PowerView, JAWS, etc. So you always want to bypass this anti-malware scan interface. And the way that you do that is by going to just copy and paste it, and I'm going to leave it in the description where you can download all the commands that I'm going to be running. There we go. So we will bypass that. After that, what we want to do is we want to do an import module, and I'm going to import PowerUp, if I know how to spell. There we go. So now we can do an invoke all checks, and this invoke all checks, what it's going to do is that it's going to be looking for DLL hijacking opportunities with registry checks on quarter path, and always install elevated. And as you can see, it looks like it has found some good stuff. Permission write add. Okay, modify schedule task. See, it looks like it found some task that we can do. What else do we have in here? Modify path. So as you can see right now, it found something that, you know, that we could take a look and see if we can so you can see that it found some tasks that we are running in here, and we are going to go ahead and take a look at that later on. So it just went and go ahead and took a look at the task, and also went and took a look at some DLL hijacking, and this is everything that it found. So also we have JAWS, and JAWS takes a little bit longer, but the way that you could either run JAWS from either PowerShell, or you can even do it from the command line. I'm going to show you how you can do it from the command line. If for some reason you cannot, it doesn't let you open PowerShell, we are going to just open the command. We are going to go into CD or change directory. We are going to go to the C drive. Let's go ahead and make this. It doesn't let me clear. Okay, cool. So what we are going to do in here is that we are going to run. This is what's going to happen. So we are going to basically open PowerShell. We are going to tell it to do an execution policy bypass, and we are telling it to run this file. And then I want you to, everything that you find when you run JAWS, I want you to save it to this file right here, JAWS enum.txt. Let's see if that works. And there we go. And as you can see right now, it is gathering information. It takes a little bit to gather all the information, but that's how you run JAWS. And here you can see that it's gathering user information, it's gathering processes, services, and scheduled tasks, gathering installed software, gathering file system information. So it's going to do all of that, and it's going to be saved. And if I go to my C drive AD, it is going to be saved. Where is it? Right here, JAWS enum. That's where it's going to be saved. And then the other one is WinPeace. You can either run WinPeace, the batch file over here that we have, the batch file, Windows batch file, or you can run the WinPeace executable. I like to run the WinPeace batch file. Let's see if this is done. This is not done yet. It's still looking for simple privilege escalation method. Okay, or you can just run WinPeace. So let's go ahead and just run WinPeace. You can see looks a little bit cool. By Carlos Pull-up, I think that's how you say that. You know, it looks for basics. It's going to look for basically the same information that JAWS is going to do. So I'm just going to go ahead and pause the video. Okay, so we are back. You can see that JAWS is done enumerating. So let's go ahead and open that file that it was created, and you can see all the information that it gathered. You can see the users. We have the an administrator user, a group administrators, guest is part of the guests. You can see the private IP addresses. You can see all the ARP interfaces, which means that we have communicated with this and this one. So this is really interesting. It found this one, and this is my AD. So it is communicating with AD. 96, I think 96 as my computer's IP address, if I'm not confusing. And then we have some active connections. You can see TCP, UDP, all that cool information. Host file content. You can see what I have in my host files. You can also see the processes that are running, right? CMD, blah blah blah, all that good stuff. What else we have in here? Schedule task. You can see that right here. By taking a look at that test, you can see that it is running as an admin, and it is running some sort of test that we're going to take a look at that later on. So you can see how to abuse that, and you know, a lot of tasks, because by default Windows has a bunch of tasks. Then we have the services. You can see all the services that we have in here, and we are going to take a look at some abuse that we can do with some of these services. Here are some install programs. You can see that we have Python installed in here. You can see the hot fixes that we have installed. You can see what it is in the program folders, what is in the program files, 86. You can see all the things that I have access to modify, and you know, all that good stuff, that we can use. And also we can go ahead and take a look at JAWS and see what JAWS is doing. Not JAWS, we were done with JAWS. Let's see what my other guy is doing. It's still gathering information. So you know, it is going to start spitting out a bunch of information. There you go. And that's just, you know, WinPeace basically takes a look at the same information. You can see the hot fixes. We found that on JAWS. So basically takes a look at the same information as JAWS. So this is it for this video. I will see you in the next one. Hello, we are going to go over Windows version and also, you know, Windows configuration and all that good stuff. So the first command that I start whenever I want to enumerate what version of Windows I'm on, I like to just do the system info, and system info will give you a lot of information. So you could do basically commands to make this a little bit shorter or better to read, or basically what you want to look for, and I will tell you what. So the first one, I will tell you how to do it after we go over this. So the first one that I look at is the Windows year or OS version. You can see that we have Windows 2016. You can see the OS version right here. You have the name, the version, you have the build number. We have what else I'm looking for? I look for not the product ID. There's a VMware. I look for let's see what else we have in here. I look at the hot fixes install. As you can see, we have 3 hot fixes in here. I look at the domain name, and that's basically what I look for. If you just want to have a command to just look at that information that you want to get, then what you want to do is you want to run the following command: system, then we're going to pipe it to find the string for BC OS name C OS version, and that's going to just give you that specific information, and it won't give you all of it at the same time. And here we go, we have the OS name, and we also have the version number and the build number in here. And what can you do with this? Well, what you could do, you can just go to exploit DB, It's a great website to find exploits, and you want to just look for, let's see, Windows 2016 and see what you can find in here. You want to do privilege escalation, so you want to type like priv, and you can see that there is a lot of for Windows 2016 for privilege escalation. Just you can see there's a bunch of them, and most of them are verified. I also like to check this in here and see that it has been verified, that it actually works. So that is a good way to find exploits to do a privilege escalation with one of this. If you click on some of them, they all have an exploit attached to them, and almost all of them will also show you how to find or how to do the exploits. Another source would be just Google. Windows 2016 server privilege escalation exploit. And as you can see in here, we can find a couple of them. I always like to just go to CVE details. That is a good website. And here we show you basically by the OS version and all that, and you can just search let's say 2016, and you can see all the basically exploits that the Windows Server 2016 has. And if you want to look for like a code execution, SQL injection, there's nothing, bypass something, there's a lot of stuff. Privilege escalation, you can see if we go to privilege escalation or gain privilege, you can see that there is 2 for 2019, and you can see the CVE number. So, and the score is really high, so we do not need authentication. And this is an elevation of privilege vulnerability on the Windows APX. This is another one for the Windows APX as well. So the one that I will look at, I will take a look at this one first, which has the higher number, which means that they probably wrote this one and they found probably another one and they wrote a better one over here. So what I would do from here, I take the CVE, I go to Google again, and I just Google the CVE, and then I put GitHub, and GitHub will have like exploits in here. You can see APX exploit, and from here you can just read. There are 2 POCs in here, so you can read on how to do it. A lot of people do add how to do this. You can see that. What do they do? How do they run this? Enable. Okay, let's go ahead and go back. And this is for, look at the versions. This is for Windows 10, so it should work for Windows Server 2016. So here's, what is it that they do? They do the APX exploit.exe. I've never done this one before. Let's see if is there an executable in here somewhere for the Edge, Cortana, but there's a bat, so maybe we can execute a bat. So that's how you find privilege escalation exploit, just by looking at the the OS name and the build number. That you can find a lot just through Google, man. If you Google, and I like to combine exploit DB and CVE details, and from here I can get the CVE, and after I get the CVE, I just search in GitHub. I search Google with GitHub, and you can find a lot of good stuff in here. Another command that I like to do is to see if it is patched or see what are the latest patches, and for that you want to do the WMIC QFE, and from here you can see the latest hot fixes that were applied and when it was applied. And from here, since you can see that this one was applied on 2017, you can see that this exploit will probably work for this Windows, because if you see, it was in 2017 and this one came out in 2019. So this one will probably work. Let's see if there's a better one. This is just gives you all of them. A POC for which one is that we're looking for? We're looking for this one. Let's see. It's just the same as the 20. Yep, 1253. So you will have to. This exploits uses a recently patched. So we don't have this patch. So we could probably, execute this, and we could probably get a privilege escalation through this. So if we have a 2016 server, since I never tried this, I don't want to just break my server right now. You can go ahead and try that and let me know how it goes. So that's how, by just enumerating the Windows version and the build number, and the also that the what we did right here was to get the hot fixes that were applied or any updates that were installed, and we can see the date that the latest one was in 2017. We can guarantee that this exploit that came out in 2019 is going to work. So this is it for this video. Hello, in this video we are going to take a look at two tools that we can use to look for, or to make it a lot easier to look for Windows exploits. One of them is Sherlock and the other one is Watson. Sherlock is basically an old version that I usually use a lot, and the other one is a newer version, which is Watson, and I believe they are both by Rasta Mouse, and I will provide you with a link for both of those. One is a PowerShell script, and the other one is just an executable. So let's go ahead and take a look first at the Sherlock and see what we can find. So let's go ahead and go to CD. So we are going to change directory. We are going to the C. We are going to go into my directory where I have all my basically all my scripts, and we are going to first, let's do a PowerShell, and so we can bypass the execution policy. There you go. And then after that we are going to import the module of Sherlock. I believe that's what it is. I believe it's called Sherlock .ps1 because it is a PowerShell script. And then we are going to invoke all bonds, and I believe it is invoke or find. Is it find or invoke? Let's see if I remember. It's a little bit slow right now because I guess it is still booting up. So is it invoke, or I believe it's find all bonds? There we go. So that is the basically the function that you can run, so you can find all the vulnerabilities for this server. And I'm running, like you guys saw before, I am running a Windows 2016 version, and since I downloaded this straight from Windows, I don't think we are going to find any exploits, any Windows exploits, but you never know, because I believe this whenever you download it from the website, it comes fully patched. So right now it is running, and let me go ahead and bring up that GitHub for Sherlock, since this is going to take a little bit. Hopefully it doesn't take that long. So if you just do, I don't think it's gonna work on here because I don't have internet, I believe. Sherlock, yeah, that's not gonna work. Let's go ahead and let me bring that up for my computer. Sherlock. So let's go over here. So if you look for Sherlock, always look for the PS1, and then you can put like GitHub, at the end, and from there you can find the repository for Sherlock, and it is by Rastamouse. He's really good at Red Team. He's one of the best out there. He has a really good course that I took on Hack the Box. It is really good, and it's also really hard. So here's the Sherlock. You can see all the vulnerabilities, all the exploits that is going to look for, and also it also saying that it is deprecated, so he's not updating it anymore, and he's just telling you to have a look at Watson. And Watson is another tool that he made. Rastamouse. He's really good. He has a lot of good stuff out there, and this is just an executable, and that one looks for all the exploits, and it is a lot better than Sherlock. As you can see, Sherlock's still trying to run. Let's go ahead and show you the Watson, which I have over here. And Watson, it is in here. I have a 64 debug watson.exe. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just copy that, open command prompt, and you want to run this from the command prompt. So let me go ahead and change directory, go in here, and then we can just run Watson from here. And you can see it is enumerating all the install knowledge base that I have in here, the KBs that I have in here, and it's going to see if we can find something that we can exploit. Sherlock is still trying to run, still trying to do something. Can I cancel this? Because it's basically not doing anything. You can see that Watson is still trying to go. And as you can see here, I had to run Sherlock again. I imported the script one more time. Then I ran the find all vulns in here, and it would tell you what it looked for, and if it is the vuln status. Basically, this one is not supported because it's a 60-bit system. It is now vulnerable to the task scheduler. It is not supported because we have a 64 bits. It's 64-bit again. Not vulnerable to trackpad menu. So it will give you a good list in here of what it could be vulnerable to and what it is not vulnerable to. So not really like, don't even look for that because it's not going to work. And if you run Watson will just straight up tell you what you have installed, and if you found something. It did not find anything. So neither of them were not able to find anything, and this is because I downloaded this Windows Server image straight from the Windows page. So it was fully patched, and it didn't find anything. But those are the two tools if you want to see if the server is exploitable, right? If you can find an exploit online that you can use, Watson will definitely tell you. I don't know about Sherlock. It depends how old your server is. If it is like a 2012, it might work better, but Watson will be right on it because it is the latest one and it is up to date. So this is it for this video. Hello guys, welcome to another video. In this video we are going to go over this privilege escalation, which is through the Windows certificate dialog. And basically this Windows certificate dialog, elevation of privilege vulnerability, it came out about 2 years ago, and you can basically do this on any Windows machine. So if you go ahead and take a look at the let's go ahead and exit out of here. If we go to the nvd.nist.gov, this is a government website. You can see the known affected software configurations. You can see that is basically almost for every single one of them: Windows 10, Windows 7, Windows 8, Windows Server 08, Windows Server 2012, Windows Server 2016, and Windows Server 2019, up to Windows 7 2019. So you can quickly escalate your privilege through the Windows certificate dialog. So I'm going to show you how to do that. So you first need to download the tool, and that tool you can download it from a GitHub repository. I'm going to leave you guys with the link, which is this repository over here, and you're going to download this file and save it into the system that you want to where you want to test that, right? And I'm going to show you how to test that. So what you want to do is just basically run as an admin. Then you want to go ahead and show more details. After that, what you want to do is you want to go ahead and press the show information about this publisher certificate. You want to press on verify or VeriSign commercial software publishers CA. Then you want to press OK, no, and that's going to open Windows Explorer. But the funny thing is that if you go ahead and go into exit out of here, you want to go ahead and go into File. You want to go ahead and do Save As, and what you want to do from here is press OK. You want to go ahead and open the CMD, right, the command prompt. And if you know what the CMD is, if you go to Windows, and then after Windows you want to go into System 32, and then from here you can go ahead and System 32. Then you want to go into CMD. Want to go ahead and find it. Let's see. So Windows System 32. It's not in here. So let's go ahead and go back to Windows. Is it in just System and not System 32? No. So where is the CMD located? Well, one way that you can locate it, if you cannot find it, is you go ahead and search it in here. CMD. You want to go ahead and open the file location. Then from here, you want to go ahead and go again and do open the file location. System 32 CMD. So it is in here. So what we could do is just do System 32 again. I know it was in System 32. And you can just go ahead and over here, just go ahead and type cmd.exe. Open that. As you can see, we have a command prompt open, but if you go ahead and do who am I, you can see that you are the system now. And if you do a who am I groups, you can see that this CMD groups, you can see that you are part of the administrators. So now you are basically the administrator through this command prompt. You can see it right here on top left. It says administrator. So that is a quick win. And like I showed you before, you can do this in any system: Windows XP, Windows 7, Windows 8, Windows 10, Windows Server 08, 12, 16, and 19. You can do this privilege escalation if they haven't really been patched. So, and then from here, what you could do is you can do if you want to do something, is that you want to go ahead and do user add, and let's go ahead and add a user. You can name it whatever you want. I'm going to name it Rabakuku, and the password is going to be password123. There we go. So we have added a user, and now after that we want to add that user net local group to the administrators group. Rabakuku add. So we created a user. Can I make this bigger? Properties. Sorry for that, guys. Let's make this font bigger. There we go. So we created a user right here. Then user add. The username is Rabakuku. There's a password for that user. Then what we said is I want to add this username to the administrators group right here. Add. because I have admin rights. So if you want to go ahead and verify that, you can go ahead and just do edit local groups. You can even go and use, since it is a local, you gotta do dot backslash rabba cuckoo and the password 123. Here we go. And that should open it. And you can see right now that we have that user. You go to properties, and this guy is a member of the administrators. So now we have a local account with admin rights just by doing those couple steps through that vulnerability, which is the which they call the Windows certificate dialog, because whenever you open a Windows certificate dialog, it basically opens any tools or anything that it opens. Whenever you click that, it opens it as a has system, and system has admin rights, built-in administrators. This is part of the built-in administrators, and since we are part of the built-in administrators, we are able to create a user and add that group user to the administrators group, as you can see right here. Hello guys, in this video we are going to take a look at schedule task privilege escalation. And you know, on a Windows OS, the task scheduler is basically a tool that allows anybody to create and run virtually any task automatically. And you know, typically a system and certain applications use the scheduler to automate some maintenance tasks, like disk defragmentation, disk cleanup, and you know, to run updates. The updates are run based on the task scheduler, but some people can also create, or anybody can create their own task through the task scheduler. So we are going to take a look at how to manually find something that you know, that somebody's schedule by themselves, and see how we can do a privilege escalation through that. And the first that we're going to take a look is how to find it with JAWS. So we are going to use the JAWS tool, and for JAWS, like we did before, if you guys remember, we open the you can go ahead and open the CMD, and from the CMD, what we did was let me go ahead and get that file that we got. Okay, so from JAWS, what we did is that we, from the CMD, we ran this command over here, and before we can run this command, I actually need to go change the directory. Let me see if I can make this bigger for you guys. Keep forgetting to make this bigger. There we go. So we are going to change directory, and we are going to go to the directory where I have JAWS, and I have that in the C drive in the AD folder. So you can put it whatever you want, but that's where I have JAWS. And what we're going to do, so we're going to change directory into the AD, right? And if you do a dir to take a look at what you have inside, you can see all the tools that I have in here, and the one that I want to run is JAWS enum.ps1, and I already ran it before, and you can see that I have it over here, JAWS enum.txt, but we are going to run it again. Not that. Let me go ahead and copy it. There we go. So what this does is that it's going to open PowerShell, then it's going to do a execution policy bypass. Then I'm going to specify which file I want to run, which is JAWS-enum.ps1. It's a PowerShell script file, and then I want to output file name, which I want to output to JAWS.1. I already have JAWS enum because I ran it, so I'm going to do this as JAWS enum1.txt, and that's going to create another text file. So what it's going to do is going to run JAWS, and everything that JAWS finds, it is now going to output into the command prompt. It is going to save it in this file right here, like we did before, this one right here, but we are going to create a new one so you can see how it goes if you miss my other one. So you can see it is going to run JAWS over here, and it's going to create, if we go and refresh, it's going to create JAWS in that one, but I already ran that, so it is going to come out with the same stuff, and there it is. So JAWS takes a look at the task schedule that we have. So if you go ahead and find it, task, see if we can find schedule task. There we go. So in here you can see all the tasks that have been scheduled. You can also see one that catch my eye is this one right here. The task name, it says Microsoft. It's under the Microsoft folder, Windows, and it's called test, right? You can see all the other ones that are made by basically by Microsoft. You can see how it is running. You can see that this one is running as system is also an administrator, but this one is running as administrator, and you can see what task it's basically running. You can see that it's running. There is a, if you go to the C drive, there's a folder called testing script, and then there's a script batch in here, or a batch file. So what you could do, you can go ahead and go into that file, because you can see that it is in this server. So if you go ahead and go to the C drive, you can see that you have a testing script in here. So what you want to look is take a look at the properties and see what you can find, see if you have access to it. And what you can see in here is that all the users under the student, and a student is the name of the server, right? If you open, let's go ahead and open CMD again. If you do a host name, you can see that the host name is student. That's the name of the server. That's the host name, student. So anybody with an account in this server has access to it, has full access to it, which means that we are going to also have access to the script that they are running, properties. So the script over here, if you go to security, users, you can see that we have full control. So I do have access to this. So if you open the command prompt again, and who am I? I am student 1 under the pen testing domain. So I do have access to this because I am a user in this server. So I do have access, full access to it. Therefore, I can edit this. So as you can see, it is basically adding a reg key, register key. So it is looking at wallpaper, testing background. So what it's doing is, it looks like it is adding a background to this server, and you can see the parameters that are running, but it is running under the current user. So therefore, since it is running as the administrator, it means that it is adding that background to the administrator. And since I have that, since I have the administrator password, I mean, I shouldn't have it. I just want to show you guys what it's actually doing. So I'm going to connect to it. I'm going to connect to this server. Has the administrator. So I'm going to show you what this script is actually doing. You can see over here, you can see the background of it. So what it's doing is that every time we power on the server, we add this background over here. But since we have access to this, we can go ahead and close it, because I just wanted to show you that. And if we go back to this, my background, I don't have any background because this script is only doing it for the user. So, and the user is the administrator user. So therefore, since this script is being run by an administrator, what I could do is I can use this to create a new user. So what I'm going to do is do a net user add, and we are going to add the username is going to be Robert Cuckoo, whatever you want to name it, whatever you want. Password, it's going to be password 123. And then what I want to do, I want to add this net local group administrators, Robert Cuckoo add. So I gotta spell this correctly, otherwise we won't have admin access. So we are going to go ahead and comment this so it doesn't really run it. But we can even keep this, it doesn't really matter, but I just want to comment this out real quick and then we can edit it again. So what we're going to do is we comment this out, so this is not going to happen again. So what is going to happen is that whenever that let's go and go back, whenever this schedule task gets run, what it's going to do is it is going to execute this file, which I have full access to it, which means that I can execute it, and it's going to execute it as the administrator. And since the administrator has access to add users, create a new user, and add users to the administrators group, local group, I'm going to gain access to the system as an administrator, right? So therefore we are going to save that, Control S to save it, close it. So now I know you are probably wondering how we are going to get this administrator to run this task. So what we could do is every time you reboot the system, we can the task is going to be run because we don't have access to actually run that task. So because if you go to the task scheduler, if you open the task scheduler, let me go ahead and add my password in here. So if we open the task scheduler, you can see that under these task scheduler library, you can see that it is under Microsoft, and then under Windows, you can see over here that we do not have that that task called test because it is only under the administrator user. It's not under my user, so I cannot start or run that task. So what I'm gonna need to do is that I'm gonna need to reboot this server, which I do have access. I do not have access to do so. Let me see if I can do a shutdown. Force it. Actually, what I should have done was do a shutdown R. So I'm going to add that to the documentation so you guys can do it. CMD shutdown. The way that you shut it down is doing a shutdown F and then R, or R and then F, because we want to actually reboot the system. We don't want to shut it down completely. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to start that server once again. So give me a couple seconds in here. And this is my ESXi where I'm running my entire lab. And if we go into the student one, we can, so it's probably did a reboot already. Let's go ahead and just power it off. This is the machine that I'm using, and then we are going to power it back on, and then I'm going to connect to it. So we have now rebooted the system. I'm back in there with my account, and let's see if we were able to execute that task. And remember, what we did was let's go ahead and go into, we have to open the groups to see if we can find that. Let's go ahead and go to control manager. Probably from there won't work. Let's go ahead and go to groups, edit local groups. Let's go ahead and enter my password. So if you go to users, you can see that the user that we created, Rabakuku, is in there. And if you go to properties, member of, you can see that it's a member of the administrators and also users. So therefore, I am going to be able to run anything as an admin, as a local admin on this machine. It's not a domain admin, it's a local admin just for this machine. So if you run this as an administrator, we can go ahead and do more choices. When as a different user, we need to do a dot backslash because it is local, it's not part of the domain, Rabbi Cuckoo, and then the password that we gave it, which is password 123, right? And voila. You can also run CMD. Let's go ahead and search CMD as an admin. It's a local admin because we created that account, right? And it is a local admin, not a domain admin. Rabbi Cuckoo, password 123. There we go. Administrator, as you can see right there. So what happened was, close all tabs. Let's go ahead and take a look. Since, like I show you guys, we found a task that was being scheduled, and it was running a script, this batch script in here. And since we had, if we go to properties, you can see that we had all the users in this machine have full access to it. And since this script was running as an administrator, every time the system was rebooted, what we did was we added this in here, which was to create a user named Rabbi Cuckoo, and then we added to the administrator's local group. So now we have local admin rights in this machine. So now after that, what you could do is to cover your tracks, you can go ahead and delete that, and just put it back how it was. Boom, there you go. So that's how you are able to take advantage of the tasks that are the scheduled tasks that are running any any program or any script that they're running. One other thing that you could do is that if it was running something else, let's see that it was running, let's go in here. Let's say that it was running testing script. Let's say that it was running, instead of a batch script, let's say that it was running like an executable every time it was rebooted. And if you had full access, right, you can delete, remove, whatever you want. What you could do is you could delete that executable, right? You can go ahead and delete it and then create an executable that will give you admin rights. And you could do that by doing the MSF Venom, and you can create an executable that would basically add a user to the administrator group, which we're going to do later. I'm going to show you how to do that on a later video, and it's going to be for the unquoted path that we're going to be doing it, and it's basically the same, but I'm going to create another video. I'm going to show you how we can get those admin rights through MSF Venom, and adding that executable in here, and you're going to see that we are going to be able to get local admin rights. So I will see you on the next video. Hello guys, welcome to a new video. And in this video we are going to go another local privilege escalation, and we are going to go over unquoted service path. And what basically is unquoted service path? Well, this is when a service is created and whose executable path contains spaces. So like you can see over here, the path to the executable, right, to the service that gets executed contains spaces. You see those subfolders have spaces, and is not enclosed in within quotes. That's when it becomes an unquoted service path, and it could lead a user to gain system privilege in a in any Windows server or Windows. It could even be Windows 7, Windows 10, any Windows OS, basically. And as you can see over here, this is how it basically happens, because whenever it is unquoted, whenever it doesn't have quotes, whenever they make it to not have quotes and it have spaces in those subfolders, what happened is that the Windows system basically, in order to get to that some executable.exe, it tries to find it by, first it goes into the program folder, but it tries to run that as an executable, looking for an executable, and then it goes into that folder, and then it goes into the other subfolder, and it tries to run a executable for a executable, right? Because it has a space, but it doesn't do the subfolder part. It only does the first part, and then it moves to the other one. It tries to run an executable, and then it goes into the folder, and then it goes to the other one, and it tries to run an executable. So that's how it basically works. So the way to basically exploit this is that if you have access to any of these, let's say that if you have access to a subfolder, what you can do in there, you can create an executable via Parrot OS or Kali Linux to send you a reverse shell, and you can cache that reverse shell, which is what we're going to do, and we are going to be able to become whatever. If the service is running under the administrator, we are going to become the administrator. If it is running under a local system, then we are going to become local system, which has more privilege than just a regular user. And you guys are going to see that on another video. So that's what we are going to be doing. If you want to read more about unquoted path, you can go to this link. I'm also going to add it to this video description. So what I want to do first, I'm going to show you how we can find this, and how I'm going to show you how it works, and I'm going to perform that for you guys. So let's go ahead and exit out of here, and let's go into my Windows device. This is my Windows device, and what we are going to be doing is that we are going to run from the CMD, from the command prompt. We are going to go into CD. We are going to go into my folder AD, which is where I have all the tools, and I'm going to leave a link for this tool that we are going to be using. The first tool that you guys have seen before that we are going to be using is JAWS. So if you go dir in here, you can see that I have JAWS -enum.ps1. That's the one that we're going to use. So I cannot clear. Okay. So what we are going to be executing is going to be this command. Hopefully you guys can see it in here. So PowerShell, we want to bypass the execution policy. We are given an execution policy bypass, and then we are going to provide which file we want to execute with PowerShell, and which one we are going to bypass that execution policy, which is just .enum. And then we are going to say that everything that runs under jaws.enum, I want it to save it in this file in here. But I already ran this, so I'm just going to name this like jaws -enum.txt, and that's going to run JAWS for us. And what we're going to do, since I already ran it, I'm going to go ahead and open the file because it takes a little bit, and I don't want to make you guys wait. Here it is, and here we are going to run find it, and we want to find unquoted path. Here it is, and as you can see, unquoted service path, and you can see that it found the Avis web server, and here's the unquoted service path. As you can see, it has this one over here, and it also has this one over here. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, and what we're going to do, I'm going to show you what we are going to be doing. Let's go ahead and open Notepad. So the way that this is going to work is that it first, like you guys saw before, first it is going to try to run the program executable in here, right? And if it doesn't find anything, then it is going to go into the Avis in here folder, right? We don't need all that, sorry for that. There we go. And it's going to try to run an executable in here, right? And then it's going to move on to this one over here. Avis web, and then it's going to try to run a executable here. Or actually, it is not, because that's where it lands. So it is just going to go straight into the folder. So the way that we can exploit this is that if we have access, write access to the program folder, we can go ahead and create a basically an executable that can send a reverse shell to us, and we can place it in here if we have write access. If we don't, we can try it in this folder in here, and we can try to drop the avis.exe executable in here if we have read and write access to that. If not, if we have read and write access to that one, then what we can do is we can create an executable, name it this, and then we can stop and then start the servers. So that is another basically requirements is either that you need to have access to any of this path to read to write, and you also need to be able to stop or start the servers. If you don't have access to stop and start the service, what you could do is you can just go ahead and reboot the server, and when the server reboots and comes back online, it's going to start that by default, and then you're going to be able to run that executable. Okay, so what I'm going to be doing first, let's go ahead and check to make sure that we have access to start and stop it. And as you can see in here, we do have access to stop and start that service. And if you want to see that it is indeed unquoted, you can see over here the path doesn't have quotes in between. It needs to have quotes in between in here, so we can get rid of that unquoted path vulnerability. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at this one. This one does not have one either, because it doesn't have a folder which has spaces in between. Trying to see if I can find one. I don't think I'm going to find one. Let's see this one, last one. That's okay. So this one either. Okay, so as you can see on those, there's no spaces in between. Like in this one has a space in between, and this one has a space in between, and this one has a space in between, and that's why you need to have quotes, one at the end and one at the beginning. Okay, so let's go ahead and first we are going to create an executable, and we are going to call it avis.exe, and we are going to drop it in here. And let's also verify that we do have access to any of those folders. So let's go ahead and go to this PC, C drive, program files. Let's see if we have access to the program files. I don't think we do. Security, the admin, this any users in this computer only have access to read and execute. We don't have access to write. Let's go ahead and see in this one, see if we have access. The system has full access, the admin has full access, and look at that, any user in this computer or in this server has full access to it. So we are going to be able to drop an executable in here, and we can get a reverse shell through PowerCat, which we're going to use in PowerCat. But first, let's go ahead and run that Kali Linux reverse shell, and we are going to convert that into an executable. So here, let's go ahead and open a new window. What I want to do is I want to go into the desktop, make that bigger for you guys. There we go. So in here, I'm in the desktop. I want to make just a directory to make this look cool, organized. And you can see in here we don't have anything. So what we're going to be using is we are going to use MS Venom to create a reverse shell, and the reverse shell is going to be to my Windows server itself. So I need to gather that IP config. So the IP address is going to be 192.168.1.55. So let's go ahead and copy it. Go ahead and go back to Kali Linux. You can use Kali Linux. To Parrot OS, you can use Parrot OS or Kali Linux or whatever machine that has a MS Venom installed in it. So let's go to do MS Venom, and over here we're going to say that we want to do a Windows x64 because it's a 64-bit server that I'm using, shell reverse TCP, and the local host to where I want to send this is going to be my IP address of the server itself. There we go, 192.168.1.155. The local port, whatever port you want, I want to just do 1234, and then we are going to save it as an executable. So I want it to be an executable, and we are going to save this into abis.exe. And what that's going to do is going to create that executable file, and it's going to say that I want to send a reverse shell to this IP address in this port. So we are going to be listening with PowerCat, which is going to catch our reverse shell on port 134, and I'm going to show you that. So now if you go to ls, you can see that we have that executable. So now we need to have a way to basically download this executable. The way that you can do that, you can run a simple Python website, simple HTTP server, and here it is. It is listening on port 8000. So now I need to know what is my IP config, and I'm IF config. There we go. Here's my IP. Right. So I need to go into this simple server port 8000, and I want to get this file over here. So since I am on the same network as my Kali Linux, I can go ahead and start Internet Explorer, and I want to go to this IP 8000 abis executable. There we go, .exe, and you can see in here it is downloading, and we are going to just save it as, we are going to save it in my desktop. Boom, done. Here it is, saved. So now if you go back to Kali Linux, you can see that somebody did a get from this IP address 192.168.1.55. So great, we were able to download it, and here it is. So now we want to drop that executable in here, because that's what we have write access to. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to Control C, copy it, and I'm going to paste it in here because I have access to read and write access. I have full access to this folder. So now what's going to happen is whenever I stop the service, what it's going to do is it is going to find look for program.exe. If it doesn't find any program.exe, it's going to go to abis.exe, and it's going to hit that abis.exe, and that abis.exe is going to execute this executable that I put in here, and it's going to send me a reverse shell that I'm going to catch with PowerCat. And PowerCat is basically a powerful, PowerShell function which lets you catch reverse shell. That's what it basically does. It's like NC or netcat. That's what it does. So first, I'm going to go into AD directory. You can see it that I have it in here, PowerCat. So what I want to do, I want to import module PowerCat. There we go. So now I want to start a listener. The way that you do that is PowerCat -L, which is we are going to start a listener, and the P, -P, is going to be the port 1234, because remember we gave it a port of 1234, and it's going to send it to this IP address, which is the same IP address as my server, as this server. Okay, and I want to do a verbose. There we go. So we are going to listen in here. We are going to open the service. And we are going to stop it, or start, because it is not running right now. So we are going to start that service, and there we go. We just got a reverse shell. As you can see here, if you say host name student, but who am I? I am the anti-authority system, which means that we have full access to the system. If you do a who am I groups, you can see that this guy is part of the built-in administrators. So since he's part of the built-in administrator, what I could do right now is either I can create a new user or I can add my current user from here. If I do who am I can add student 1 to the local administrators in here. So how do I do that? You can do a net local group. And before I do that, I want to show you guys that I'm not part of the who am I groups, that I'm not part of the built-in administrators. So you can see that I'm part of the built-in users, remote desktop users, interactive authenticator users, and RDP group, and all that. So what's going to happen is when I do a net local group administrators, and I'm going to say that add a student 1, it is going to add student 1 to the built-in administrator. So now if I do a who am I groups, let's see, built-in, did it not work? Group interactive built-in users. Let's run it again. Did it not do it? Administrators. It was completed. So let's go ahead and go into the groups. Enter my password. And there we go, student 1, as you can see. So now I am a admin, and we can test that by, let's go ahead and close this command prompt, do a CMD, and I want to run this as an administrator. And I'm going to use student 1, right? Student 1, password 123. And there we go. I was able to gain local privilege on this server. So now I am an admin, and I can do whatever I want to this server. So that's how you do a uncoded path vulnerability, which we use the Avis for this one. So thank you guys for watching. Hello guys, in this video we are going to continue with the local privilege escalation, but this one is going to be, I believe, the last video for the local privilege escalation, because if I keep going I can come out with like 40 videos on privilege escalation. So it is a lot that you can do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you what I do after I get privilege escalation and what other tools, and also I'm going to provide you with other tools and basically with a cheat sheet of what to look for in privilege escalation, because it is a lot that you could do. And for this privilege escalation, we are going to be using the print spoofer, and this print spoofer is a relatively new way to spoof or get system from SE impersonate. And if you guys don't know what SE impersonate, it's basically privilege that lets you impersonate a user. And in this case, we are going to try to impersonate the system. And the way that you can see if you have this SE impersonate is by you can either run JAWS, which I already ran, and I'm going to show you what we found. You can run JAWS, you can run WinPeace, you can run Power Up, and you are going to be able to find it if you have it. And also manually, another way that you can find it, here's JAWS, I already ran JAWS, is that if you do who am I, let's go ahead and do it from here, who am I priv, you can see that privilege that you have. So as you can see over here, we have the SE impersonate privilege, and it is enabled. So as soon as you see this SE impersonate, and you can see that you're able to impersonate a client after authentication, as soon as you get that, you are going to be able to use either the juice potato or juicy potato exploit, the rogue win RM, the sweet potato, or even the raw potato. But in this case, I'm going to show you a relatively new privilege escalation, which is the print spoofer. And like I said, the way that this happened is that since you have the SE impersonate, you are going to be able to request a token to impersonate somebody. You're not able to create a token, but you are going to request a token, and that's going to let you do a NTLM authentication against this Windows device, which is then is going to be executed as system. And like I said, you can use Juicy Potato, Rock Win RM, I think it is, Sweet Potato, and Print Spoofer, and also Juicy Potato. But the one that I want to do is the Print Spoofer, which is relatively new and it's really easy to do. So all you have to do is you want to go ahead and download it. Now you can download it from here, Print Spoofer, the executable, either a 32-bit or 64-bit. I already have mine in the AD folder, and you can see it in here, Print Spoofer. You can see that I also have ROG WinRM, but we're not going to be doing that. You can do that yourself if you want to try it. We are going to be using Print Spoofer because it is a lot easier than anything else. It is a lot easier than ROG WinRM, Juicy Potato, Rock Potato, Sweet Potato, all the potatoes. So we are going to be using just Print Spoofer. So for Print Spoofer, what you need to do is first you need to go to the directory where Print Spoofer is. Since my Print Spoofer is in here, that's where I am in the AD folder. Also, let's go ahead and open the JAWS enumeration and see what if we found the SE impersonate. It did not find the SE impersonate. That's kind of weird. So if JAWS doesn't find it, or if you can also run power up, or you can run what else can you run? You can run power up or WinPeace. In other case, because whenever I run something and I cannot find anything, I always run WinPeace or power up and see if the other tools can come up with something. But in this case, it looks like JAWS did not catch, for some reason, it did not catch that the SE impersonate is enabled. So I'm going to show you how easy it is to get system. Because if you have this enabled in your as a user, and my user is, I'm going to show you right now, who am I? Student. Who am I? Groups. You can see that I'm not an admin or anything like that. You can see here I'm not an admin or anything like that. I'm just a regular user, right? So what we're going to be doing is we are going to run the print spoofer. So print spoofer .exe, and we are going to do a D1 and then -C cmd, and there you go, voila. So it opened a CMD, and you can see that it opened as an administrator. It was able to request a token and authenticate with that token as NT authority system. And who is NT authority system? It is part of the built-in administrator, which is really crazy if you think about it. So what we could do I'm sorry, after we do this, we can just like we did before, let's see that I'm still not part of the built-in administrators. You can go to edit local or go to the users. So you can see right here, you can see the groups administrators. You can see that I'm not part of the administrator. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add myself to the administrators group. So the way they do that, net local group and administrators, and I want to add student 1, add, complete it. Let's see if I am now part of that, since I guess I closed it. 1, 2, 3, there we go, groups, administrators, and there I am, and now I am a administrator. So I own this this Windows device. I am the admin now. I can do whatever I want to it. So that's how basically you do it. And then after that, since now I am admin, what I do after I get local admin, what I like to do is I like to disable the firewall. I also like to, so I disable the firewalls, and disable the real-time monitoring, and also disable the antivirus. So since I am now an admin, what I could do is I can just go ahead and close that because I don't need it. I can close this because I don't need it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to run PowerShell as an admin. And since I am now an admin, there we go. Where am I? Groups. It should show in here that I'm part of the administrators. There we go. Built-in administrators. Great. So we can go ahead and clear. So the first thing that I like to do is that I want to go ahead and disable real-time monitoring, so I can run all my tools without getting any hits. And then I like to disable the antivirus. And the other one that I like to do is to disable the firewall. And there we go. And since I am an admin, I can do all of that. And if you want to verify that, you can just go to the firewall. And the firewall, you can see that it's off. Windows firewall is off. Windows firewall is off. The antivirus or Windows Defender, you can see that I was also able to turn it off because I am now an admin. And now I'm going to be able to run any tool I want without getting any hints, getting blocked, or or a flag or anything like that. Because if you get flagged and that's send an email to whoever is monitoring the system, then they're going to know that this system was compromised, and they are just going to shut it off and take it off Active Directory. And you don't want that. You want to be as hidden as possible, and that's why I always do that. I disable the firewalls, so whenever we gain access to like another server, what I like to do first is try to get local admin access, and then I disable the firewall, and then from there I try to jump to another one until I'm able to compromise every single one of those servers. Okay, so that is great. And let's see what else I have. I think this is it. So in the video description or in the notes, I'm going to be adding all these notes, so you can do it yourself. All the steps that I did, you can go ahead and do it yourself, and just even if you want copy and paste, you can do that. And this is it for this video. Welcome. In this video, we are going to do a zero logon attack. And this zero logon attack was discovered last year in 2020, September 2020. And it's basically an authentication bypass vulnerability in the net logon remote protocol, or the MSNRPC. And what basically do, since it is a authentication bypass, therefore we are going to be able to change the domain controller password. And if you know that domain controller password, we are going to be able to do a DC sync, which basically we are going to use the domain controller password and get any hash from that, and do also a passive hash attack. Because if you can get the the hash of any user, we can do a passive hash attack. And you can also do a golden ticket attack because we can get the KRBTGT password. So let's go ahead and do that. We are going to be running Mimikatz, and we are going to be running the Mimikatz executable. So let's go ahead and go to the CD, because the PowerShell module does not have the zero logon yet. And that's why we're going to be using the executable. And I believe I have it in here. There it is. So the first thing that we need to do is to verify that we do have that our domain controller is vulnerable. So the one that I'm going to be targeting, we are doing the ls dump zero logon attack, and the target is my domain controller. And please be careful, do not do this in a production environment, because this could break your domain controller. And the account that I want to go for is with the DC. Let's see what we find. And oh, that's because I did not run Mimikatz, though Okay, so now from here we can use this command, and you can see it's going to try to see if it is vulnerable. And we got authentication. Okay, so it is vulnerable. The domain controller pentesting.local, right? So what we're going to be doing is we are going to go ahead and exploit it, and the one that you need to do is just add exploit at the end. So the same command, just use exploit, and you can see authentication. Okay, it is vulnerable. Set password. Okay, maybe unstable. Okay, so we just set the password. And what was the password set to? This password was set to all zeros, meaning that it was set to nothing. So we just basically null the password. We deleted that password. So there is now no password on the domain controller. So therefore, we can do a DC sync attack, and that the way that you do that is by running this command over here. Let's say dump DC sync, the DC that you want to target, my domain controller, the one that we just changed the password to nothing. Authorization user, the DC. Authorization domain. We can just leave that to. You can change that to. Let's leave it at exploit.local, and then the authentication password is basically nothing. As you can see, just two quotes, basically meaning that there is no password because we changed the hash of that domain controller to all zeros. Then it's going to be authentication. We are going to be using NTLM, but we are not going to use any password, no hash, because it was all set to 0, which means that we knew the password. And the user that you want to get, I actually want to get the, well, we can get the KRBTG, and you can see that we can get the KRBTG NTLM hash, which is really, really bad, because from here we can do golden ticket, silver ticket, we can do a lot with this. So another one that I want to do is that I basically want to, let's see, let's get the user, let's see if we can find a domain admin user. So we are going to run PowerShell again, and we are going to invoke PowerView, or best friend PowerView. There we go. And we are going to get the get domain group, same account name, domain admins, see who's in the domain admins group, member. We can see that's Heath Adams. So let's go ahead after Heath Adams. So the one that I want to get is H Adams. And there we go. We got the Heath Adams NTLM hash. Therefore, I'm going to be able to do a passive hash attack. So let's go ahead and do that. We can do that from, we can invoke Mimikatz from here. Let's go ahead and import that, clear that out, and then we can do a passive hash attack with this command over here. But the one that I want to run it for is Heath Adams, now student 5. The domain is pentesting.local, and the NTLM hash is going to be the hash that we just got. And go ahead and run it, and that's going to open another PowerShell command line, and from there we should have the Heath Adams token in it. Awesome. Let's see if we can do invoke command, and let's go set computer, the active direct, let's see AD, and we want to do a script block, and let's go ahead and do who am I. So invoke command to AD and see if it returns with Heath Adams, and there we go, Heath Adams. So if you do a host name, so you can see that we are in the AD host name. There we go, AD. If you want to do who am I groups, now you can see that you are the building administrator, and this person is the Heath Adams is in the pen testing domain admins group. So that's what the 0 logo is, It is a really bad vulnerability that a lot of people, a lot of companies have not patched these vulnerabilities. Hello guys, thank you for watching and welcome to a new section. In this section we are going to go over Evo WinRM. And what is Evo WinRM? Evo WinRM is a really nice tool. They call it the ultimate shell for hacking and pen testing. And the way that Evo WinRM works is that it connects via the Windows remote management, and when it connects through the Windows remote management, that will give you a nice PowerShell remote protocol, because that's what it uses now. It uses the PSRP, or the PowerShell remoting protocol. So whenever we connect to Evo WinRM, if you have the credentials to be able to do that, and also if the WinRM port is open, we are going to be able to do a lot of stuff like MC bypass. We can do the pass the hash support. We can do some Kerberos authentication support. We can do some command history as well, which is kind of good. You can do some load the DLL. We can load in memory the C#, and it's really nice that it does the load in memory, because you don't want to load anything into the disk, anything that is malicious that you have into the disk, because it is going to be a lot easier for Windows Defender to see it, because if it's in the disk, the Windows Defender is going to be able to block that from you from executing, or just by by scanning that, it's going to be able to block it. So it is really nice that we can load it from memory. We can load from memory PowerShell scripts, DLL, and some also C# assemblies. And it does bypass some AVs, like I just said, like Windows Defender. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. And there are some requirements. Just go ahead and read that. And the way that you want to install that is by doing a gem install Evo WinRM. I already did that. If you haven't done that, just go ahead and do that. And that one also automatically install all the dependencies, so you don't need to install anything else after you run that command. And I already did that, like I said before, so I'm not going to be running that. So let's go ahead and take a look at the basics commands that we can do. Evo WinRM, and I like Evo WinRM whenever I want to have a persistent shell, because this is what it gives you. It gives you a persistent shell. With crack map exec, it doesn't give you a persistent shell. It basically just sends commands and executes those commands, and then you get them back. With Evo WinRM, you're going to be able to have a persistent shell, and it's going to give you the response right away, right? So you don't need to wait for crack map exec to execute everything. So here are the basics command. You can see it supports SSL, public and private key. You can add the domain if you want to. There are some scripts that you can add. We are going to be looking at that later. Also this one later. The IP is I, capital U for the URL for remote URL endpoint. The U for user, the P for password. And if you have a hash, and if you don't have a clear text password, you can always just pass a hash, which is really nice to know, or really nice to have. And if the port for WinRM is a different port rather than 5985, you can always just do a capital P, and you can pass that port, which is really awesome to have as well. So how do we connect? Well, the way that you connect to that is by just running Evo WinRM, capital U or lowercase u, and then you want to have the one that you have, the user that you have, the lowercase p for password 123, and then I for the server that you're going to connect to, and just press enter, and that will give you a nice shell, as you can see in here. So if we do a who am I, and this one, like I said before, is a PowerShell, which is really nice. It's better than CMD, a lot better than CMD. So you can see over here, if we do a who am I groups, and you can see that, like I said before, this is a persistent shell. which is better than crackmap exec, where it just sends that that command that you want to execute, and then it gives it back to you. So it takes a little bit, and some people do not like that, like me. You can do ipconfig all. So it is a, you know, a stable, it is a really stable basically shell that you have over here, with you know, with a lot more stuff. Like if you go to the menu, from the menu you can do a bypass MC. So if you're going to import like a PowerShell script, where we're going to be doing later, you want to do a bypass MC. And when you bypass MC, you know, you're going to be able to execute those malicious scripts or malicious code that you have. You have the DLL loader as well. We're going to take a look at that, where we are going to use sharp exploit. You can also invoke binary. If we have a binary that you want to execute, you can also do that. So this is it for EvoWinRM. It doesn't have a lot of tools, but it lets you add tools to make it more, and you know, to make it better, right? It doesn't have like all the tools that crackmap exec has, but you can add your own tools to it and make it better than CME. So thank you guys for watching. Hey guys, in this video we are going to go over the upload and the download functionality that EvoWinRM has. And to start, let's go ahead and connect to EvoWinRM. You don't need to specify the S. Let's go ahead and connect to that 55 with student 1, password 123. So from over here, if you do a dir, there's nothing in here. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and create a document. We are going to call it testing.txt. We are going to say test1, and we are going to save it. So pwd, so I can get that path, that entire path that we need. So the first one that I want to show you is the uploads. You are able to upload to EvoWinRM. So if you do upload, and then you specify that you want to upload this testing document over here, right, which we put in here. If we do cat testing, you can see that we just put in there test1, right? So we are going to upload that, and then you need to specify where you want to upload it. So I want to upload it to the same directory where we are right now, and we're also going to be calling it testing.txt. There we go. It was successful. So now if we do a dir to see what we have in there, you can see that we have text in. Before, when we did that, there was nothing. So if you do a type testing that txt, you can see that what we have in here is testing, test.1, right? The same thing that we put in there. So that's the way that you basically do that. Now if we go, let's see, can you see the dir, what do you have in here? What do you have in downloads? Actually cd downloads, rather, dir. So there's basically nothing in here. That's fine. Let's go ahead and go cd and go back, and then cd and go to documents. Okay, in here we just have the testing. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm just going to go ahead and remove testing.txt. So if we do a cat testing.txt, you can see that it's not in there anymore. So what we're going to be doing it is that we're going to download that. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and do download testing.txt. It does not work, so you need to put the entire path of what you want to download. So I want to download this testing.txt, and I want to save it in the same directory where it was when I deleted it. And testing.txt. And it is downloaded. There we go, successfully downloaded. So now if we do an ls, you can see it that it is in there now. If you do a cat testing.txt, you can see in there. So this is a really nice way to have that functionality with WinRM, because if you go ahead and basically copy the SAM and the security where the credentials are stored by Windows, if you're able to do that, if you go ahead and move it offline, what you could do with that, you can just go ahead and put those two files together with, I believe, it's SAM to dump, and then after that, you can also just go ahead and try to crack that offline. So it is a really nice way. And also, if you want to like upload a binary and upload like a PowerShell script, you can just do it straight through Evo WinRM. It's an easy and nice way to do it. So thank you guys for watching. Hi, in this video we are going to go over how to import PowerShell scripts using Evo WinRM, and then I'm also going to show you how to use those PowerShell scripts. And I'm going to show you how to do it two different ways. One is via just downloading and adding it in memory, and another way is just adding it through Evo WinRM. So the one that we're going to be looking at is PowerView, and the other one is PowerUp. And PowerView is just a domain enumeration script that you can use. It's a really nice enumeration script that you can use. And the other one is a privilege escalation tool, which is PowerUp PS1. And let's go ahead, and they don't really have anything in here. I mean, this one just tells you that PowerUp aims to be, clearing house of common Windows privilege escalation vectors that rely on misconfigurations. So it is a really good privilege escalation tool. And the other one is called PowerView, and PowerView just a enumeration script. You can just get domain users, get computer users, get the SBN users. You can do a lot. You can get the ACLs as well. So what we're going to be doing is, like I said, I'm going to show you how to add those. We are going to connect to from here, from this window, we are going to connect to Evo WinRM. And after we connect to Evo WinRM, what we're going to be doing is we are going to go to menu, and we want to bypass MC, because if you don't bypass MC, if you don't do a bypass MC, it is going to stop, right? Windows Defender has gotten really a little bit better through the time, but it's not the best at stopping stuff. But if you don't do this, it will stop PowerView and PowerUp from running. So the first way that I'm going to show you is just by downloading the script. So what we're going to be doing is we are going to first start a Python HTTP server, and this HTTP server needs to be in the same location where your PowerShell script is. In my machine is in this tools directory. We can do an NLS right here, and you can see it in here. We have PowerView. I have it both times, and then I also have PowerUp. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be downloading that and importing that into memory. So how do you do that? The way that you do that is by running this command over here, and that's going to download it and add it into this PowerShell session. And you can see that I have the PowerView over here. So let's go ahead and execute that. Awesome. Then if you go to menu, now it should show you all the commands that you can run. You can see there's a lot of commands like get domain computer, get domain group, get domain group member, get domain object, get domain object ACL. So get the SBN ticket, get domain subnets, get domain trust, get domain forwarders. So there's a lot of good stuff that you can do through Evo WinRM by adding this, right? So now that we added that, let's go ahead and also add the PowerUp. So all we have to do is just specify the name over here, just change the name, and then we go to menu, and you're going to see everything that we can use. And now as you can see over here, we have both in here. So the one that I'm interested is in the invoke all checks. So if you go ahead and copy that command or that function and paste it in here, that's going to be run. It's going to invoke the invoke all checks will invoke all the, basically it's going to invoke all the functions that power up has. As you can see, it didn't really find anything, which is fine. If you don't find anything with power up, you can just do some minor local enumeration, and I'm sure that you should be able to do some privilege escalation from there. So with that being said, I'll show you how to do it this way by just downloading and executing it. And if you go to the HTTP server that we were running, you can see that we indeed downloaded PowerView and also downloaded Power Up as well. But there is another way to do it, and I believe it is the better way, which is by just specifying it in here, the locations where your scripts are. If you do a pwd, here's the location. So if we do a -s over here and you just add that path over here where all your scripts are, you don't really have to download it because EvoWinRM will upload it for you. So now if you do, let's say power up, the PS1, see if that works. I forgot to bypass the MC. Let's just go ahead and do bypass. Let's do menu. Oh, I guess it didn't really matter. So you can see everything in here for power up. Let's go ahead and import PowerView now. PowerView.ps1. So this one is also just going to import, because remember I specify where all my scripts are, which is in the home user documents AD tools directory, and this one should also import. So now if we do menu, you can see that we now have those domain enumeration and local enumeration. So awesome. That's the two ways that you are able to add PowerShell scripts to EvoWinRM. You can also add like the invoke mimikatz.ps1, and you can do some dump with that script. But you got to keep in mind that for you to be able to use mimikatz, you need to have you need to have local privilege escalation on that machine, or not local privilege escalation. You need to have local admin on that machine. If you don't have local admin, you won't be able to run those. You won't be able to dump anything with mimikatz. Hello guys, in this video we are going to go over sharp exploit and how to add and execute and work with sharp exploit using EvoWinRM. And sharp exploit is a .NET post exploitation library written in C# that aims to highlight the attack surface of the .NET, and and make the use of offensive .NET easier for red teamers. So sharp views are really nice tool that you can use. So let's go ahead and see how we can import that into EvoWinRM. So let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit, and we are going to connect to the .55. And what we need to do from here is that we need to go ahead and start a HTTP server. And like always, I like to use the Python 3 server because it is a lot easy. It's really easy to have a HTTP server up and running. All you have to do is Python 3, and you specify the module that you want to run and HTTP server, and usually runs on port 8000. If you want to run it on port 80, you have to run it as a root user, and you want to be running this HTTP server in the same location where the tool that you want to download is. And in my case, in the downloads AD tools folder. So if we zoom in over here, if we do an ls, the one that we're going to import is the sharp exploit.dll. So let's go ahead and do menu, and like always, go ahead and go bypass the MC. That was kind of quick. So after that, what you want to do is you want to run the DLL loader, and we want to specify that we want to connect to my server via HTTP. You can also do it via SMB if you wanted to. Where is it? If you do HTTP and then you specify the path, and then for the path will be my HTTP server, which is my IP is HTTP 192.168.1.233. Specify the port where we are listening to, and then you want to specify the folder or the file that you want to import with it, which is sharp exploits.dll. And there we go, it is reading the DLL. It takes a couple seconds. I think it's like 5 seconds. So let's go ahead and wait for that. And as you can see over here, we have an error, and this is because I connected to the wrong server. It is 223. That's my correct IP. It is not 233. It is 223. So now, as you can see it, now it is loading the DLL and reading it by HTTP. Like I said, it doesn't really take long for it to read. It depends on how heavy that DLL file is. So let's go ahead and just give it a couple more seconds, and there we go. After that, you want to go to menu and see that you don't see anything, but if you do sharp exploit, and if you do tap a couple times, you can see that you have 618 possibilities. You can just go ahead and say yes. And from over here, you can see all the possibilities that you have. If we go, there's a lot of them in here. And if you go all the way to the top, you can see everything that you can run through here, all the attacks, all the enumeration. Like you could do a Mimikatz credential dumping if you have local admin access. With this session that we have, you can run all these Mimikatz. You can do SAM dump, you can do LSA cache, you can do any of this. But we're not really interested in doing any of those dumps. So what we want to, if you want to do some get net local group members, this will give you the group members that you have in there. But else get net local groups. We'll also run in here, and that will give you all the local groups that are on that server. And if you want to see if anybody is currently logged on, this would display it to you. But since we don't have anybody that's logged on to that server via RDP, we don't see anything in here. For the net sessions, you can see that student 1 has a session, and that's because I use Evo WinRM to get in there. And another one is the getnet shares. See if you have any share drives in here. You can see that you have admin, the C drive, and IPC as well. So that's how you're able to import Sharpsploit, which is a post exploitation script or a library rather. And like I said, it would let you do all of these commands that we have in here. It just wanted to show you guys how to use Sharpsploit and how you can use it through Evo WinRM. Thank you guys. For this video, I want you to do some user, group, and network enumeration. So I'm going to leave all the commands on the description below so you guys can run it with Evo WinRM. So you're going to basically establish a session with Evo WinRM, and you're going to run the commands that I'm going to be leaving you in the description below. So thank you guys for watching and have fun. Hello guys, now we are going to start doing some local privilege escalation. So in this local privilege escalation, we are going to be running, Sherlock, Watson. We're also going to be doing the CVE 2019 1388 ICE impersonation on quarter path service, on quarter service path. So go ahead and download the tools because I'm going to be running these tools and I'm going to run it from Windows. So go ahead and remote into your Windows server that you're using, or if it's not a Windows server that you're using, this can also be done from a Windows 10 computer or a Windows 7 computer, an XP or a Vista. So it can be done for any of those. So what you're going to need is those tools that I'm going to be running, like Sherlock, Watson, and some other tools. So go ahead and go to the description below and download all my tools. Thank you guys for watching. Hello guys, so welcome to a new section. And in this section it's going to be really awesome because we are going to start with Empire. And Empire is basically a C2. It could be under C2. It is a command and control center basically. And from Empire is basically a post-exploitation framework. Post-exploitation meaning that it is after you have gotten access to the system, and it includes a pure PowerShell Windows agent and compatibility with Python 3, which is really awesome. And this is the new Empire. There is a old Empire that they don't support anymore, and it was written in Python 2, and you are going to run with a lot of issues if you're running the old Empire. So make sure that you install this Empire that I'm going to be using. Like I said, it's a post exploitation, meaning that you already got access to one of the machines, but you want to do more with that machine, right? You want to go hop to another machine and potentially take over the entire domain by getting domain admin or enterprise admin credentials, and by taking over the domain controllers and all the domains and all the forests and everything. So this is what we're going to be using, Empire. And make sure that you download this one over here. And the way that you download it is by running this command over here, the sudo apt install PowerShell -empire. And then to run it, you need to run it as a root. If you don't run it as a root, it won't work. So make sure that you run it as a root. So here are the two commands that you need to run, and I'm going to add that in the video description so you can go ahead and download it and install it. I am not going to be doing that because it's only two commands that you need to run. So therefore I'm just going to give you with the link and just the commands that so you can run it yourself. All right. So like I said, this is a post exploitation. I already show you a way to gather or to get credentials and a way to how to exploit a system basically. I give you a little bit of that because this Active Directory pen testing is more on post exploitation rather than the pre-exploitation, right? I want to focus more on how to exploit Active Directory, post-exploitation Active Directories, not before. So with that being said, I'm talking too much. Let's go ahead and start. And like I said, I already installed this, so I'm not going to install it. I'm going to just run this command to start Empire. And that's going to ask me for your root password, and there we go. So that's going to start Empire. Really nice. There we go. So this is Python. The version that I'm going to be using is 3.8.2, and it is by the BC Security fork. What they did was they took over the Empire because they stopped development on it, and they just took it over, and they just kept the development of this nice tool. So as you can see right now, there are 319 modules currently loaded. We have no listeners and no agents. So the listener is basically, like you said, like it says right here, it's just a listener. So you can set up listeners in here to listen for a reverse shell that you can throw. And after you get a reverse shell, what happens is that you're going to have agents. And agents are connections that you have with multiple computers. You can have a bunch of computers. You can have a bunch of agents in running in Empire, and you can go between those agents and exploiting those agents, which is really nice to do. So the first command that I want to go over is the help command. If you do the help command, you can see the commands that you can run. Agents, if you want to go jump to the agents menu, you can do that. Just type in agents. You can see that we have no agents over here. If you type help under the agents, you can see that you are going to get different other different commands over here, like outer run. You can go back if you want to go back to the main menu. Clear, you can clear one or more agents tasking, threats, displaying the return credentials from the database. Exit, kill date. You can do a kill date on an agent. So if with an agent you want to be done by the end of the day, you can just put the date over here, and that's going to kill the agent. Listener, so from agents you can jump to the listener as well, but also you can do use listener. So there's a lot of stuff that you can run from here, but we want to go ahead and go back, and to go back to the main menu, help, so we can see what else we have. We have agents. What we're really interested in right now is to the listener. So if you go to the listener, this is where you set up your listeners. If you do help from here, you can see that you can go jump to the agents menu if you want to, back again to go back to the main menu, disable, delete, enable. You can exit and fire from here. You can display more help and stuff like that. But the other command that you can run over here is info. If you do info, you can see that we don't have any anything in here because we don't have any listeners. Now if you use the use listener, and if you do tap two or three times, you are going to see what you can use listener. So use listener basically lets you pick for one of these listeners. So if you want to listen for interpreter, HTTP, OneDrive, redirector, HTTP COM, HTTP foreign, DBX. So there's different listeners that you can use. So whenever you use the use listener, you are going to set up a listener. The one that we are going to be focusing on the most is going to be the HTTP listener. All right. Awesome. So let's go ahead and go back. You don't want to type exit. You want to do back. If you go to the help over here, you can see that we have the use stager. So if you could use a stager, let's go ahead and do that again, and then tap it a couple times. So for use stager, what this would do is it would create a file or a payload for you, and you can see all the payload that you can have. So when you do use the use stager, right, what you would do first is you would start a listener. After that, you want to use the use stager. If you want to use a stager, you don't have to use a stager, but if you want to use a stager, you can have this as many. All the stagers are the ones that are available to you. You can see that this is multi, meaning that multi is for different platforms. OS X, meaning that is for a Mac. Windows is for Windows, and all the Windows. And so the multi one, the bash, is basically for Linux. That's what they are for. So here are all the stagers. We are going to be focusing on Windows since we are exploiting the Active Directory pen testing. And like I said before, if you want it, you don't have to use a stager. The stager is basically going to create a file payload, and then you want to execute that payload, and then that payload is going to be sending it to the listener. So that's how it works. But you don't have to do that. I'm going to show you another way for you not to use the stager. But if you want to use a stager, or if you need to use a stager, you can always do that. Okay, and then we have the use module. So the use module, as you can see, there's a lot of modules in here. You can see there's a Python situational awareness network active directory. Basically, it's just the get domain controllers. You can see the get file servers, get group members. So there's a lot of stuff that you can use, but you will use these modules is basically after you have a connection, right? After you have an agent. When you interact with an agent, then you want to use a module. So you can either do any situational awareness, if you want to do privilege escalation, if you want to do some persistent. This one is for, as you can see over here, you got to make sure, because some of them only runs on, like you can see over here, this one is only for OS X, meaning that it is for Mac. This is multi, which is probably going to be just for Linux mostly. You can see PowerShell, which you know that's going to work great with Windows because it is PowerShell. So you can see a lot of situational awareness for PowerShell. There's a lot of PowerShell. You can see that we have a power up, service stager, service user add. You can add a user, print daemon, Sherlock, sweet potato, tater, Watson, WinPeas, zero logon as well. They have the GPP. So they have a lot of privilege escalation over here for Windows. You can also have persistent in here, PowerShell, which means that it's going to work on Windows. There's a lot of management in here. You can enable RDP. You can get the domain SID, honey hash, log off. There's a lot of stuff you can do. You can invoke, basically this is lateral movement. If you want to invoke WMI, WMI debugger, there's a lot of stuff that you can do. And then we move to the juicy stuff, Mimikatz. So you can do LSA dump, you can do Mimi tokens, you can do pass the hash, purge those tokens, meaning that deleting those tokens. You can dump the SAM. You can do Kerberos roast. You can take a screenshot. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff in here for the modules, and we are going to be working with a lot of those modules. You can even do a Fox dump, a Chrome dump, Sharp Chromium. There's a lot of good stuff that you can use or that you can do with PowerShell. So that's what we are going to be focusing on. We are going to be using Empire. So I will see you on the next video, guys. Hello, in this video we are going to get a show with Empire. So let's go ahead and first start with Empire. So sudo PowerShell Empire, which is the latest Empire that I installed. If you haven't seen the previous video, please go ahead and watch the previous video. And as you can see right here, we have no listeners and we have no agents either. So let's go ahead and start a listener first. So let's go ahead and go to the listeners, if I know how to spell listeners menu. And from over here, you can go ahead and type help. So what we're going to do is we are going to use or create a new listener. So if you do use listener, and if you tap a couple times, we are going to be using the HTTP listener. And now from here you can type info, and info this is basically like Metasploit. If you have used Metasploit before, it's basically almost the same. So you type info, and in here you need to fill these out, right? So what we need to, for this show that we're going to be doing, all we need to worry about is the port. So we need to set the port, make sure that you capitalize the P, otherwise it doesn't work. Do not ask me why this is case sensitive. I hate that. So let's go ahead and do port 447. You can choose whatever port you want, but that's the one that I want to choose, port 447. Okay, so let's go ahead and the bind IP, that's fine, that's the local IP, stages, blah blah, everything looks good. Let's go ahead and execute this shell. Awesome. And then after that, we want to if you do the help command, from here we are going to use the launcher, and then we need to specify that this one's going to be a PowerShell launcher, and this is going to give you this really long obfuscated command. So we are going to copy the whole thing And guess what? We are going to be using crack map exec, which we have used before. I'm going to connect to 192.168.1.55 with student number 2, password 123, and I want to do a who am I groups first to see if I do have access to it. And I do. You can see that I'm not an admin or anything like that. Could be. So now what we're going to do is we are going to paste that command in here. Capital X. I'm doing a capital X in here because it is a PowerShell script that we're going to be running. Looking good. We are going to execute it, press enter. Then we are going to go back in here and you can see sending PowerShell stager. Stage number 1 to 192.168.1.55. So new agent, that's the agent name. Checking in over here. Awesome. That's good. So let's go ahead and do a info over here. And let's see if it lets me change the name. I forgot to change the name. So let's go ahead and do set name. And this is the name for the listener. Okay. So let's call it student one. Let's call it student listener. Awesome. And if we type now info, you can see that we just changed the name of the listener. Awesome. Now we need to go back, and from here if you type help, so you can see what you could do. We want to jump to the agents menu, so we want to go to the agents, and from the agents it shows you that you have an agent name, KU3 are default, but we want to change that. So let's go ahead and do a help. If you do a help over here, you get a lot of options, but the options that we are interested in is the rename. So we want to rename this this name over here, this agent name, to student. Let's just call it agent. That's fine. Now if we want to interact with that, we can just do an interact. And which one do we want to interact with? The student agent. Now you can see that we are in the shell. If you do a who am I, this one is going to run a task and it's going to give it back to you. There we go. You are the student number 2. So that's really awesome. Use the listener. So we got that. So from here, if you type help, now that we are inside the listener, right? We are not inside the agent, right? Which is the student agent, which is a reverse shell from if you do an IP config from here, it will show you who you are, or it will give you, maybe it will give you the IP config. It did not. So if that doesn't work, you can do a script cmd, and script cmd basically runs, like it says over here, executes function in the current imported PowerShell script. Oh, so this one is for the imported PowerShell script. Why didn't IP config did not work for some reason? Let's see, listener, kill date, jobs, download. You can download credentials. Clear. We don't want to clear this. Task agent to use shell command. We don't want to use shell command. Spawn a new empire. We don't want to do that. Sysinfo. Let's see if we are able to get the sysinfo. Right, I typed that right. Yes, sysinfo. And that's going to send a task to this agent. Hopefully invalid response from interesting. So that did not work. Let's see what else we can do. Working hours, we can get or search the agent's working hours. You know, a lot of really cool stuff in here. You can go back to the info, display the info of this agent. Jobs, we don't want to do that. List all the active agents. Mimikatz, we are not a admin. We're not a local admin for us to be able to do that. Rename the agent. We already did that. Resource. We don't want to do that. Let's see what is something cool that we could do. Spawn. No. Nothing really good in here. Okay, so let's go ahead and leave this video here. And what we are going to be doing, we are going to be spawning another shell. A different shell. I'm going to show you how to do it a different way, and it's going to be basically, we are not going to do a launcher PowerShell. We are actually going to do another it's going to be the same in HTTP listener, but then we are going to use stager. So go ahead and watch that video. Hello, how you guys are doing? In this video we are going to set a reverse shell with Evo WinRM, and since we're going to be using Evo WinRM, we could also do it with the launcher PowerShell, just like we did it with CrackMap exec. But since we have the ability to upload and to execute with Evo WinRM, we are going to be using a stager, right? So before we didn't use a stager, but for this one we are going to use a stager, and so you guys can learn how to do that as well. So the first thing that we need to do is that we need to set up a listener, and the way that you do that, you want to go to the listener menu, and from here you want to do use listener, and use listener. You want to specify which listener you want to use. We want to use the HTTP listener. Then from here you want to type info to see what you need to basically fill out. The port, I want to change the port, so you want to set the port to 4456. Okay, and then the name, I also want to set the name to something else. Let's just set it to student server SRV. There we go, that is done. And after that, if you type info again, you are going to see the updated information that we just put in. Name, student SRV, the ports 4456. So we are looking good. After that, if you don't want to change anything else, you should be good to go. You can just go ahead and do execute, and that's going to start the listener. Then you want to go ahead and go back, and after this one, on the previous video we just did a launcher PowerShell, and that will give you the PowerShell script that you wanted to execute. But since we want to use a stager and we want to use Evo WinRM, we're just going to use a stager. So we can do a use stager, and from here, if you do double tap, it could show you all the stagers that you could use. You can use the multi. This one means that it is for Linux basically, because it's bash, launcher, macro, Python installer. You can also use WAR. For OS X is for Mac systems, and the Windows, of course, for Windows. So you can do it for Linux operating system, Mac operating system, and also Windows. So since we are attacking right now a Windows server, the one that I want to use is the Windows launcher bat. So I'm going to copy that, paste that in here, use stager, Windows launcher bat. And then what do we do after this? We need to fill some stuff out. So you want to do info and see what you need to fill out. The listener, you want to set the listener to whatever you named your listener before. So remember, we name my listener to student SRV. So then you want to paste that. Make sure that it is the same, because otherwise the stager won't know where to send your reverse shell, right? If you don't specify which one, like the stager won't know where to send it basically. So now let's go ahead and go info again. You can see now that it is the same, student SRV, PowerShell, that's good. The proxy creds, good. MC bypass, true. And let's see, stager retries 0, that's fine. Delete is set to true, meaning that whenever after this bat files is run, it is going to delete itself. Okay, so you can set that to true. If it's not set to true, awesome. So then after that, after you're done, you just want to execute it just the same way that we executed the listener, and that one is going to save a file in the temp directory. So if we go right there, open a new tab, and if you go to CD to your temp directory and you do an ls, you can see that the bat file was saved there. So what you want to do from here is that I want to copy this, and I want to go to Evo WinRM. You guys should, let's see. Yep, let's go over here and let's connect to that server where we want to get that reverse shell. And what we want to do is we want to upload, and we want to upload, what do we want to upload? We want to upload this launcher, that bat. And what do we want to upload it? I want to upload it over here in the documents, do a paste, and just name it the same, launcher that's bat, and that's going to upload it. Now if we do a dir, because you're in the same directory where you uploaded it, you can see it in here. Awesome. So what do we do from here? Well, from here what you want to do is you want to go ahead and execute that. So let's go ahead and copy that. And also I want to just go ahead and move this over here so you guys can see it when we execute it. Let's go ahead and go to Power Empire. Go back. I mean, you don't even have to go back. You can execute it from whenever. So now from here in Evil WinRM, we are going to execute it by going to the path where the launcher is. And you can see it over here. Sending PowerShell stager. Stage number 1, 192.168.1.55. New agent. So we got a new agent now. And it already checked in. Awesome. Initial agent, here's the name of the agents, and here's where it is connecting to, and it's now active. So cool. What can we do from here? Well, what we can do from the listeners menu, we can just go ahead and jump to the agents menu, and after you do that, it's going to show you. Let's go ahead and make this bigger so you guys can see that we have a student connected to the student server, and with the student 2 credentials via PowerShell, PID is 4444. And last seen, it was at this time. And the listener, you know, is the student SRV. That's the listener. That's how we name it. We name it, I guess, the same as the machine. But that's good. Internal IP 0000. Cool. So what can we do from here? What we could do from here, we can just go ahead and rename this. And we are going to rename this to student SRV. Now, if you go to, let's say, listeners, and then you go back to agents, you can see over here that we just renamed that. Remember, it was XAV2R63Z. I don't know how their naming convention is, but it's not good for me. So it is good to rename it. And also, if you're going to be exploiting a lot of machines and you're going to have a lot of them, it's good that you rename your listeners. So from over here, what you could do is you can go ahead and interact with that agent, because right now you are just connected to that agent and you want to interact with the students SRV. There we go. Awesome. So what can you do for here? You can do a who am I, and you can see that it's going to run a task and it's going to send you back as Pentesting student 2. There we go. So awesome. And one other thing, if you go ahead and exit this, right? Let's go ahead and exit. Oh, actually, we exited. Oh, we deleted the agent. I didn't want to delete the agent. What I wanted to do was just, let's go ahead and do, I think I did something wrong. Let's see, agents. Oh, no agents. Well, we can just go ahead and run this again. What I wanted to show you is that if you basically exit, so now it's not found. So what we could do is we can go ahead and upload it again, and then we can run it again, and we should be getting another reverse shell over here. All right, let's go ahead and rename this bad boy. Rename FU to a student SRV. I think I just renamed it to student something. List. Yeah. All right, we can just keep it. That's fine. So if you go ahead and go back, right, we have one listener still listening. It's fine. You can delete it or whatever. But what matters when is how you have one agent running, and that's how you interact with those servers is through the agent, right? So if you go ahead and do a exit from here, so if you exit Empire, it is going to kill that listener. So that's what I wanted to show you. Just do it from here. Let's go ahead and go to the PowerShell Empire again. So we open it again. We still have that agent over here. So if you go to agents, it is in here, right? Because we still have that connection, because this agent won't go away unless the system is rebooted, and that's because we have not established persistent. After we establish persistent, they won't be able to it won't go away. Like, it's always going to keep connecting until they find it and they remove that service, that because basically Empire installs a service in the machine, so whenever the machine reboots, it's going to keep connecting to your machine every time it comes back online. So if you're still going to have that connection, right? Because well, I'm saying that with persistent, right? If you do persistent, what persistent does is it either installs a service, or it does some other backdoors that you can do, and it won't go away until they basically find that service and remove it. But if you just have it like this, right, as we have it right now without persistent, this won't go away until they reboot the machine. All right, that's the difference between doing persistent and just having this agent like this. And before you can do persistent, you do need to do a privilege escalation. If you don't do privilege escalation, you won't be able to do persistent, because when you want to do persistent, it is going to make some changes on the machine, some admin some administrative changes. So therefore, you need to have a local admin access before you do persistent, before you establish persistent. So this is it for this video, guys. I hope I did not confuse you at the end. If you have any questions, just go ahead and ask me any questions. Thank you guys for watching. Hello guys, in this video we are going to be doing a privilege escalation, and we already have a agent, so therefore we are connected to a server via Empire, which we did on the two previous video where we did it with crack map exec, and we also did it with evil winrm with a bat file. So let's go ahead and do some privilege escalation from here. Now what we're going to be doing is we are going to be using the modules that it has, and as you can see, Empire has 319 modules, just like Metasploit. Empire is basically I don't want to say they're copycat but it is basically the same as Metasploit. So let's go ahead and start. Let's go ahead and go to the agents menu. From here, let's go ahead and rename this. So rename this guy to, let's say, students. So then I want to interact with students. Awesome. From here we can type help, and you're going to see that we have a lot of options. So we are now interacting with the agent, meaning that we whatever we execute is going to be executing with that connection with that agent. And you can see when you type help, you have a bunch of options. You have the agents back. To bypass UAC, you need to have admin credentials for that. Clear to clear out the agent tasking. Creds to do some dumping. You need local admin access on the machine to do that. You can download. You can also, I believe, you can upload system info, steal token, spawn, sleep, inject. So there's a lot of options that you can do from here. You can even pass the hash, which executes a pass the hash for the cred ID through Mimikatz. But since we don't have, we do have some hashes from before, but we're not going to use any of those. What we want to focus on is on the module. So the way that you take a look at the modules is by typing use module, and then you do a space, and then you do double tap, and that's going to display all the modules. As you can see over here, we have management module, we have the restart, run as, sh inject, sid to user, we have lateral movement through ps exec, ps remoting, smb exec. We also have some credentials dumping with Mimikatz. For those you will need domain admin access. We can run some privilege escalation tools over here, like you can see, sweet potato, Sherlock, priv as check, Tater, Watson, WinPeace. We also have domain persistent, which we are going to be doing after we do privilege escalation. We are going to be doing one of those. We have the right DLL hijacker. We have situation awareness. We can do some domain we can do some host or network situation awareness. We can run Bloodhound 3. We can also get the Cabral service tickets. You can get the SPN, the SQL instance domain. You can do some port scan. You can do some power mad. And then there's a lot of situational awareness network with PowerView, where it's basically, sorry, we are going to execute PowerView, um, a really enumeration tool that you can use. This is integrated in here, but the one that I really want to use, um, you can always, you can run whatever you want, but the one that I'm interested in is in WinPeace. So this one is a privilege escalation tool that we're going to run. So the way that you do that is by running the use module, and then you want to paste in here whatever module you want to use. You can see over here that will take you to the module. So if you do info, in the info, it tells you like the options that you can pick, like the agent where you want to run it. Students, that's good. If you want to do a full scan, I don't want to do a full scan, so I want to set full to false. If you want to search all, if you want to search fast, system info, user info, process info, all that good stuff. So if you want to enable some of this, you could. If you also want to disable some of it, you can also do that. So how do we run this? You can just run it. So this is, like I said, similar to Metasploit, right? You pick a module that you want, you connect to, you connect to a server, and then after you connect to a server, you can, you can run a lot of modules with the Metasploit. You can do hash dumping, everything, almost everything that you can do in Metasploit, you're going to be able to do it in Empire. Empire, it's a little bit slower than Metasploit, maybe because Metasploit was written in Python, and Metasploit, Empire was written in this is written in Python 3, and Metasploit was written in Ruby. But I think it's because there's a lot of people working with Metasploit, a lot of support in Metasploit. So therefore, there's not a lot of support for the Empire module. There's not a lot of money that they're putting into it. So that's probably one of the reasons why. So as you can see over here, with WinPeace, you can see that we did a lot of. We also looked for Kerberos tickets. As you can see, there's various tickets in here. Here's the KRBTG. Here's the CIF for the AD. So there's a lot of stuff that it looks at. So that's why I ran WinPeace over here. Let's see what else we found. There's connections. So the one that I want to look at is a lot of stuff in here. Let's see. Let's go ahead and go all the way to the top. So from over here, WinPeace runs Watson, and Watson, takes a look at vulnerabilities, see if it can find any vulnerabilities. And as you can see over here, this server is vulnerable to a lot of stuff, like this one, the rogue KDC. So if you run any of these exploits, you are probably going to be able to get admin, a local admin over here. So let's take a look. You can see the architecture of it. You can see the program files. You can see the username, student2, blah, blah, blah. What else? Let's see. What else we find in here? Here it looks at the PowerShell history. So there's a lot of stuff in here. Let me see. We are looking for on quarter path. So we see privilege escalation, blah blah blah. Google Chrome. That's not. I think this is okay. Google update. There's a lot of stuff in here. Let's see what we're looking for. Okay, did I pass it? I might have. Okay. There's a lot of information in here. Outer run applications. Let's see if we find what we are looking for. Keeps scrolling down, scrolling down. Huh. Let's go ahead and go on top. WinPiece. What are we seeing here? Process information. I wonder if this one actually, if it saves it somewhere. Because if it saves it somewhere, you can see some recent files. It doesn't save this. I wish it just save it somewhere, like in a document, and that way we can just search for what we actually looking for. So there's a lot of vulnerabilities in here. So this one, WinPiece uses Watson. You can even run Watson in here, but WinPiece already has Watson integrated, which is really cool. And it has the links for those vulnerabilities, for those CVE, which is really nice. So let's see if we can just, I guess, save all this information. Okay. Copy it. Let's open Nano. Let's call it WinPiece. And paste all the information in there. Okay. Let's see, Nano WinPiece. Cool. Let's see if we can do a cat WinPiece, and we are going to grab unquoted. So we have that in there, unquoted path. Let's go ahead and do a Nano WinPiece, and let's go ahead and what we want to do is we want to search, and you could do a basically where is, and the way that you do a where is that you want to, let's see, Control W, and we want to do unquoted path, which is right here, and here's what we're looking for. So the Avis web server, you can see over here, and it is stopped right now, but it is on auto. So what we could do is we could do some unquoted path, and this one I explain it on my privilege escalation, where I do it through an RDP session. But what we're going to be doing is we are going to be using EvoWinRM, and through EvoWinRM we are going to upload it to this location over here, and we are going to create a MFS Venom payload. So let's go ahead and just open Pluma, and we are going to paste that in here. So what we're going to be doing is, let's go ahead and go to the terminal. Is this a new terminal? Okay. Cancel. Or nope, no save. Let's go ahead and clear this out. So what we're going to be doing is we are going to get a reverse shell. So let's go ahead and open a new tab over here, and let's go ahead and go to, from here we are going to go to cd to the temp directory, and we are going to basically be creating an MSF Venom payload, and this one is going to be a stage payload. So we are going to do Windows x64, and it's going to be a shell underscore reverse underscore TCP. The local host is going to be the local host of my computer, or this computer, which is 192.168.1.223. Then we want to do the O port, so where we're going to be listening, I'm going to set it to 447, and the architecture is going to be x64, and the file that we want to save it at is going to be .exe, and we are going to name this avis.exe, and that's going to create that shell, or that payload basically. So let's see, no encoder, so no partner was selected. I selected the Windows, right? The payload, MS Venom payload, Windows x64 shell, making sure I got everything, shell reverse TCP, L host is good, L port is good. Oh, but I need to save it. I forgot to do it like this. There we go. So that's going to create the file in here. So what we're going to be doing is, let's go ahead and connect to this machine through WinRM, and we are going to say the user is student2, password is lowercase p, password 123, and the server is .55. Evo WinRM. There we go. So now we have a connection, and we have created that. So if we do clear, if we do ls, you can see that it is in there. So we are going to upload that to we need to upload it over here. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to upload, and it is in the temp directory. I believe it's called avis.exe, and we're going to upload it over here. We're going to name it avis.exe. So let's go ahead and go to my Evo WinRM location. So we're going to upload it over here. Awesome. And before we do that, let's go ahead and call this shell. And we need to be listed on NC LVP 4447. Why 4447? Because when I created that this over here, I told it to come back to the 4447. So that's why we need to be listening over here. So now we are going to upload it to that location. Awesome. So now if I do a DRR to this location, we are going to be able to see the file. DRR. Okay, so I forgot to do something. So it didn't upload it because there is a space over here, program, and then space file. So you need to put it in quotes. And also when you do the DRR, you need to put it in quotes. And there it is. So awesome. So what we're going to need to do now is that we need to do a shutdown force R and shutdown. I forgot to spell today, forgot an N, and that's going to restart the server. And whenever that server gets restarted, we should be getting a reverse shell. If you don't know how to do a own quarter path, I would recommend you to go back again to the local privilege escalation section where we do this, and we also do it for the same application, which is the ABIS application. We're just doing it from, we're doing it from the attacker machine, and we're not doing it through a RDP session. So to make this, let me see, did it restart? Yeah, it did, because we lost that connection. So we just gotta wait for that connection over here to come back. So whenever it restarts the server, we should be getting a reverse shell over here. And here we go over here. As you can see, we got a connection back. We got that reverse shell back. And if you do a who am I, you are going to see that I am the NT authority system. So what we're going to be doing is that we are going to we are going to add some persistence to it. So what I want to do is I want to create a new user, since I am system authority, and system authority has access to a lot. It's basically like a local admin. You can see over here, he's part of the built-in administrator, so he's part of the local admin. So I'm going to be able to create a new user, a new local user. So we're going to say net user, and we are going to specify the username. Let's just call it Raba. Password, we are going to keep it the same as the other one, password 123, and we are going to add it. Cool. Then after that, we want to add this user to the local group administrators, and we are going to add Rabat, and there we go. Awesome. So now what we want to do is, let's see if we can start PowerShell from here. And if we sorry, so as you can see, we got PowerShell. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and get another shell. So we are going to get another agent over here. So if we go back and we go back and we go to the listeners, and we want to create another listener from over here. So what I want to do is I want to go to use listener HTTP, set the listener, or set the name to, let's say, student admin, because that's going to be an admin connection. We are going to set the port to 4884. That's fine. And then we are going to execute this bad boy in here. And then we are going to do a launcher with PowerShell. And what we're going to be doing is we are going to copy this, and we should be getting another agent connecting to our Empire. Hopefully. So let's go ahead and copy that and paste that in here and run it. And it looks like we got an error. Cannot process the command because the value with encoded command is not properly encoded. Did we not copy the whole thing? Yeah, we did. So interesting. We were not able to get that. So let's go ahead and leave that for the next video. Since this one, for some reason, so can I process the command? Okay. PowerShell encoded. So we are running PowerShell. Let's go ahead and paste that again. We can see everything. Let's run it one more time. Still giving me the same error. It's saying that examples, okay, blah blah blah. So can I process the command because the value with encoded is not properly encoded? The value must be base 64, which it is. So let's go ahead, since we have now we do have, or what we could do is we can just go from either WinRM, and we can get a connection to that user. Let's see if we are able to do that. Either WinRM, and it looks like it's not working. Let's go ahead and try crack map exec. Let's do WinRM, and user is Raba, password is password 123, and then I forgot at the beginning we need to add the where we want to connect to, and let's see if we are able to run PowerShell. Who am I? And it looks like I was not able to authenticate. Let's go ahead and do WinRM, and let's take a look and see if we can do some local. No, nothing. H for the help, and we have X. Are we able to do local authentication? So yeah, we are able to do that. So let's go ahead and tell it to do local authentication and see what happens. So it's still not able to do that. Did I create that user correctly? Let's see. We did the password 123 add administrators add. So we did that. Okay. So for some reason it is just not working. So on the next video we are going to do something else. This video is getting too long. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to get a shell back to the Empire so we can have it in here. So I will see you on the next video. Hello guys, welcome to a new video. This is a continuation of the previous video, which got a little bit too long, a little bit out of hand. So let's see how we are able to figure this out. We do have a let me show you over here. We do have a connection through a reverse shell, which is not persistent. So if we lose this connection, we are basically screwed. So what I want to do is I'm probably gonna have to upload a document. So we're going to use a stager. So in the previous video we created this listener. Let's go to info for so it was a 4884. So we executed it. Let's go ahead and execute it again. Okay, so it is running. So the listener is running. That's why they gave me that error. So let's go ahead and go back, and let's go ahead and use a stager. And the stager that I want to use is going to be the Windows launcher bat file. And over here, let's go ahead and also, because we created one before, so let's go ahead and go clear this out and go to the sudo. Let's go to sudo I and go ahead to the cd temp directory ls. So let's go ahead and remove that launcher, that bat, clear this out. And what we are going to do is, let's see how we're going to do that. So we are going to just upload that document or that launcher to where we want it, and we are going to be using this listener for this stager. So if we do set listener, you want to set it to this. Let's see if there's anything else we need to do. Basically nothing else. That's cool. Let's go ahead and execute that, and that was saved in the temp directory batch file. So now we need to find a way to upload it over here, and since our Raba user is not working, we can just use the evo WinRM, and we can use the student 2, and this is for the user, and the password is password 123 I 192.168.1.55. So we are going to upload it to the C. So we are going to say upload temp launcher that bat, and I just want to upload it to the C. want to call a launcher that batch file. So now if we do a dir in the C, you cannot see it here. So did I upload it? Launcher. Huh. So it wasn't uploaded. It says that it was successfully uploaded, but it's not in here. So they lied to me. Okay, let's go ahead and upload it. Try to upload it to the user. Users. And let's see if we do a dir users. Still not in there. So I was not able to upload it. So I cannot upload it either. Bam, bam, bam. So dir users. What if we just upload it to this? Let's go ahead and upload it over here. See what happens. I'm not sure why it's not uploading. Paste. It has been copied. dir. So now it's in here. Okay, so for some reason I guess I was not able to upload it to the users. I guess because I don't have the permission, probably. But I was able to put in here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to copy this location, and let's see if we are able to run it. And there we go. We got a new agent, and this is the name of the agent. So now we can go back, agents, and we have the agent over here as system. Awesome. So let's go ahead and rename this to student admin. I need to rename this guy to student admin. Awesome. So now we can interact with student admin. Who am I? Let's go ahead and see if we can run that task real quick. And there we go. Awesome. So on the next video, we are going to be doing some we are going to establish some persistent and see what we could do with that. So this is it for this video. On the next video, like I just said, we are going to establish some persistent in this Windows server by using Empire again. Okay, so now we have a reverse shell with local admin on a server. So what do we do after this? What should we do? Well, what you should do first is we need to go ahead and delete the track. So we need to go ahead and try to delete that file, that payload that we uploaded, because now that service that we took over, it won't work. So that website that they're running with the Abby server is going to stop working. So the first thing that I like to do, or one of the first things that I like to do, is I need to go ahead and delete my tracks. So if we do a CD in here, then we do the dir, and we want to go a CD to the program files. I believe that's where it is. So CD, you want to put it in quotes, otherwise, because we have a space in here. Awesome. dir, and here it is, CD dir, and here is our payload. So we want to go ahead and remove that because we want to get rid of all the tracks that we have in here. I don't want them to find that. So let's go ahead and do rm. Rm is not del. There we go. That has been removed. So dir. So it is gone. So now we are getting rid of our tracks, right? We don't want to leave stuff all over the place. So the second thing that I want to establish is I want to establish persistent, right? I do have I do have a reverse shell, but it's not as good as I wanted. So one of the first things that I like to do is I like to go ahead and create a user. So net user, let's go ahead and make this bigger for you guys. Zoom in. There we go. So to create a user from a local user from the CMD, you want to do a net user, and then you want to specify whatever username you want to give it, and then you want to specify the password that you want to give it, and then you want to say add to add it. And then after that, I want to add this local group to the administrators. So I want to add my user to the administrators group. There we go. I spelled that wrong. The user that I added was Raba, not Rada. So let's go ahead and BA, then add. Awesome. So I am now a local admin with that Raba user. Another one is you want to add for the remote management users, and this one is so I am able to use WinRM and net local group, and then we can put this in here. Awesome. So there we go, completed. So now I have some persistent. Now I have a user in there that I can use. So now what I like to do is I want to go ahead and go to Empire, and from Empire, let's see what we can do. From Empire, do I want to get a shell from here? I don't really need this anymore because I am a local admin, and I won't need this anymore, right? Before I do that, because you never know, let's go ahead and test my user, the user that I just created, and see if I'm able to get with this user, evil WinRM. Always test before, whenever you have a shell and you create a user, always test the user to see if you're able to do whatever you want. Because if it doesn't work, and if you got rid of the shell, then you're toasted. So not capital I 192 168 that one that 55. There we go. Establishing connection to remote endpoint. So we want to make sure that this user over here works. It should work. So I added him to the administrators and also to the remote management users, right? Successfully to the remote management users. And there we go. So this one works. Okay, so that's good. So now, we don't need this reverse shell anymore. We can get rid of it because this one is also stopping the Avis web server, and we just want to go ahead and exit out of here so they don't think that something's going on, right? That's what you want to do. So now we do have access to the Raba user, and that user has local admin access. So therefore, what can you do from here? Well, we can just go ahead and go in here in Empire, and we want to establish, we want to zoom in, and we want to go to the listeners. I'll use listeners, HTTP, and let's go ahead and go info. I want to set the name to Raba. Let's just say Raba student for that student server, and the host is fine. The ports set. We want to set the ports 24449. That's good. Then you want to go ahead and execute that bad boy. And also after you execute it, you want to go use, what is it? Use stager. Okay, well you have to go back first. You need to get out of that listener, and you want to use stager, because we are going to use a stager, and it's going to be the Windows launcher bats file, and we are going to use, or we want to set the listener to to Rabbi student, right? We name it to that. So I'm going to tell it that my stager, I want to use this listener. And what else do we need to do over here? I think that's it, right? I also want to go into the see, I want to do sudo, I want to do a root over here, and I want to seed into the temp directory and remove launcher .bat unless it's not in there. There's nothing in there. Okay, cool. So we can go ahead and then execute this, and it's going to save it over here, right? So let's see, it is MC bypass, obfuscate command, and this looks good. Let's go ahead and execute it. So we have saved that stager, right, that file in the temp directory. So if we go into the temp directory and we do an ls now, we can see it in here. So now what we're going to do, we have a session with WinRM. What we're going to do is we're going to upload it. Upload. And what do we want to upload? We want to upload this file, this stager file that we created, and we want to go ahead and save it in here. And we are going to call it launcher.bat. Uploading launcher.bat. Successful. And also, just telling you something, since we have done this before, one of the things, if you have, whenever you get a local admin access, if you haven't disabled the firewall and disabled the antivirus, those are the first two things that you want to do. Because I've done it before on previous video, I'm not really doing it again. So that's something that you really want to keep in mind. So after you get admin access, you want to remove, or at least what you want to do is you want to exclude. You want to create a folder and then exclude that folder from being scanned with the antivirus, and that should be enough. So that way you don't have to disable the antivirus. Okay, that's another way to do it, or a better way, a cleaner way to do it, because sometimes companies have alerts. So whenever their let's say Defender goes down, or whatever antivirus they're using goes down, they might get an alert, and then they're gonna come here and see that somebody has hacked your server. So something better to do. Okay, so here we go. Here it is, the launcher. So what do we want to do? This one has been executed. Let's go ahead and go back, and now what we're going to do is we are going to get a reverse shell with the Rabbi user, which is a local admin user. So if we do go to this location and execute it, we should get a reverse shell to Empire. We should, and there it is. Sending PowerShell stager 1 to 192.168.1.55. New agent. That is the name of the agent. We want to rename that agent. Checked in. Awesome. Let's go ahead and jump to the agents menu. Here we go. So we want to rename Z to Rabbi on the student server. Student. Okay. Info. Can we do info list? There we go. So here it is, Rabbi stud. Okay. So awesome. So now what can you do? You want to interact with that Rabbi student agent, and if you do who am I, that's going to send a task, and we should be getting that we are a student. In the student server, we are the Rabbi user. So awesome. This is it for this video. I hope you guys enjoy this video. Hello guys, in this video we are going to go over the elevated of running as an elevated user or as an admin user in Empire, because right now our current agent it has admin access, but it's not running as an elevator. And how do you know that? If you go to agents, you're going to see that this one is not running as an elevated, because you can tell by whenever you're running as an elevated as an elevator account or as an admin account, you're going to have an asterisk at the beginning, and then you're going to have the username. So the way that you can run as an elevator, you first need to have local admin access. If you don't have local admin access, you won't be able to do that. So we first need to interact with that agent, right? And then if you type help from here, the way that you can elevate it is by running the bypass UAC, and this was going to run the bypass UAC, spawning a new high integrity agent for listener. So the way that you do that is by doing a bypass, and then you want to specify the listener where you want to do the bypass UAC, and there we go. So this one is going to basically spawn another or a new agent. So if I go and do list, it's a list Raba Empire. Let's go ahead and go back. We need to get out of this one, and then you can list. And then from here you can see that we have another one. We have a new one now, and you can see that it has an asterisk, and therefore this one is when it has an elevated. So I want to go ahead and rename this to, we're going to rename this guy to, let's just call it like Raba, or let's just call it admin student or whatever. And if we go to list, you can see it in there that it was renamed. Awesome. So now we can interact with that new shell admin stud or student. And if we do help, some of the commands or some of the modules we're going to be able to run, or you're going to be able to run all the modules now, because we are running as an elevator account, right? And the way that you can verify it, if you have admin access, is by doing a shell, and shell is going to run a task. It's going to task an agent to use the shell command. So the CMD. So if we do now a shell, then net local group administrators to see who is in the administrators group. You are going to see that Raba is in there, and that's why we were able to do the bypass UAC. If you're not in the local administrator, you won't be able to do that. So now what can you do with this new shell? Well, one of the things that you could do is, if you do use module, double space, then you can see whatever has an asterisk in there, it means that you are going to be able to run it now, because those needs to be run as an elevator account or as an admin account. So whenever you see an asterisk, it means that you need to run those as an elevator account. You can see that almost most of the Mimikatz needs to be run as a elevator account. So what we're going to be doing now, since we have elevator account, we are going to do a LSA dump. So we are going to use module LSA dump, paste it in here. Info, see if we need to specify anything. We do not. Let's go ahead and run it. You can either do a run or execute. It doesn't really matter. It does the same, just like for Metasploit the same. You can either do run or execute. So let's do an LSA dump, and let's go ahead and wait for that. It takes a couple seconds for that to do the run Mimikatz, and here we go. It is going to start now. So let's go ahead and give it a couple more seconds, and there we go. So what did we find in here? We didn't really find anything. We found that our credentials. We also found the administrators. So this is something good to save right now. So the administrator account, we have it. But the thing is, for the NTLM, you're going to be able to do a passive hash attack, and you're going to be able to run as the administrator. But this one is for the local admin. So not really a lot of information, but you can do a passive hash attack. Let's go ahead and go back and do use module, and we want to do credentials Mimikatz. Is there a passive hash? Yep. Info. So create ID from the store to use. So here it is, the user. So let's go ahead and set the user to administrator. So we are going to do set user administrator. and then we're going to set the NTLM to whatever this NTLM is over here. But the thing with this, it's not really persistent, because whenever the administrator changes the password, the NTLM is also going to change. Something to keep in mind. There we go. So awesome. Let's go ahead and see what happens over here. Running the task. All right. Is he going to, let's go ahead and give it a couple more seconds, and let's see what else we can run over here. Elevate it. You know, you can do golden tickets attack. You can do this is sync from here. There's a lot of stuff that you are able to do. Golden tickets, login passwords. We can execute this and see if we can find. And pass the hash. Missing argument, the domain. So for the domain, this one is going to be a local administrator. So set domain, and it is student SRV, I believe, run. Or what if maybe we could specify like local host or something. Let's see. So it is running. Let's go ahead and pause this video. So there we go. We were successfully able to do a pass the hash attack, but this one doesn't really, I don't know if I want to say it doesn't really matter, but for this one, since we already have local admin access, this pass the hash attack doesn't really take us anywhere unless this administrator has local admin access to another account, or to another, not to another account, or to another server. What you could do is you can try now to see if you can get to another server with this pass the hash attack. But yeah, that's how you do it. And you just gotta make sure that you know your domain. Always specify the domain, because if you don't specify the domain, it's going to give you an error. Since this one was a local account, I use specify the local server for the domain. So that's how you do a pass the hash attack, and that's how you execute and also elevate your shell to a local admin, so you are able to, you know, execute all of the other ones. Like you can do also same. You can do purge. Basically, it's going to delete all the tickets that you have in there. So a lot of good stuff. Hello guys, in this video we are going to go over the elevated of running as an elevated user or as an admin user in Empire, because right now our current agent, it has admin access, but it's not running as an elevator. And how do you know that? If you go to agents, you're going to see that this one is not running as an elevated, because you can tell by whenever you're running as an elevated, as an elevator account or as an admin account, you're going to have an asterisk at the beginning, and then you're going to have the username. So the way that you can run as an elevator, you first need to have local admin access. If you don't have local admin access, you won't be able to do that. So we first need to interact with that agent, right? And then if you type help from here, the way that you can elevate it is by running the bypass UAC. And this was going to run the bypass UAC, spawning a new high integrity agent for listener. So the way that you do that is by doing a bypass, and then you want to specify the listener where you want to do the bypass UAC, and there we go. So this one is going to basically spawn another or a new agent. So if I go and do list, it's a list Raba Empire. Let's go ahead and go back. We need to get out of this one, and then you can list. And then from here you can see that we have another one. We have a new one now, and you can see that it has an asterisk, and therefore this one is running as an elevated. So I want to go ahead and rename this to, we're going to rename this guy to, let's just call it like Raba, or let's just call it admin student or whatever. And if we go to list, you can see it in there that it was renamed. Awesome. So now we can interact with our new shell admin stud or student. And if we do help, some of the commands or some of the modules we're going to be able to run, or you're going to be able to run all the modules now because we are running as an elevator account, right? And the way that you can verify it if you have admin access is by doing a shell, and shell is going to run a task. It's going to task an agent to use the shell command. So the CMD. So if we do now a shell, then net local group administrators to see who is in the administrators group. You are going to see that Rabbi is in there, and that's why we were able to do the bypass UAC. If you're not in the local administrator, you won't be able to do that. So now what can you do with this new shell? Well, one of the things that you could do is if you do use module, double space, then you can see whatever has an asterisk in there, it means that you are going to be able to run it now, because those needs to be run as an elevator account or as an admin account. So whenever you see an asterisk, it means that you need to run those as an elevator account. You can see that almost most of the Mimikatz needs to be run as a elevator account. So what we're going to be doing now, since we have elevator account, we are going to do a LSA dump. So we are going to use module LSA dump, paste it in here. Info, see if we need to specify anything. We do not. Let's go ahead and run it. You can either do a run or execute. It doesn't really matter. It does the same. Just like for Metasploit the same. You can either do run or execute. So let's do an LSA dump, and let's go ahead and wait for that. It takes a couple seconds for that to do the run Mimikatz, and here we go. It is going to start now. So let's go ahead and give it a couple more seconds, and there we go. So what did we find in here? We didn't really find anything. We found that our credentials. We also found the administrators. So this is something good to save right now. So the administrator account, we have it. But the thing is, for the NTLM, you're going to be able to do a passive hash attack, and you're going to be able to run as the administrator. But this one is for the local admin. So not really a lot of information, but you can do a passive hash attack. Let's go ahead and go back and do use module, and we want to do credentials Mimikatz. Is there a passive hash? Yep. Info. So create ID from the store to use. So here it is, the user. So let's go ahead and set the user to administrator. So we are going to do set user administrator, and then we are going to set the NTLM to whatever this NTLM is over here. But the thing with this, it's not really persistent, because whenever the administrator changes the password, the NTLM is also going to change. Something to keep in mind. There we go. So awesome. Let's go ahead and see what happens over here. Running the task. All right. Is he going to? Let's go ahead and give it a couple more seconds, and let's see what else we can run over here. Elevate it. You can do golden tickets attack. You can do DC sync from here. There's a lot of stuff that you are able to do. Golden tickets, logon passwords. We can execute this and see if we can find. And pass the hash. Missing argument, the domain. So for the domain, this one is going to be a local administrator. So set domain, and it is student SRV, I believe, run. Or what if maybe we could specify like local host or something? Let's see. So it is running. Let's go ahead and pause this video. So there we go. We were successfully able to do a pass the hash attack, but this one doesn't really, it doesn't really, I don't know if I want to say it doesn't really matter, but for this one, since we already have local admin access, this pass the hash attack doesn't really take us anywhere unless this administrator has local admin access to another account, or to another, not to another account, or to another server. What you could do is you can try now to see if you can get to another server with this with this pass the hash attack. But yeah, that's how you do it. And you just gotta make sure that you know your domain. Always specify the domain, because if you don't specify the domain, it's going to give you an error. Since this one was a local account, I use specify the local server for the domain. So that's how you do a pass the hash attack, and that's how you execute and also elevate your shell to a local admin, so you are able to execute all of the other ones. Like you can do also same, you can do purge. Basically it's going to delete all the tickets that you have in there. So a lot of good stuff. Hey guys, welcome to a new section, and hopefully you guys survived all that madness with we use PowerShell, Empire. We also use CrackMap, exec, and Win, Evo WinRM. But now we are going to start using Metasploit. And why Metasploit? Because Metasploit is basically the ultimate tool, and Metasploit is the thing that I love about Metasploit is that it is open source, so it is free. That's one of the things that I like the most, and a lot of people help with this product. A lot of people help with CrackMap, exec, and Evo WinRM, and also even PowerShell, Empire. But there's a lot of more money into Metasploit. It's a lot more money, a lot more time, a lot of more of the developers involved in Metasploit, and it is more reliable than any other tool, than any pen testing tool out there. And Metasploit is a penetration testing framework. Everybody knows what Metasploit is, right? And it makes our lives simple, right? Unless you're taking the OSCP. If you use Metasploit, you could potentially fail the exam. I think you're only allowed to use it once, but if you use it more than once, you can potentially fail the exam, because it is really good, and it automates a lot of stuff. That's why they don't allow it in the OSCP exam. But if you're taking an exam or anything like that, and they allow you to use Metasploit, it is going to make hacking simple for you. And it is a very essential tool for many hackers and defenders. Defenders can use it to see how the hackers are trying to hack into the system. So with that being said, whenever you deploy Metasploit or open Metasploit, and this Metasploit comes installed by default on Kali and Parrot OS as well, so you don't need to install anything. All you need to do is to run it as root. So as you can see right now, I'm running as root, or if you're not running as root, you can use the sudo, but since I'm running as root, I don't need to do that. And the command to start this is msf console. Do not ask me why they haven't just named it Metasploit, but I guess MSF console stands for Metasploit Framework Console. There we go, Metasploit Framework Console. So let's go ahead and start this bad boy up. And as you can see, there are 2,077 exploits. That's just exploits, guys, okay? And then we have 1,124 auxiliary, right? Those auxiliaries, and then we have 352 posts, 592 payloads. Okay, you see how crazy that is. 45 encoders, 10 NOPs, and 7 evasion. So there is a lot of stuff in here, and like I said, a lot of people, there's a lot of time that they put into Metasploit, a lot of developers, a lot of money, and it is just free for anybody to use, which is unbelievable, right? So whenever you start Metasploit, if you haven't used Metasploit before, welcome to Metasploit. It's going to make your life a lot easier. For Metasploit, if you are first timer, you just want to do the help command and see what you can find. Every time you're going to run anything, just do a help command and see what you're able to do. Here are the developer commands. We're not going to be working with that. Here are the credentials, backend commands. Basically, if you have done some dumping, you can do the creds, and you're going to see all that dumping in there. Here's some database backend. We're not going to use any of that. The resource script command. Yeah, we're not going to be working with that. Job commands, module commands. Here are some module commands over here. We are going to be using a lot of show, search, options, info, some advanced as well, use, okay. And core commands, we have banners, color. You want to change the color, you want to connect to something. If you want to exit, you can just do exit. Gets the value of a context specific variable. And history, it shows the command history, which is really, really nice. And one of the things that I really appreciate and I really love is that there's not a lot of crashing. With Empire, I ran into a lot of issues. They don't have that many people working as they have for Metasploit, for PowerShell Empire. But I wish there was a lot more people. I wish I knew it is written in Python 3. I wish I was really good with Python so I could help them with those issues that they're having, because it's a really good tool, but there's just not a lot of resources and a lot of time that they put in, the same like they put in for Metasploit. Okay, so that's the help command. One of the first things that you want to do, let's say like we found, that was I guess it was like 14 hours ago. If we have watched the entire series on my course, like 14 hours ago, we did some nmap scans, and we found that one of the servers was running on a version of Windows 08, and it was also running SMB. So for that, what I want to do is, I want to check if that Windows 8 is if it is exploitable to the Eternal Blue. So that's one of the things that I want to do. So from here, if you find something and if you want to search for exploits, all you have to do is search. You can search for Jenkins. There's a bunch of exploits right here for Jenkins. You can see we have scanners. You can see it for Linux. You can see multi-platform scanner exploits in here. So whenever you see an auxiliary, this is probably going to be like scanning or gathering credentials. Whenever you see exploits, those are going to try to get a reverse shell for you. All right, so exploits, trying to exploit, get a reverse shell for you. And auxiliary scanners, it's basically getting some more information, basically. Okay. And what else we have? If you want to search for like FTP, if you find like an FTP port, you can see a lot of posts, a lot of exploits, a lot of good stuff in here. Buffer overflow, SQL injection. So that's how you do a search. So now I want to do a search for the MS-17. Let's just search for MS-17, and MS-17 is the CVE for the 17. I believe this from the MS-17.010 is the CVE for the Eternal Blue. And since my the server that we found was running on a Windows 08, it also had the SMB port open, I want to see if it is vulnerable to SMB. So the way that you can find that before you start exploiting, right? Because you don't want to just go ahead and start exploiting. If you have the ability to basically see if it's exploitable, just go ahead and do that so you don't waste a lot of time. Because if you find that it's not exploitable, then you don't have to go that way. You want to go another way. So that's why I want to scan to see if it is exploitable. And the one that I'm going to be using is the auxiliary scanner SMB for SMB MS17010. And you can see that it gives you a description over here. It is a MS17010 SMB RC scanner, so remote code execution detection. And whenever you want to use, you did a search, and if you want to use any of those modules, you want to get into those modules, the way that you do it is by either doing use the number 6 over here, or you want to use the entire path over here. Let's go ahead and show you that you can do it like this. You can see, and now we moved into that, right into that module. As you can see it over here, it changed. Or you could have done use number 6 as well, and that was going to take you to the same one. So you can either use a number, or you can use the entire name over here. Okay. So after we do that, we clear the screen so it can look a little bit bigger or a little bit better. And the other commands that you could use is info, and info will give you basically a lot more information. So it will tell you the name, it will tell you the module, who has the license, I may deploy framework license, BSD. The rank is normal. They rank it from like average, normal, and like I think it goes from great. So it goes like normal, average, and great, right? And the info, it will also show you, just like you remember when we were working with Empire. There's some basic options that you want to fill out, and it will tell you if it is required or not over here. So if it's not required, you don't really need to worry about it. And if it is required and we haven't filled it out, we need to fill it out. And it will also give you a description over here. You want to read that. There are the references over here, and also known as double pulsar or eternal blue. So another one that you could do is just options instead of info. The options, what it would do, it will only show you the options where you need to fill out, right? Info will give you, a description. It will give you the CVEs and a lot more stuff. But for options, it only shows you what you need to fill out. So what we need to fill out over here is the R port already has been filled out. The R host. So let's go ahead and set the R host. So we need to set the R host, and the R host for that, it was 192.168.1.53, and that's it. We don't need to really fill out the SMB domain, SMB pass, or SMB user. The threats is 1, so that's good. So after this, you can either do a run or execute. Either one of those will do it. So after you do that, let's go ahead and do run. And as you can see over here, it will give you results for the scanner. This host is likely vulnerable to MS17010, and it's a Windows Server 2008 Enterprise 6002 Service Pack 2, and it's an 86 32-bit. This is good to know because since it is an 86 a 32-bit, you need to pick a payload that will be compatible with this server. If you pick a payload that it only does it only works for x64, it is not going to work for the server. So therefore, whenever we do the exploit, we are going to pick a payload that is compatible with it. So this is really good information to know. So this is it for this video, guys. On the next video, we are going to be exploiting the MS17010, so the Eternal Blue, on that server that we found a while ago. Thank you guys for watching. Hey, on the previous video, we found that our host is hosting that Windows 2008 Enterprise, and we saw that it is vulnerable to the MS17010. So what we're going to do now is we are going to try to exploit it, and so for that we are going to be using another module. So the module that we're going to be using, it is not going to be this scanner over here. So what can you do from here? What you can do is this is one of the things that I love um, Metasploit for. So even from here, you don't need to go back and then search. From over here, you can just do search, and you can just search for like MS17, and let's see what we find. So when you search for that, you can see that you're going to see a bunch of auxiliary, but we're not going to use that because we already used one, and we know that it found that it is vulnerable. So now we are going to use some of the exploits, and the one that I actually want to use is the PS exec. I mean, you can use any of the other ones over here. You can see that the PS exec one only is normal for the rank. The SMB double pulsar our remote code execution is great, but the thing is that the double pulsar RCE or remote code execution only works for x64, so you gotta be careful, right? If we go over here, let's go ahead and just so you can see it, let's go ahead and use 11, and you can see that the payload that it shows you that it picked is an x64 one. So that's not going to work for my server because my server is an x86, right? If you also do a show payloads, from here you can see all the payloads that you can use for this module that we use, show payloads. And you can see over here that we don't have any. Let's go ahead and make this maybe a little bit smaller so it looks better. There we go. So from over here, you can see that all the payloads that are available are for Windows 64. And also, if you do a show targets, this one will show you the targets. You can see that it is only for x64. So therefore, I don't want to use that. So let's go ahead and do a search MS17 again. And I know as a fact, because I've used it before, that the one that works for that has x86 or 32 bits is this one over here, right? It's compatible with that. So we do if we use 10, that's going to take me to use a different module, and you can see the default payload. You got to pay attention to the payload, right? Because since we have at 86 x86 or 32 bit, we got to make sure that this one is compatible. I know it is compatible, but you got to make sure that it's compatible. So if we do clear, let's go ahead and do options, so you can show me the options where I need to fill out. We have the R host, so let's go ahead and set that R host. And the way you do that, you do set, and then you specify what you want to set. R host 192.168.1.53. This one we're going to leave it as a default. The ports we did, the host is in there, and this one are set up already. Also, you need to make sure that you set up your L host, and your L host is the local machine, your computer's machine, right? So from here you can do show targets to see who's going to be the targets. You can see that we have different targets, and asking for x64, which means that it is probably going to be compatible with the 32-bit server that we are going to be exploiting. And also, if we do a show payload to see what available payloads we have, you can see that we are going to have a 64-bit version, and we're also going to see that we have 86-bit payload. So you can see by that, you are going to know that this is going to be good for the server, right? You need to make sure that it's compatible to the server, to whatever bit you are running. Always pay attention to that. All right, let's go ahead and clear this out. Let's go ahead and do options again. If I spelled out correctly, options, here we go. So everything looks good. Let's go ahead and run it and see what happens. And there we go. We just got a session. So we have exploited that vulnerability. So now if we do so now we got a interpreter, something that we got to talk about too. Make this bigger for you guys. There we go. So a interpreter is basically it's like an advanced, dynamically and extensive, and a really extensible payload that uses in-memory DLL injection stagers. And with interpreter, it's basically like a shell on steroids. You can do a lot of stuff if you get an interpreter. You can do there's a lot of post um, modules that you can use with interpreter, and we are going to be using those on the upcoming video. So we are going to be doing some enumeration. We are going to see who we are and all that stuff. But let's go ahead and give you the basics now. Always do help. Help is going to help you a lot. So we do a help. We can see that we can do hash dump, but be careful with that because you first need to have admin credentials. So we don't know if we are an admin yet. You can get system. You can do play to play some sound. If you want to freak out whoever is in front of that server, you know, you can keyboard send. You can send send keystrokes. You can screen share. You can take a screenshot. You can enumerate the desktop, so list all the accessible desktop and Windows stations. And then the system commands over here, you can do a drop token execute, so you can execute a command, CMD command. You can get one or more environment variables. So there's a lot of stuff that you can do. You can get the SID of the user that the server is running as. You can do the get UID to get the user that the server is running as. You can kill the process, local time. You can reboot if you have access to it. You can shut down. You can do a shell instead of a interpreter. So if you want to get rid of the interpreter, all you have to do is just do a shell, and that will take you back to like the CMD command line. You know, you can do some networking commands over here as well. You can do file system commands as well. You know, you can upload, you can remove. PWD will print the working directory where you are. So you know, there's a lot of commands that you can do, as you can see over here. And let's see, one of the commands that I want to do, because I want to see who am I want to see, I believe is the get UID. Let's do get SID and get UID. So get UID. So we are the anti-authority system, which means that we are a local admin on that machine. And if you get the, what was the other one that we can do is the get. So we did the get UID. We can also do the get SID. I thought I did get SID. There we go. So that's the SID. And one of the things that I really like about interpreter is that you can just background it. Backgrounder, basically, it will just take you back to Metasploit, and from here you can search for like modules that you can run, and then you can execute those on that session. And the way that you go back, or that if you want to list all the sessions, you can do sessions I, and you can see that we have a session. It is the anti-authority system at file share, and it will tell you where your connection is and where it is connected. You can see that it is an x86, and if you want to go back, all you have to do is specify which one you want to go back to, right, by the ID. Because if you have like 20 of them, you want to specify which one you are. So therefore, I want to go back to that one, and I got back to that one. And you can see that we are back to the get UID. We are the anti-authority system. Hi guys. In this video, we are going to be doing some enumeration. So we are going to be doing some user groups and computers enumeration, and also some more cool stuff that you can do. So as you can see, let's go ahead and display the session. So the session that we have over here is session 2. So I want to go ahead and interact with session 2 by doing the sessions I and specifying the session. Over here, if you do a get UID, you can see that I am the anti-authority system. Okay, so that's really awesome. And from here, if you want to just drop to a shell, you can just go ahead and specify shell, and that will take you back to a shell instead of interpreter. And from here, you can do a who am I, all, and that will display all of that. And from here, you know, you can do some local enumeration and all of that stuff that we have done before. So that's why I'm not going to do that. So, and then you can just also you can just do a host name. You can see the host name. ipconfig, and all that good stuff. But we don't want to do it from here. We want to learn how to do it from from interpreter. We already learned how to do it from just the CMD and from PowerShell. So we don't really want to do this. So therefore, let's go ahead and just exit out of here, and that will take you back to interpreter, which is kind of really cool. So from here, what you want to do is you want to be running some modules that interpreter has, and one of those modules is the gather the enum AD users to see if we can get AD users. Now this one has not worked for me. So the way that you do that, the way that you run the modules is the run, and then you just got to specify where the module is located. I don't want to list all the 295 possibilities. So I'm going to do run. I'm going to do the post Windows gather, and then it's going to be in the enum underscore AD underscore users. So if we run that, users is with a S. So you can see right here, I get an operation fail. So for some reason, it does not work. So another one that we can do is just by doing the AD groups, right? And this one would display all the groups that the system has. And this is from, as you can see, this is from the pentesting.local domain, so it is coming from the domain. I don't know why the user is not working. There's something that doesn't work. And another way that you can run these modules, this the same modules that I can run from interpreter. I can just run in from Metasploit, and the way that you do that is by doing a background. Just to keep that in the background. Let's go ahead and clear this out. And after we do that, we can just do like use. We can start with post Windows gather, and the one that we want to do is the enum logged on users, right? And this one is a module. So from this module, if we do options to see what the options that you need to fill out, all you need to do is just go ahead and change the session, right? And that will run in the session that we have it. And if we do sessions, you can see that session number 2 is the one that needs to be over here. So if we do set session to 2, and then if you run this module, it is basically the same way like I was running it. You can see that there's a session with the student 1, and also the administrator has a session. You can see the SUID for student 1. Let's go ahead and copy that because we are going to do something cool in a little bit. So that's how you run that. And another one that you could use, another module, is like the instead of the get logon user is the get AD user comments. I'm not sure if this one is actually going to work. So user underscore comments, right? And then you go to options, and from over here we have the domain name that we need to specify and the fields that you want to get. So if you do, let's set session to 2, and then set the domain to pentesting.local. Let's see if we get anything from here. Run it. So as you can see over here, we do get some really good information. So something that we have gathered already, so you can just go ahead and copy that and just paste it on your cherry tree. I know that we gathered that before, but it is really nice that we were able to get that from here. So this one, the comments do use. So this one only passes comments or descriptions that are filled out. The descriptions that are not filled out, you won't get anything, which is really nice to have. Because like I said before, a lot of company still do leave this out there. They do put passwords in the description. So these are really cool. There's a hanging fruit, right? You can potentially just break into a system with domain admin access, because I believe that this Jenkins admin is part of the domain admin, and we can verify by running. Let's go ahead and run. We are going to be running another module, which is the enum domain users. It's a domain, not domain users, domain group users. All right, and if you go to options, and for the options over here, you can set the group to whatever you want. I have it as domain admin. The session, you want to change the session to set session to 2, and let's go ahead and run that. So what this is going to do is going to give me all the members of the domain admins, and you can see right here that indeed the Jenkins admin is part of the domain admin. All right, so if we use these credentials, if that is actually the credentials for Jenkins admin, we are probably going to be able to, to get a shell with that, and just dump all the hashes and do all that cool stuff that we're going to be doing later on. Another thing that you want to do, or that you could run, is the enum domain. If you go to options, see where you need to fill out, you need to do the session. So you do set session to 2, and you can run that real quick. You can see over here, and it also tells you which one is a domain controller, which is really good to know. And it was completed, and the domain is the Pentesting domain. I thought this one was going to give me the SID for the domain, but it's cool. Another one that is really good to know is the enum computers. So if we do the set session, I forgot the T, set session to number 2, and go ahead and run it. This one is going to, run the module against the file share, because that's where we have this interpreter session. And this one, look, you can see it did not work, so we were not able to find anything. But on a later video, we are going to find more, or we're going to find another way to do computer enumeration. Another one that you could do is the I think it's called, let's see if I remember, it's not enum, it's resolve SID. And if you go to options again, you can see the SID that we want to look up, and I have one over here. And let's set the session to 2, set the SID to this one over here, and let's see if it's able to resolve it. Run it. You can see in this one is for the student.1. That one we got when we did some of the enumeration, we were able to get the student one over here, and that's the one that I copied, and we just ran it over here. So if you find some SID and you want to know who it belongs to, there's a really easy way to do that. Now, another one, doing more enumeration. This is what it's all about. It is all about enumeration, guys. The more enumeration that you do, the easier it's going to be for you to break into something. So local admin search enum, another one. So this one is going to search for local admin access. So if we do options to see what you need to configure, you can see that this one you don't need. It's not required for the domain, not required the domain controller, not required the group. Enum users, so it's going to enumerate the logo and users, the R host, so you need to specify the R host. So let's set the R host and see if this one works. 192.168.1.55, and set the session to session number 2, and let's go ahead and run it. And this one didn't really run in a system. Module should be run as a user level right. So we need to, for this one, we need to be running as a user level right. So on a later video, we can go ahead and run that when we have a interpreter session with a user, and now with the NT system. Okay, and the last one that I'm going to do is for the service principal names enumeration. So if we go over here, enumeration, enum underscore and AD, it's going to be service principal names. And service principal names, the SPN is whenever an account has a set SPN, which basically would allow us to, get the hashes for that account, and we can take those hashes and we can take it offline, and we can basically do it's basically a ticket that it gives you, and you can convert that ticket to get the hash, and then you can do hashcat. You can run hashcat on it to see if we can get the clear text password on it. So let's go ahead and do options. So for this one, you don't need the domain, it's not required. So max search 500. Let's set this session to 2, and let's go ahead and run this bad boy. So as you can see right here, it didn't really find anything. Let's say if we can set the domain, see if that works or that helps. Set the domain to pentesting.local. Let's go ahead and run it. And still, so this one we were not able to retrieve that. On another video later on, I think there's another way that I'm going to be able to get that as well. So this is it for this video, guys. This is just the first part of doing enumeration. We just went over, users, groups, and computers, and some other enumeration. Thank you guys for watching. Hello guys, we're going to continue doing some enumeration, and for this part number 2, for doing enumeration with Metasploit and Meterpreter, we are going to be doing some ARP, some tokens, and some patches, and a little bit more. So let's go ahead and go to the session for this one. So session number 2, right? If we do the get UID, you can see that we are still the system. Nothing has changed. So I want to go ahead and run a post, and the post that I want to run is basically a module. So it's going to be the Windows gather, and then so Windows post gather the ARP scanner, and the ARP scanner, we need to set the R host to 192.168.1. I believe it's that one that's 50 to that 55. Would it let me do that? Let's see. Yeah, so it won't let me run that. Let's see if we can run it, because he gave me, I don't want to run because he's on my local, basically on my local network, and that's going to retrieve all the information. So if we do it that 50, that's still gonna get more of the stuff. So if we do that 50, let's go ahead and run it for that 50. So the script didn't work. What about that 51, that 53? Yeah, let's go ahead and just let's go ahead and get out of here. So let's go ahead and background this, and let's go ahead and use this same one so we can see the options that we can do. And we can do use instead of run. When you are in Interpreter, you want to use run, and whenever you are back to Metasploit, you want to use the post, you want to use the use, right? So use it. Let's go ahead and see the options that we have. We have sessions, of course, and we have a target address range or CIDR. So I believe we do it in our host, set our host to, let's say 192.168.1.50 to that one that's 55. Set session to 2. Let's see if it works like that. Okay, so we were able to IP, so we got 1, and that one that we got was for the .50, and the .50, that is our, you see that it can give you it gave you the MAC address, so that's the only one that responded to or that we got the ARP for. So that means that we are in communication with that .50, and remember that .50 is basically the domain controller, and that's why we have it in our ARP table, right? If there was another one that we were communicating with, it was going to show over here, but the only one that shows is the .50. All right, so let's go ahead and go to the sessions and let's go to 2. So go back to Interpreter. Another one that you want to do, like I showed you before, so for Interpreter you can do an IP config. ipconfig would give you the IP address, the net mask, and if there's another interface that is configured over here, it will show it to you. But as you can see, there is only one interface with an IP address. If we find another interface with another IP address, then we want to go ahead and do do an nmap scan and see if we find other servers and potentially like another domain that we can hop to. Another one that you can do is a netstat, and the netstat will show you the connections on this machine. So you can see the protocol TCP. We have port 80, and port 80 is connected right now. Oh, it's not connected, it is listening. The state is listening. You can see port 135, 445, which we are abusing right now. It is listening, and you can see the program name that is using it. So you can see the netstat to see if there's like port 80 or port 8080. If port 8080 is open, and if it's only open for the local system, then you want to go ahead and take a look at that and see what's running in there, so you can potentially exploit it. All right. Also, you can take a look at the routing table by just doing route from here, and you can see the routing table over here. You can see that we basically have a default gateway to 192.168.1.1. We have the net mask, and this is the routing table that you could potentially also take a look to see if you find a new server in there. All right. So let's go ahead and let's go ahead and background this, and another module that you can run from here. We are going to use the post windows gather enum tokens. Okay, we do go to options, and this module, what it does is it's going to gather or enumerate the domain admin tokens are in this machine. So if we do set session to 2, and we can run it, and it's going to do a scan on that server that we have a connection to see if it finds any tokens. As you can see right now, it did not find any domain admin tokens in here. Another one that we can do is to take a look at the patches to see if this server has been patched or if it has any, and it's patches. There we go. Options. All we need to do is the session, which is really nice. Session 2, run it, and as you can see right now, the patch list has been saved in this directory. And you can see that this one has been installed, and that's it. So it only has this one over here. So if you go ahead and copy that in, if you just go ahead and just go do a Google search and see what, when this was patched, and if there's any vulnerability that came out after that patch, it is really good information. So if you go over here, and that after that you want to click on the Microsoft catalog, and you can see what this patch was for. So it is probably was for this one over here. You can click on it, you can download it, you can read about it. This one installs the update to enable future updates to install successfully on all Windows 2008 edition. So a lot of good stuff, and from here you can take a look more in depth and see if you can find a potential exploit that you can use to compromise this server further. All right. Another one that you could do is the PowerShell environment settings. So if you do, you want to do enum PowerShell environment, and if you go to options over here, and you want to set the session, and the session we are going to set it to 2 again. Just go ahead and run it, and this one did not come with anything, so I guess there's no environment setting, or there's probably an issue with the module. So it could be, there's 2 possibilities over there, right? So the other ones, I want to go ahead and just run it from, because we can run those modules like I said before. We can run it from just straight from Metasploit and just specify the session, or we can just run it straight from the session. So let's go ahead and go to the session, so you can see that you can also do it from here. So if you do run post, and it's going to be in the Windows, and we are going to do enum I forgot the gather, then enumeration, and then the one that I want to run is the IE. And this one, what it does, it just runs. Basically, it's going to retrieve the history and the cookies, and also try to see if there's any credentials that it might find in there. So if you have like a safe pass or anything, this is what it does. So this is really good, really nice to have. And the last one that I want to go over is the Bloodhound. We have used Bloodhound before, so let's go ahead and run it, and you can just paste it over here since I haven't copied it. So the post Windows gather Bloodhound, and if you run that, that's because PowerShell is not installed. Okay, so if PowerShell was installed in this box, what it's going to do, it was going to, you know, execute the Bloodhound, and then you were going to be able to import those of the enumeration that Bloodhound does, and you can import that into your Bloodhound GUI, and you can, you know, just use Bloodhound, which is a really nice, really nice tool. And we have used it before. So if you have a machine, try to run this Bloodhound, and then try to import that into your Bloodhound, because we have I'll show you how to install it and how to configure it before. So try to run this Bloodhound, get those files, upload it to your Bloodhound GUI, and see what you can find. A really nice tool, and it really works great whenever you have PowerShell installed in your machine. But for this machine, I don't have, or this Windows machine, Windows 8 machine, really old machine, does not have PowerShell installed for some reason. Okay, so now I'm going to show you a really cool trick. So if you go ahead and background this, and if you go to search, and if you want to search for the post, this is what we're going to search for: post Windows gather. What this is going to give you is it's going to give you all the modules that you can potentially run to gather information over here. And if you just want to go, you know, just search for the post module, that's going to give you, you know, a lot of more information. And if you just want to do, you know, recon, you want to search for recon, just go ahead and put recon in here, and that's going to give you all the modules for recon. There's not a lot of them, but hey, so that is a really nice trick on how to find, you know, if you want to do recon, if you want to do management, if you want to do, there's also credentials, there's also gather. So if you want to do, you know, just search for those, you can do it this way. Thank you guys for watching. Hello guys, welcome to another video of doing more enumeration with Metasploit. And since on the previous video at the end, I showed you how you can, you know, just find those modules so you can do enumeration yourself. What I'm going to be doing is, now I have a list of what I look for. I'm just going to be copy and pasting. I don't want to be just typing in, you know, just taking a long time. So like I said on the previous video, I show you how to get those modules, how to search for it. So I'm just going to be doing a bunch of copy and pasting, but like I said before, I always leave all the commands that I run either on the description or in a file that you can download and just run those same commands that I'm going to be running. So for that being said, I'm going to be using this this enumeration, and this is going to enumerate all the share. So let's go ahead and go to options, and all you have to do is set the session. For this one, we're going to set it to 2, and then we're going to run it. There we go. So he found one share, and the name was file share, and the other one was AD. So the following shares were found. So basically, Active Directory, or not Active Directory, the domain controller AD has some file shares in there, and also file share, which is the one that we broke into. So really good information to know over here. The other one is to enumerate the services that are running. So use post Windows gather enum services. You want to set the session to 2. Let's see if there are any other options in there. Nothing else. So let's go ahead and just go ahead and run it. And this one over here is going to, you know, to detect the services that are running on the session number 2. And the session number 2, it is the interpreter session that we have open. And as you can see over here, it gives you a lot of information, you know, not a lot of information, a lot of services, but a lot of information, a lot of data. that you can look up from here. So from here, you know, you just want to look out for like if Jenkins is running, if there is something that you could potentially exploit. You know, over here, you see that spooler is auto. It it doesn't tell you if it is running though, but if it is auto, that means that there's a high possibility that it's running. So you can see the BFE is running, the audio service, the crypto is also potentially running, BFSR, DPS, DFS, event log, event system. So really good information from here. So you want to just, you know, skim through and see if you can find like a Jenkins, Tomcat, or something that is running in here as a service, right? All right, moving on. The other one is the SNMP, to look for SNMP. If SNMP is running, set the session to 2. Let's see if there are any other options that we need to fill out, and we do not. So let's go ahead and run this bad boy. And there's nothing. SNMP is not set up, but there's something that you could, you know, just look for. All right. Another one, we are going to be doing some Chrome enumeration. So this again is going to be looking at the cookies, going to be looking at the password that has been saved in there. Also going to be looking at the history. So we're going to set the session to 2. We let's go ahead and check out the options. Nothing else, and so let's go ahead and just run it. So there's no cookies, no anything. That means it's probably because there is no Chrome installed, and I can tell you that as a fact, Chrome is not installed in here. So what I want you to do is, if you are, you know, following my videos, go ahead and install Chrome, and, you know, log into our website and save your credentials there, and then run this and see if you can get anything. That is something, you know, something that you want to do to see if it works, right? I give you that as homework. So now the other one is enum AV excluded. So we are going to find, look for files where the antivirus has it excluded. So if there is a file, or not a file, or a folder that has been excluded from AV, that means that it's not going to be scanned by AV or by the antivirus, meaning that if you, you know, drop, you know, like a malware in there, it is not going to be deleted by the AV, and therefore you are going to be able to run anything from that folder, right? And so let's go ahead and go to options, see what you can find. So all we need to set is the session to 2, and then we are just going to run this. You see, not supported AV identified. This is because of Windows 08, and I don't think that that there was any antivirus on installed by default. I don't think Defender. I'm not sure when Defender was first came out, which, you know, you can potentially just Google search when was Windows Defender roll out. So let's go right over here. Something that you want to, you know, just look for: when was Windows Defender first roll out. Let's see that. I cannot tell you. I think it was probably Windows 2012, Windows 8. I think I want to say that. Oh, so look, it was in 2006, but I guess that maybe it didn't come with it. It's interesting. So Windows Defender was in 2006, so I was wrong by that. Okay, but I don't know why. I guess it doesn't identify because it's too old. All right. So another module, you know, is the PuTTY save sessions. A lot of companies use PuTTY, and a lot of people just save their credentials in there. And this is a, you know, way to gather those credentials. And I'm not going to even run this because I know as a fact that I don't have the PuTTY is not in there installed. And this is another homework that I'm going to give you. Go ahead and install PuTTY and save sessions and see if you're able to get those credentials by using this module. Okay, and let me know if you successfully get those. And the other one is the enum applications. So you also want to be looking for applications, you know, see if there's like a Jenkins install or FileZilla install. If there's like a FileZilla install, then you want to run there's a module in here where you can harvest credentials from FileZilla. There's a module that you can use in here. So, you know, just also, you know, go ahead and install FileZilla and see if you can get those credentials as well. So for this one, let's go ahead and do options, and all we need to do is just set the session to 2, and then we are going to run it. So for this one, the applications, you can see that it's saved it in here. So what we could do, since it is in the root, we will need to open a new tab, and we want to do sudo I, and put your password in there, and cat, and looks like there's nothing in there. So it wasn't able to get the applications that are installed in here, probably because it's a really old server. Another one, a good one, if you don't want to just run IE or the Chrome enumeration, you can just do the browser history forensics, and this one would get the browsing history from Google Chrome, IE, and Firefox, and a bunch of others. So if you go to info, you can go ahead and see that it's going to gather from Skype, Firefox, and Chrome. I thought IE was in there, but I guess it's not. So let's go ahead and set the session. I know it's a fact that I don't have Skype or Firefox or Chrome installed, but let's go ahead and run and see what it does and see if it's going to yell at me. So how could now load? So yeah, there's nothing in here because I don't have either Firefox or Chrome. So another homework, you go ahead and install Chrome or Firefox, or install all of them and see if you can get any history and see what you can find, right? All right, so this is it for this video, guys. Like I showed you before, I showed you a way that you can get those all those modules that you can run. So if you do a search, post Windows gather, those will return all the gather. If you want to just go a little bit deeper in there, which will show you more stuff, you can see all the stuff that I'm using. So all those modules that I'm using in here. And if you just go through the list and see if you find something that interests you, right? Like SSH, like install Python. It's kind of cool, enable RDP. You can enable RDP. Try to run this and see, or disable RDP, and then try to see if you are able to enable RDP. There's a delete user, add user, smart hash dump. Just try to run all of this, man. This is how you learn. The way to learn is just by trying it yourself. Okay, so thank you guys for watching. Hello guys, welcome to another video. In this video we are going to take a look at the exploit suggester, and this is another module that we're going to be using, a great module. And this one, what it's going to do is going to do some recon on your machine or on the server that you have exploited, and it's going to just give you some suggestion on what exploits you can do. Exploits, to get a higher get like local admin. I mean, we already have local admin, so it basically doesn't really matter for us because we already have local admin. But I want to show you how to get, or how to potentially get local admin by running this local exploit suggester, which is a really nice module. So let's go ahead, and from here we are going to use we are going to use the post, and we are going to go Windows, and it's going to be in the recon directory, local exploits. Let's see, did I get to the recon? Okay, now Windows, sorry for that. We're going to go multi, and then from here we want to go to recon, and then local exploit suggester. All right, so if we go to info to see what this is about, you can see that this one is going to do a recon for a bunch of platforms. So it does it from unknown. I don't know why that's in there. Windows, Juniper, Unify, Arista, Solaris, OS X, BSD, OpenBSD, BSDI. So it's going to run for Linux, Ruby, for anything, right, that you have where you have a session. So let's go ahead and set the session to, and let's go ahead and run this and see what we get. No, not in all caps, it does not like it. So as you can see, identify that we have a Windows machine, so, and it's an x86, so it's going to go into that folder, and it's going to scan your machine and see, it's going to look at the patches, see what has been patched and what has not been patched. And for this server, since it's a really old server, I'm think it's gonna give you a lot of good exploits that we can try and see if we can get some other session or something as a local admin. Since we have local admin access, for us, like I said before, it doesn't really matter because we already have it. But I want to show you guys just in case you guys did not have local admin access. And also, if you haven't, so go ahead and take a look at my local privilege escalation, where I go through a bunch of ways to get local admin access. It is with an RDP session, but it is really good, a really good section. So let's go ahead and leave this running over here. It's probably going to run for a little bit, so let's go ahead and pause this video. So it was done. It only took about 30 seconds after I posted the video. So as you can see, it was looking for 35 exploits that have been tried. So out of the 35 exploits, we found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 exploits that we can use. And it tells you which ones they are. You know, it will tell you the path. Like you can use the bypass event viewer. So we can just go ahead and let's go ahead and just try that and see what happens. We want to use the use. After that, you want to do paste it in here, and okay, you can see the payload. Not configure. The default is that one. That one is fine because it is compatible with the 32-bit, which is what our server is. So you want to go to options, see what you need to put in here, and all you have to do is set the session to 2 and your local host. Okay, and you see the target over here. Let's see if there are more targets. So show targets. So we have it for 86 or 64. If you just want to go ahead and set it for Windows, or set the target to 0, you can go ahead and set it over here so it doesn't even try the x64. And then you want to go ahead and run it, and hopefully it doesn't break it. So this one, it was aborted because I already have an elevated state, so it is not going to do it. But you know, if you want to go ahead and try this, just go ahead and install a Windows OA server and try to run this and see how it goes. So this is how you do some, you know, local exploit with this local module, with this local post. Is it a local post? It is a local exploit suggester. That's what it's called, and it is a module in Metasploit. That's what I wanted to say. A module in Metasploit that is really good at suggesting what you should try. And the cool thing is that it will tell you which modules to run, right? You know, out of 34 that it tried, it found like 8 exploits. You know, if you cannot, you know, it's 8 exploits that you can try. You should probably get, you know, an elevated show if you don't have it already. But since I have an elevated show, it won't do it. I wish it would do it, but it won't do it. Let's see if we say like force. Forgot what it was. I don't think that's going to. Yeah, run. What if we run? Let's see. Runs PowerShell. Blah 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 blah. MSI. No, we don't want any of that. Yeah, I think that you could force it. Let's see. PowerShell. MSI. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna enable. I think we would just enable force something. No, it's not in here either. Enable context. Enable. Would it give me anything for force? Yeah. So force context. Force, yeah, I forgot how to do it, but I think there's a way that you could like force it and see if we just give you, if it will give you that. All right, let's go ahead and leave that. So another module, I'm full of modules. I'm just giving you a bunch of modules that you can try. Modules on Metasploit, they are really great. So another one that you can do is that, and we are going to go ahead and use it. It is the post. Windows gather, and win privs, right? And from here, we can go ahead and just look at info and see what it tells us. It has a description, which is really nice. So this module will print if UAC is enabled and if the current account is admin enabled, and it will also print the UID, the foreign session ID, is system status, and all that good stuff. So let's go ahead and look at the options and set the session to 2, and let's go ahead and run and see what it's going to give us according to the description. And access and interesting. I don't know why I have access and because I ran this with as a root user. But go ahead and try that and see if it works. And if it doesn't work, go ahead and update your Metasploit and see if that works for you. But this is set for this video. On the following video, on the next videos, we are going to be getting into some cool stuff. We are going to be doing some passive hash. We are going to, PowerShell has this user. We are going to be dumping some. We are going to be doing a lot of dumping with Metasploit, credential collectors and PSSX with hashes. We are also going to try to do a golden ticket. We are going to create different backdoors that you can do, and then that's going to be it. Thank you guys for watching. Hello guys, on the previous video, what we did was we ran the local exploit suggester, but we were not able to run any of those exploits that were suggested to us because we were already a local admin. So I went ahead and got a interpreter session or shell back with a user that is not a local admin access, so we can now run local exploit suggester and see if any of those suggestions that are given to us actually work. So if I go to the session you can see that I have a session number 6. So I want to go to session number 6, and if I do a get UID, you can see over here that it is student number 2, and the information you can see over here that the name is student number 2 as well. So if I just drop to shell and I just do a who am I all, you can see over here that this one right here is not part of the local admin access or domain admin or anything like that. So therefore we are going to be able to run the local exploit suggester on it. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and exit out of here. Maybe do you want to, I want to make this bigger. Okay, yeah, that should be good enough. Let's go ahead and do run post, and then we want to do it is a multi, meaning that it is for virus OS operating system. Then we want to go to recon and then local exploit suggester. So let's go ahead and run that bad boy. And again, you can either run it from here or you can use background this and use post multi recon local exploit suggester and then run it from there as well. You just need to specify the session where you want to run the local exploit suggester. So as you can see over here, this one takes a couple seconds. So let's go ahead and wait those couple seconds. And while that is running, you can see the SID over here, the security identifier for student number 2. This is the domain. So this show over here is part, or this user over here is part of the domain. And you can see over here that it has concluded, and it gave me this suggestion. So let me go ahead and close this. Yep. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to open a text document and a text editor called Pluma. I'm going to copy those suggestions and I'm going to be running it and see if they actually work. So what you could do from here is that you can from over here copy it, and all you have to do is run, and you paste it over here and see if you're able to get something. You can see this way of running is not currently supported. So okay, so you cannot run it this way. So you need to go ahead and background this guy. You want to clear this out, and then you want to use this exploit, paste it in here. You want to go to options, and you can see over here that it is setting up the reverse shell for you, and this reverse shell should work because this one works for x86 or 32-bit version. As you can see that the current session right now is for number 6. So awesome. Let's go ahead and run it. Okay, nothing, so that did not work. Let's go ahead and move on to the other one, which is the Ike EXT, and this, I think it's for the Ike LLD, if I don't remember. So let's go ahead and use this other exploit that we got, and let's go ahead and go to options, session number 6 as well. Let's go ahead and run it. And are we gonna get one? And we did not get one. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this other one. And this is what it's all about. Hacking is just trial and error. If it doesn't work, try something else until it finally works. Then you want to go to options. Session number 6 is in here. You can see that the payload, just pay attention to the payload. Make sure that it is for one that actually works. This is 880x86 Windows 7. Yeah, that, I think this one should work. Let's go ahead and run it. Before doing that, verifying that the session is correct. Run, and boom, we got one. Awesome. So you can see right here, we got a reverse shellback. So if you do a get UID over here, you can see that we are the anti-authority system. And if you drop to a shell and you're who am I? Oh, you can see that the anti-authority system is part of the built-in administrators, which is awesome. So now let's go ahead and exit out here. Let's go ahead and background this one, and you can see now that we have session number 8. So now if you go to sessions I to see all of them, you can see that we have 2, one with ID of 6 and one with ID of 8. You can see the information. This is a student 2 and this is student 8. So what I want to do is I just want to keep running these exploits and see if I'm able to get another one to work. So let's go ahead and use. I just got to verify it. We'll make sure that I'm using ID 6, which is the one that doesn't have privilege or local admin access. If you go to options, also I want to change that L port. So set L port to 4445 because we are using it. If you go to your you can see it over here that we are using it for number 8, and I want to just keep that. So I want to use number set port 445, and the session is not in here. So let's go ahead and set the session to 6, and let's go ahead and run that. See what we get over here, and this one, boom, we also got that another one. Okay, so this one also worked. I don't know if I want to do another one because I guess they're all working. Copy client, web dev. Let's see if it is also vulnerable to that. And before we do anything, we just want to get a get UID to verify that we actually have local admin access, and we do. Background this one. All right, let's go ahead and use. Let's see how many shells we can get. Let's go ahead and use these exploits and options. We want to set the port right to one that is not being used right now. So 4446 is not being used. And set this session to 6. And let's go ahead and run it. And we got another one. Get UID. Awesome. So we got session number 10 open as well, anti-authority system. So awesome. So this one worked well. So we got what was it? This one worked. This one worked. This two did not work. So we can just go ahead and remove it. Client copy. Let's go ahead and try this one. Copy it and background it. Now if you go to sessions I, you can see that we have all the sessions. 8, 9, and 10 are anti-authority systems, so we have local admin access 3 times in here. Cool. Let's go ahead and use. Just gotta verify or make sure that we are using now 4447 next. So for the reverse shell, options, set all ports 4447, set session to number 6, run it, and done. Nope, no session was created, so this one did not work either. Okay, yeah, at least we got 3 so far, which is not bad. 3 out of 3, and this one is going to break the tie. Let's see if this one works. So let's go ahead and use this guy, and options, set the L port to something else like 4447. Let's just do 448. Set the session to number 6, and let's go ahead and run it. And this one looks like it is going to break the tie. Let's see who is going to win, who is going to win. So this one, oh, we gotta wait 30 seconds. So this started the reverse TCP handler, launching the notepad to host the exploit, process 3368 launch, reflective injecting the exploit DLL into 3368, injecting the payload into 3368, payload injected, executing exploit, and nothing. Okay, so out of 7 of them, we were able to get a reverse shell with 3 of them, which is not bad, guys. Okay, so that is great. I'm glad I was able to show you guys how to, that we successfully were able to escalate our privilege with the exploit suggester. So this is it for this video, guys. I hope you guys enjoy this video, and I will see you on the next video. Bye bye. Hello guys, in this video we are going to add a backdoor, and meaning that we are going to be adding a local user. On the later videos we are going to be doing another backdoor. We're actually going to be doing 2 more backdoors, I believe, if not 1, 2 more. But for this one, it's just a simple backdoor, and we are just going to be adding a local admin user to the machine, and with a password that we recognize, so we can log in whatever we want to the machine. All right, so the one that we're going to be using, if we do a search and I want to do the add, I think it's add user. I want to search for add user. This is the one that we want to use. So let's go ahead and say use and number 2. So it's the Windows manage add user. We go to options, or you can even go to info. So that gives you a lot more information. It gives you a description. So this module, it tells you what it is, right? That's why if you don't know what a module does or exploit does, just go to the info and just read it. Just type info and read it, and that will tell you what this module it's all about. You just add user to the domain and or to the domain group. It will check if insufficient privilege are present for certain actions and runs get privs for the system, blah blah blah. So we are just going to be adding a local admin access user, because since we only have a session with the with a local admin right now with the NT system. He's not domain admin, right? So we can only add a user for the local for this local machine. So let's go ahead and clear this out. Let's go ahead and go to options, and for options over here, add domain, add to domain is set to true. I want to actually set that add to domain, I want to set it to false, because we are not a domain admin, we are only a local admin. So I want to just set that to false. Over here for the add to group, I want to set that to true. So let's go ahead and say set add to group to true. Awesome. And now the group that I want to add this user is going to be set group. I want to add it to the administrators group. Okay, that's going to be the local administrators. The password, you can set the password 123. Well, I forgot to say set password. I just put the password. So set password 123. Awesome. Let's go ahead and go back to options and see what we have left. The session, set the session. I'm going to set it to session number 8. Session number 8, I have if you do sessions, I have like this is from the video before the previous video where we did the exploit suggestor, where we created 3 reverse shell with the anti-authority system. So I'm going to be using number 8. I could use 8, 9, or 10. It doesn't really matter. Token, we're not going to use that. And now the username. So we need to go ahead and create a username. So set username, and I want to set the username to let's just go ahead and call it admin. Awesome. Now let's go ahead and run it. So user admin was added. The local group already existed, so admin is now a member of the administrators group. Post module secured and completed. Awesome. So now what I want to do is I want to go to the session, and I want to go to session number 8. I want to drop to a shell, and from here I want to do a net users, I believe. Yep, net users, and you can see that our user is in there. Awesome. So the other one command that I want to use is net local group, and I want to specify the administrators. So what this command does, like we have done on the previous video, is that it searches for the local groups. It searches for the users in the local group, but you need to specify which local group, and I told it to be the administrators, and you can see that the members for the group is admin is in there. So now we just created a we basically just created what is called a backdoor. So now we do have local admin access to that machine. That's what it is. It's just a simple backdoor by just creating a user. Although if they're doing running some tools to see who is a local admin user, and if the user is not in there, it will be removed. So just gotta be careful. This is not a hidden. It's not really hidden because it is an object that you created in that machine. So it's not really hidden. On the later videos, like I said before, I'm going to be doing at least one more backdoor, and it's not going to be by adding a user. Okay. All right. So exit, and also I'm going to show you just a cool way, a quick one. So you can search to delete user. So because I found over here that there was a user called testing that I forgot to delete, so we are going to be deleting this user. Right, there is a module that you can use which is called post Windows manage delete user. So we are going to try to delete that user. So we are going to use 17. Awesome. Let's go to options. Server name now requires session. Yes, so set session, and it needs to be with a session where we have local admin access, and that's going to be 8 or 9 or 10. Set the user for the username that we want to delete. Testing, and let's go ahead and run this bad boy and see. Boom, user deleted. Okay, that was quick. Now we can go to session number 8. We can drop to a shell, and now if we go run a net users, let's see if that user is in there. You can see, boom, that user is not in there. Now we only have the admin, administrator, and the guest user. I mean, if you want to get rid of the administrator, I think you should be able to do that. But I don't wanna mess with that right now. So that's why I deleted the testing one, right? So as you can see over here, this is from the previous one where we saw the testing, and then after we run the module to delete it, it's not in there anymore. So awesome. This is it for this video, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Hello guys, in this video we are going to show you how to dump the hashes from Metasploit, and I'm going to show you three different ways to do it. One is doing the hash dump, the other one is doing the credential collector, and the other one is by loading a Kiwi, or basically Mimikatz in here. So the way that we do that, let's go ahead and start by doing a search, and I want to search for hash dump, and this is the module that Metasploit has, and it's the post Windows gather hash dump. And from here we are going to just use number 17, And if you go to options, all you need to do is set the session. My session is set to number 8. That's good. That's the one that I want to run it on. And let's see what we get from here. There we go. So for this one, as you can see, this one is only dumping the same. Basically, it's only dumping the local accounts. I don't really need those because I am already a local admin, but I'm just going to go ahead and create a nano hash documents, and I'm going to paste them in here. Let's go ahead and go to the top, and I want to put it in here that I got it from this one over here, right? Copy it and paste it. Awesome. So now the other one that I want to use is the credentials collector, and the credentials collector will collect the hash dump as well as the tokens. So if we do, if we do a, let's say, let's do a search and do for what is it called? It's called credential underscore collector. And this is the one that I want to use over here. It is another one. Basically, it does the same, but it also dumps the token that you can use. So let's go ahead and use 0. And let's go ahead and do options and see what we can find. Only asking you for the session. If your session is not set, go ahead and set your session over here. Mine is already set, so I'm just going to go ahead and run it. And as you can see over here, this one will give you the tokens. And as you can see over here, we have another user called IPSEC. So that's cool. On the next one, I'm going to show you how to dump the hashes for the domain users, which is what I'm interested right now. So let's go ahead and paste that in here, and let's go ahead and tell it that we got this from this one over here. Let's go ahead and go to the top, make some space, paste it in here. Awesome. So now the next one that we're going to be doing is the Kiwi. We are going to be using Kiwi, and Kiwi basically works from the interpreter. So let's go ahead and do a clear or clear. There we go. And then we can go to session number 8. And from here, what you want to do is you want to go ahead and load Kiwi. That's the first thing you want to do. Now mine is already loaded, so it's not going to load. And then after you load Kiwi, you can do a help. And from the help commands, you can see that it's going to display the Kiwi commands as well as the other ones that you can do. Hash dump, that's the one that we already use. And let's go ahead and you can either do the Kretz old dump, Kerberos dump, the live SSB dump, the MSV, which is the one that we're going to be using. Let's go ahead and paste it in here. Awesome. So let's go ahead and go to Parrot OS, or I'm sorry, let's go ahead and go back to the interpreter session, and let's go ahead and run this command. Boom, there you go. So this one over here, we can go ahead and copy it, paste it in Nano for the document that we have open, and let's paste that bad boy in. I guess I didn't copy it. Copy, and now we can go ahead and paste it. Also, so right here you can see that we got the LM, the NTLM, which is the hash that we want to, and the SHA-1. So this is the hashes that we're going to be working for. You can see that we have the administrator for the domain is file share. So this is the local administrator. We don't really care about that. We have the IPSEC, which is in the pen testing domain. So this one is the one that we care about. So when you get hashes, you wonder like, what can we do with those hashes, right? What you could do is we can use a tool that we used before, which is crack map exec, and we try to see if we have any any access to any of the machines. If this one over here has local admin access to another machine. So that's why you want to use crack map exec for that. And we are going to copy the NTLM for that. And what we're going to be doing is, like I said, we're going to be using crack map exec. We're going to be using SMB. We can do 192.168.1.50 all the way to 192.168.1.55. That's the range that we are using. The user is going to be IPSEC. The password is going to be a hash, so I believe it's a capital H. Paste that in there, and let's go ahead and run it and see what we get from here. And it ran for only that 55 and So it didn't do for the entire domain. Do we have to remove the space in here? And that's what it was. So you can see now that it ran for 55, 50, 53, 55 again, and 53. And for 53, if you have noticed over here, it says that it's pawn, which means that this user over here has local admin access. So what can you do for that from there? What we're going to be doing is, on the next video, of course, we're going to be doing some lateral movement, since we found that the IPsec user has local admin access to that machine. So therefore, I will see you on the next video. In this video, we are going to be doing some lateral movement, since we saw that we were able to get some hashes, and we were able to obtain the NTLM and also the LM. So we are going to be doing a passive hash basically, and we are going to be able to move laterally, since we found that this user was a local admin for another server. So we are going to move lateral to another server and see if we can get more hashes over there as well, and continue to do lateral movement from there. So with that being said, we are going to be using another module with Metasploit, and this module is the SMB PSSec. So if we do a use exploit, and this one is going to be for the Windows SMB, right? SMB PSE exec. Awesome. Just have to make sure that the payload is going to be compatible for that machine, or if that one doesn't work, you can use another one, or you can enumerate the machine where you are going to. Since we're already done that, and we know that we're going to go to a 64-bit version, this one should work great. So with that being said, what we need to do first is that we need to set the SMB domain. So the SMB domain is going to be pentesting.local, and that's because the IPsec that we're going to be doing the passive hash, it is in the pentesting domain. Then after that, you want to set the SMB user, and it is IPsec. Awesome. After that, you want to set the SMB password, and the SMB password that we're going to be passing is going to be the LM and also the NTLM. So for that, we need to go ahead and copy this one over here, and then you want to put a colon in here, as you can see, and then after that, you want to put the NTLM, copy it, paste it in here. Awesome. Press enter. Then after that, you want to set the our host where he has local admin access is that 55, and then you want to set the not the local host, the local port to something that we're not using, like 4458. That one should work. Yeah, we're not using that port. Okay, and you can go to options, make sure that we got everything, and it looks like we do. So let's go ahead and run it. And this one is going to do a passive hash tag, and we should be able to get a session back. There we go. Awesome. We have a session, and session is number 12. So then from here, what you can do is you can just drop to the shell, and it's a lot easier. Who am I? You can see that we are the anti-authority system over here. So we were able to do basically a passive hash attack with the user IPsec over here. So that's awesome. And if you go to the basically another shell, you want to do a host name, see where you are in the student server. Remember the other one that we were on is the file share one, and if we do the IP config, you can see over here that we are in the .55. So that's awesome. So what can we do from here? Well, we can just go ahead and exit to go back to the interpreter session. You can go ahead and load Kiwi. load in Kiwi, and just go ahead and do the help command. And from here, let's go ahead and do the creds MSV dump again and see what we can find. That one did not find anything. Let's go ahead and we can do a dump for all of it. That one did not find anything. Creds SSP. Nothing either. Let's do a LSA dump. There we go. So we did some dumping over here. We can see some users that we done before, and these ones are all on the student SRV. Let's see, we can do, we did the LSA SAM. Let's do the LSA dump secrets. Okay, Pentesting domain, Pentesting, okay. Nothing really to see here. So creds all. Let's go ahead and just dump all of it. Which is funny. This one wasn't able to dump all of it, but we were able to dump the LSA and all of that. So we have the Raba user, which is a local one. Testing is another local one. Guest administrator is another local one. So from here, let's see, password, this is sync. We don't want to do this is sync. We don't have those. Did I do the retrieve SSP? Let's go ahead and do that. Nothing really to see in here. So it seems like it's not really working for the load Kiwi again. Or actually, let's just go ahead and do help command. And let's see, the hash dump only does the same because we are more interested right now. Keys dump. Let's see what else we have. Nothing to see here. Reboot. PS, listen to processes. We don't want to do that. Steal token. Let's see if we can. The one that we did with the token was the. Let's go ahead and run this one. Copy it, and from interpreter, we can just do run. Run this guy over here. Did you migrate to a process that matched the target's architecture? Maybe we used the wrong architecture for the payload. So let's go ahead and kill this one. Or not kill, go ahead and exit. So that's going to close that session. Let's go ahead and go to options. See show targets. So we have the PowerShell, we have the native upload, and let's go ahead and show payloads. Going over here, and we are going to be able to see all the payloads. And let's see if we can. Let's go ahead and make this a little bit smaller so we can see everything. Make it one more time. There we go. Okay, so we don't want to. We want to do an interpreter one, and the one that we probably want to do is, I believe it's going to be for interpreter. It's going to be that. Let's see, reverse TCP. Let's go ahead and use that one. So let's go ahead and use or set payload. This one is going to set the payload to that one. Let's change the payload. Let's see if there's more options now that we need to change. Everything looks good. Share. That looks good. So let's go ahead and just set the L port to like 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's go ahead and run this. Let's go ahead and make this bigger so you guys can see. I made it worse. make this bigger. There we go. Load kiwi from here. Help. Creds. Oh, let's go ahead and dump it all, see if that works. And there we go. So that it was because we had the wrong payload. So after we changed the payload, now you can see that we were able to dump everything. So we can do copy this, and this is for 192.168.1.55, and let's go ahead and paste that in here. Awesome. So we can distinguish where we're dumping from. We can just go ahead and make it like this, and make some space. We can even copy that and paste it over here, and just change it to this. This one was from .53. Awesome. So now we have a user called Savitar. Savitar over here. So we got Savitar's NTLM. Awesome. Let's go ahead and see if we can get the one that I want to do is, let's go ahead and do help. And we want to retrieve the creds MSV. And for some reason this one did not work. Let's go ahead and do this one over here then. Okay. So no password for that one. Let's say dump secrets. See if we got anything else. And all the same as the other ones. Let's go do help again. So live SSP, SSP creds. I think we did that one. Live SSP. That one that we did before. Yep, nothing. Secrets. Did we do secrets? This one was the one that gave me the error. It did not. What else can we do? So we dump everything. Let's go ahead and see if this one still works. Awesome. So this one still works. We see the NTLM, we see the SHA, and all that good stuff. So from here, we want to enumerate this user. We want to know what this user, who is this user? What is it part of? So if you guys remember when we did those domain user enumeration and group enumeration, we used a module that was called the enum group users. So from here, we can just go ahead and go background this one, and this one is 13, and we want to use the module called post windows gather enum domain. What's the domain? I think it was group users, maybe. Yep. Nope. Post windows gather enum domain. Let's go ahead. If we cannot, we can just search for group users, and I think I had it right. Post windows gather enum. Oh, I put an N instead of an M. Okay, that's why. So let's go ahead and use this one. Use 0. Options. We want to set the session to 13. Set group to domain admins, and run it. And as you can see right now, the Savitar user is part of the it's part of the domain admins. So this is good to know. He's part of the domain admins. We can just go ahead and copy that over here, even though this is for hashes, but it is good to know. So from here, what we could do is we are going to go to the we are going to start a reverse shell with the, or not with the, yeah, with the with AD, uh, not with AD, with the, yeah, with AD, because the AD is the domain controller. So we're going to start a reverse shell with the domain controller with the user Savitar, because he has access to he has access to that domain controller. So that's what we're going to be doing next on the next video. So thank you guys for watching. Hello guys, how you guys are doing today? Hopefully you guys are doing great. And in this video, what we are going to be doing is we are going to do lateral movement to the domain controller, or to the AD. That's what it's called. That's what the name of that machine is, or the IP is also 192.168.1.50, because we got the credentials for the user Savitar, or the hash, and we are going to be doing some trick with that. So as you remember, on the previous video, we were able to use IPsec, and we got the LM, and then we got the NTLM. But for Savitar, we did not get the LM. So what we need to do, we need to fill out the LM with 32 zeros, and then put the NTLM, because we did not get the LM. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and go to Metasploit, and we are going to use the exploit. And it's going to be the Windows SMB, and then PSExec. Awesome. So from here, we need to set the SMB domain to pentesting.local. We need to set the SMB user to Savitar. Then we need to set the R host to 192.168.1.50. This one is the domain controller. If you guys remember, when we did the nmap scans and all that, we figured out that this one was the domain controller because of what ports were open, right? Okay, and then after that, we want to set the local port on my machine to 4489. Awesome. So we have all of that. Let's go ahead and go to options, see if we missed something. So 7171, is that the hash? Verify. Yep, it is. Awesome. So listening, my local is good. And if you wonder what payload I'm using the Windows x64 meterpreter, meaning that we're going to get our meterpreter session back, and it's a reverse TCP. All right, and it is an x64, because that's what I had from when we did those nmap scans. We were able to figure out that it was an x64, a 64-bit version of Windows. I think it was 2016. All right, so after we do that, we can just go ahead and run and see what we get. Awesome. So now from here, what you can do is get UID. Awesome. Then you want to drop to shell, do a host name, see if we are in the correct one. Awesome. We are in AD. And if you do a who am I, you're going to see that we are the the anti-authority system. So that's awesome. Let's go ahead and exit out of the shell to go back to the interpreter session. Okay, so what can we do from here? Well, what we could do is from here, since we are in the AD, we can just go ahead and load Kiwi, and from Kiwi we can do help. And you can do a creds all, and this one is going to be dumping all the stuff that we have in here. So a good one that we found over here is the NTLM for the domain controller, and also the NTLM for the administrator. And this guy is the administrator. He is the enterprise admin. He's the one that has the highest I guess that the highest permission in the domain. So let's go ahead and copy that. Let's go ahead and go to hash. Let's go ahead and quit. Let's go ahead and do a nano hash, so we can add all of this. Go all the way to the bottom. So we found some good stuff from over here. Let's go ahead and put that this one is from 192.168.1.50. You can also use cherry tree if you want to. There we go. So we got this bad boy, and we have a lot of good credentials in here. Awesome. So let's go ahead and exit and save it, and then we can just go ahead and cat the hash. Awesome. So then after that, what else can we do? Well, we have access basically to the entire domain. We have access to the domain controller over here. So what we could do, we can keep dumping and see if we find some other stuff. Let's see. We can see if the user, the administrator, we can see if this guy over here is part of the enterprise admins. So we can go ahead and do background this, and we are going to, let's go ahead and search for I think it's enum domain groups, and search enum domain group user. There we go. This one is the one that I want to use, or we can just use 0. We can just go by the number. Let's go to see the options. We want to set the group to enterprise admins, and the enterprise admins, they have more access than the domain admins. The enterprise admins are able, if you have multiple forests, he's going to be able to go from one forest into another. So this is really good if you have like a multiple forest, or not, but an active directory, a domain with multiple forests, like the pentesting.local, or dev.pentesting.local. If you have multiple domains, if you have that enterprise admin, you should be able to get into the other forest. So with that being said, I want to set the session, but I don't know what session I got. So let's go ahead and list the session. So session number 4. So let's go ahead and set the session to number 4, and then let's go ahead and run it. See what we have. So as you can see right now, running module AD against AD, and there's only one user in enterprise admin, and it is a pentesting administrator. Like I said before, this one is the one that has the highest permission in Active Directory. So we were able to get that. So that's really, really awesome. So what else can we do? I think that's about it. So since we got this one over here, we can also go ahead, if you guys remember from the previous video, like if we got this access, like what would you do from here? Well, what you could do is that you can go ahead and establish persistent. How do you establish persistent? Well, an easy way is to just go ahead and use and add a user over here. So if we go ahead and do we are going to use post Windows manage add user options. So we're going to go ahead and add a user over here. So you want to set add group or set add to group. We want to set that to true, and set group to administrators. See if it's going to let us do that for him. So I wanted to add it to the administrators, traitors, and let's see what happens when you do that from the domain controller. Set password 123, set the session to 4, set username to admin. Awesome. So let's go ahead and run and see what happens. The interpreter session died. And what's going to happen? So the post module execution was completed. It was interrupted by the console user. So let's go ahead and see. Can we use that? Try to run it again. Run. So we got it back. Let's go ahead and background it, and let's go ahead and go back to this one to add a user. Go ahead and do options, and we have session password administrators true, and add to domain. Let's say set add to domain to false. See what happens. There we go. Okay, set session, because we got a new session 5, run. So it keeps dying. So the reason is that if you ever go to a domain controller and if you try to add any local users, there is no local users in a domain controller, because that domain controller is actually running a AD. So an AD is the one that has all the users. So that's why this is not working. So this backdoor, if you try to do that on an Active Directory in a domain controller, this is not going to work. And it's also not working because we are running as the NT system, and the NT system is not in the domain. So for you to be able to do this backdoor, this easy backdoor to just add a user to a domain controller from a account like the NT system that is not in in Active Directory, it is not going to work. So therefore, on a later video, it's probably going to be at the end of the session, I'm going to show you how to add persistent to a domain controller. So with that being said, let's go ahead and we can just go ahead and cancel that. Go ahead and go and run this one more time so we can get another session. Awesome. So thank you guys for watching, and I will see you on the next one. Hello guys, welcome to a new video. And in this video, we are going to go over a steal token, and also we are going to be dumping all the hashes from the domain controller. Like you saw before on the previous video, we were able to gather all the hashes for the administrator. And we also have a section with a domain admin right now in the domain controller. So I'm going to just show you how to basically dump all the hashes from the domain controller, and then I'm going to show you how to steal a token. So it's going to be in the same, it's basically going to be in the same module that we're going to be using, and the module that we're going to be using is the search, I think it's called credential collector. There we go, this one. So let's go ahead and use 0. Let's go ahead and set my session, I think, to number 8. That's the one I'm using. And let's go ahead and run it. So what this is going to do is going to dump all the local credentials. But the thing is, if you think about it, the domain controller, right? If you just think about this for a second, the domain controller is the one that has Active Directory, and it doesn't have any local groups or any local users, but it does have, well, the local users are the users are in Active Directory. Therefore, if you do a local dump, right, a local hash dump on a domain controller, you are going to get all the users from the you're going to get all the users that are in Active Directory, therefore the entire in the entire domain. So as you can see over here, we did that local dump. So now we have everything. We have all the hashes for all the users, and we also have some tokens that we're going to go over and show you how to do that. So whenever you get a domain admin user, it's game over, because after that you are going to be able to get into you're going to be able to get into the domain controller and just dump everything. And you can either, with this ones, you can just either do a pass the hash attack, or you can just take it offline and try to crack it with John the Ripper or with Hashcat. So As you can see over here, we got everything. We even got the NL, and we also got the NTLM over here. Because, so yeah. So awesome. And we also have some collection tokens, as you can see over here. Let's go ahead and go back to Metasploit. We have some tokens. So what you could do with those tokens is that you could impersonate this, basically impersonate this user by stealing their token and just execute stuff with this user. So let's go ahead and see. Let's go ahead and go to the sessions and session number 8. So for us to be able to do that, we need to use a module, or in the Metasploit framework, or it's a module or an extension, whatever you want to call it, which is called incognito, which allowed us to perform activities such as token stealing and manipulation. And this kind of activities are important in the privilege escalation stage of a penetration test, because if we can steal the token of an admin, you're going to be able to perform higher privileges operations. So in the previous video I forgot to show you that, but now I wanted to show you that. So whenever you get like a lower privilege, you can always steal their tokens the way I'm going to do it now. So what you need to do is use incognito. I think it's called incognito. So from here, now that we loaded incognito, you can go to help, and you see that we have multiple commands over here. So the one that I want to do is I want to list the tokens. So let's go ahead and just do list tokens, and if you press enter, it will give you the group name tokens or the username tokens. I'm interested in the username tokens, and over here it will give you the tokens that are available and the delegation as well. So I want to become the administrator, right? Let's go ahead and copy that, and let's go ahead and go to the help. So we are going to do impersonate, and then we are going to add that user. But before we do that, let's go ahead and get UID, and you can see that we are the anti-authority system. So now I want to go ahead and impersonate that user. So if you do impersonate token, and if you put this guy in here, boom, user token not found. So if you get this error over here, what you need to do is you need to put just an extra backslash over here, because I guess it doesn't recognize the just having one. And there we go. Pam pam pam. There you go. So we have successfully impersonated that user. So if you do a get UID now, who are you? The Pentesting administrator. So awesome. That was all I wanted to show you guys, how to impersonate a user, how to get those token, and how to dump everything. Also we dumped all the hashes from the domain controller. So thank you guys for watching, and I will see you on the next one. Hello guys, welcome to a new video. In this video we are going to be performing a DC sync attack with Metasploit, and right now we do have a session or a shell with Meterpreter with the anti system. So we are going to be doing a DC sync attack, and a DC sync attack, what it does is it lets you basically get the hash from any user, right? So you're going to be able to request any user's hash by doing the DC sync attack. So right now, since we are the anti system, we won't be able to do DC sync. So therefore, we're going to have to impersonate the administrator for us to be able to dump the hashes for anybody. So let's go ahead and do sessions. See that we have session 13. So let's go ahead and use session 13. If you do a get UID from here, you can see that we are the anti-authority system. So if you drop to the shell, and if you go to like host name, you can see that we are in the AD, which is a domain controller. Do ipconfig. This is the .50 in here. Awesome. So let's go ahead and go back. So what do we need to do from here? How do we impersonate? Well, since you guys remember from the previous video, we use incognito. So use incognito, then you use help. So from here you want to do the list tokens and -u, and you're going to see the available users in here. And the one that we want to do is the administrator, because the administrator has access to replicate, and it has the highest privilege, so he's able to do whatever he wants. So that's the one that we want to use to do this. So therefore, let's go ahead and do impersonate token, and we want to impersonate this guy over here, but we want to add another backslash over here, because if we do a single backslash, it doesn't work for some reason. Double backslash, impersonated successfully, so we get UID. We are the Pentesting administrator, right? So now we can go ahead and load Kiwi, and when we load Kiwi, we get more. We just loaded this Kiwi, and from here, what we want to do is we want to first do we are going to do the Kiwi CMD, and from Kiwi CMD, we are going to do a single quote, double quote, single quote, double quote. So inside over here in the middle, or actually it is single quote, double quote, double quote, single quote. There we go. Inside over here, we want to do an LSA dump, and from LSA dump, you want to do double colons, and then you want to specify what you want to do, which is a DC sync attack, and which one is the user that you want to get the hashes from. So it's the administrator. So what this is going to do is going to dump the administrator's hashes or hash, and there we go. You can see that we have it over here, and it's the BHFE, and we already did the entire we did a dump for the entire domain controller. So you can see over here that it is the same, and the one that we actually are more interested is in the KRB. It's a KRB TGT, and the KRB TGT is a service account for the what is it? The KRBTT account is the service account for the key distribution service, right? So if we go, I got lost. If we go over here we go, the hash and GLM, we have it over here. So whenever you have the hash for the KRBTT account, you basically have a golden ticket. So you can create a golden ticket, and that's what we're going to be doing on a later video. So that's how you perform a DC sync attack, and if you can do it from any user. Let's do it for like student 1, which is another user. You can get over here, student 2. You know, you can do a DC sync attack for basically any user you want. So you have access to the entire system. So this is it for this video, guys. I hope you guys enjoy this video, and I will see you on the next one. Bye bye. Hello guys, in this video we are going to be performing a golden ticket attack. And what is a golden ticket? Since on the previous video we were able to dump all the hashes, we also got the KRBTGT hash, and therefore we have a golden ticket, which means is that, you know, whenever you have the KRBTGT hash, you are going to be able to access, you know, anything you want. You can steal anybody's hashes by using the KRBTGT. So like golden ticket means is that if you have the KRBTGT hashes, then you have control over the entire domain, because the KRBTGT, like I said before, is the one that distribute it is the one that handles the domain's key distribution service, right? The KRBTGT account is the service account for the key distribution service, and it's the one that takes care of it's the one that takes care of generating the ticket granting tickets for any account in Active Directory domain. And you know, with a valid TGT, the attackers can request access to any resource or system on its domain from the ticket granting service. And because the attacker is controlling the component of the access control system that is responsible for issuing ticket granting tickets, then he has the golden ticket to access any resource on the domain. So that's why the golden ticket comes into place. That's why they named this the golden ticket, because you have a golden ticket to do whatever you have the golden ticket, so you're able to do whatever you want on the domain, right? So therefore, let's go ahead and run the golden ticket attack. So we are going to go to Metasploits, and we want to search for golden ticket, right? Awesome. Paste that in here. This module we can load. Do you want to? Yes, sure. Okay, so clear options. Okay, so what you need to fill out is that you need to have the domain name, which I have over here. You need to have the KRBTT hash. So let's go ahead and set that, making sure that it's right. Paste that in here. Oh, let's go ahead and copy that from over here. I think it is the same, KRBTGT. Copy. Set it. Awesome. This is when it's going to end. So basically duration is in hours. So the default is going to be 10 years. So this one is going to last 10 years. Cool. Set, let's see what the session is. 11. So set session to 11. Not to 1, to 11. And the user is the target user. So the user from whom you're going to get that ticket for. So I'm going to leave it as the administrator because it is the one that has the highest privilege in the domain. So if you go to options, so let's see what we have left. Pentesting.local, make sure you do that. The domain is ID, you don't need to do that, but if you have it, just go ahead and put it in there. Groups, you don't need to do that, it's not required. ID, not required. The KRBTT hash is not required for some reason, but I put it in there. Session, it is required, yes. Use is yes, requires is set to false, that's fine. The user, it says that it's not required, but I'll put the administrator because that's the one that I want to get. After that, let's go ahead and run it. So as you can see over here, what it did was it got a golden ticket and it was obtained, and this ticket is going to expire in basically 10 years. So how can we use this ticket? All right, let's go ahead and copy this bad boy. Awesome. So now let's go ahead and go to session 11. From over here, we are the get UID. We are the NT authority system. So let's go ahead and load Kiwi. There we go. It's already loaded. Awesome. Let's go ahead and go to help. So from here, if you want to get a list of your tickets, you can do the Kerberos ticket list. So let's do Kerberos list. And this is all ones. So let's go ahead and this when I was doing testing, making sure. So let's go ahead and do purge. If you do purge, it's going to delete all the tickets. So if you do list, you can see that you have no tickets available. So now what we're going to be using is the use one. So if you use list use and you specify that you want to use the one that was saved in this location over here, the one that we copy it, right, from when we did the golden ticket. Let's go ahead and go all the way up. You can see that it was saved in here. So we are going to use that. Press enter. There we go. The Kerberos ticket has been applied successfully. So now if we do a Kerberos ticket list, you can see right here that we have added that ticket, right? If you do a Kerberos purge, it's going to delete it. You do a list, nothing in there. Let's go ahead and add it again. Apply. Let's go ahead and list it. There we go. It is in there. Awesome. So now we have a ticket. So what can we do with this ticket? Well, with this ticket, we are basically, it's like impersonating the administrator. Since we are impersonating the administrator, then we are going to be able to execute whatever we want on behalf of the administrator. So therefore, you know, you can add a backdoors. You can you can add backdoors. You can add users. You know, that's another way to do backdoors. You can change users' passwords. You can add other users to groups like the domain admin groups or to the enterprise admin groups. So you can do a lot of stuff with a golden ticket. So this is it for this video, guys, and this is how you do a golden ticket attack in Metasploit. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you on the next one. After going through all the hard work of exploiting a system, it is often a good idea to leave yourself an easier way to get back into the system for later use. And this way, if the service you initially exploited is down or gets patched against the vulnerability that you exploited, you can still gain access to the system. And Metasploit has a script for that we're going to be using through the Meterpreter or Meterpreter. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead and first do a sessions to see the sessions that we have. So we have one, and this one is for the 192.168.1.50, which is a domain controller. It is always a great idea to have a backdoor to a domain controller, because it's really, they're often a little bit difficult to get into the domain controller. So therefore, it is often a great idea to do a backdoor. So let's go ahead and do that backdoor. So we're going to go to session 14, and if we do a get UID, we are the anti-authority system, so we have access. We have basically admin access to the domain controller. So what you can do is you can run run persistence and do H for the help. So over here, you can see that for this script, you have the following options. So A for automatically, a star, and L for the location in the target host to write the payload to. You have the P, S, T, U, X, H, I, P, and R. So go ahead and read those to make sure that you understand how to set this reverse shell, or this, the backdoor, basically. So the way that you do that, I'm going to do a capital U, right? And that one, the capital U, means that it's going to automatically start the agent when a user logs on. Okay, so that's what we want to do that over here. And let's see, what if we do, I think it would be better to do, instead of when a user logs on, let's go ahead and just do negative capital X to automatically start the agent when the system boots. So let's go ahead and do just X over here, so we don't have to wait for somebody to log into the system. After that, you want to do negative I, and for I, it's going to be the interval in seconds between each connection attempt. So it's going to be 5. So every 5 seconds, it's going to try to connect back to us. And then we are going to be P, and P, lowercase p, P instead stands for the port on which the system running Metasploit is listening. So we are going to be listening on 4451. There we go. And then the R, lowercase r, is going to be for the IP of the system running Metasploit listening for the connection back. So this one is going to be your local system. So this system where I'm working on, that IP, and is 192.168.1.223. And then after that, you just want to press enter. Awesome. So we have created that persistent. So what you want to do from here is you want to go ahead and reboot the system. So if we do reboot, that's going to reboot the system. Then you want to exit. So then after that, you want to start your listener. So you want to use exploit multi, and then it's going to be handler. And then what you want to set up is you want to set the payload to Windows So Windows X64 interpreter, and you don't really have to hurry up for this because it's going to do it every 5 seconds after the system boots up. So we have that. Then you want to set the local host to 192.168.1.223, right? We set up over here, and then you want to set the local port where we're going to listen it at 4451, right? Like we set it up over here, 4451. Awesome. So then after that, you want to go ahead and run it. So then what we need to do now, we need to wait for the system to reboot, and after it reboots, we are going to get a connection back. So let's go ahead and pause the video and wait for the system to boot back up. And as you can see right here, we did get the session back. I was getting a bunch of them back, but they just kept dying. So what I did was I just changed my payload to another one, which is the Windows interpreter reverse TCP. And then after that, I was able to get that session back. As you can see right now, it went through a lot of them, because remember, it is going to try to connect to you every 5 seconds. And since what it was doing is it was trying to connect to me every time it died, it tried to connect 5 seconds later, and then it just kept dying. So what I did was I just did a Control C, and then I changed my payload to another payload, and then that way I was able to get that show. So now we have a persistent on the domain controller, and if we do a get UID, you can see that we are now getting it as the Pentesting administrator, which is a lot better because we now have enterprise admin level credentials. And if we do if we go to the show, if we do a host name, you can see that we are in the AD, IP config is a .50. So awesome. Thank you guys for watching.